ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ní ẹ̀kẹ́ gbọ́ àkànbí ewé ayò ewé tún méje ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ̀ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ jọ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè wá fi jóye ẹlòkó bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé wá fi jóye aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàràbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé àgétì ló máa ń gbé àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ Àkànbí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ.
I wish I go back to the old days when I used to be the kid in the 3rd grade, playing in the street with my homies all day. Cause we live so fast, now we can't relate. We come a long way, money can't wait. And no worry about a thing, happy all days. This is how we live, we cannot complain. And nobody leave, keep the old plans. Hey, when I'm better, Mingari Zuda Kari Party. Ko ɗomin mawni ɗomin darti yow goto fone ɓorni bokke e so parti an winam bedda omin garti min gari zuude kadi parti ko ɗomin mawni ɗomin darti yow goto fone ɓorni bokke e so parti ey cugagam ne weeli fof ko souvenir film hanki wona hande hanki jamma mbaale sim min ñalla fije nangue jamma lengi mbaɗa tin on saha courant ala wura men ko ƴaro finde sifti nammo ala cifti ala inde iɗi
Subramia. Soko sunu baby Subramia. Soko sunu baby Subramia. Soko sunu baby Subramia. Ejemo, Anamana. Ejemeje, Anamana. Wana mejemo, Anamu. Parachuba jodiri chukuma chukuchuba jodiri ndemo eguma wego. Parachuba jodiri chukuma chukuchuba jodiri ndemo eguma wego. Obodo jisike nubo serona. Oyibo.
It is everyone. Be free.
Ayandaba.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru m ụgwọ ya baby mo. Abe Ayandaba. Soko sunu baby Subramia.
Asekwa nefo jabanye si akuna nyego mkambosi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna motangu, akuna koga book.
And there it is right there. I don't know quite, my glasses look blurred. So let me sort that out. I'm blind as a bat without these glasses, but there it is. So there it is right there. And since I was born, and now that I'm getting old, so there it is right there. So here we go again. For some of you that have been with this platform for sufficient enough of a length of time, you remember that I used to start off with "The Eagle Has Landed." That used to be my intro. That used to be my that used to be my whatever it is. That used to be how I used to start off the session. I used to go, "One man went to mow, the eagle has landed." So one man went to mow, the eagle has landed. But the eagle lands somewhere else today. So I am not the eagle in this instance. What am I talking about? Watch this.
Hello, back. Claro, boss.
So there it is right there. So that is Yemson Wike, of course, arriving in Port Harcourt to take on the rascally little upstart sitting in the State House, to take him on frontally, the rascally little upstart. Wike lands in River State. FCT minister, accompanied by Senator Barry Peggy, Senator Orwell Onyeso, and Minister of State for Petroleum, Heineken, whatever his last name is, River State Assembly members, and some local government chairmen. So, was it, who sang that song? Was it Raskimono or Blackie or something? We want to know who owns Papa's land. So, who owns Papa's land? The narrative of Yemson Wike landing now. I'm not quite sure why my glasses are blurred. Who owns Papa's land? The narrative of Yemson Wike now landing in Port Harcourt. Or is it the screen? I wonder. So who owns Papa's land? The narrative of Yemson Wike. Let me switch off the spotlight. Maybe that will help a little bit. This is it's befuddled me somewhat. So who owns Papa's land? The narrative of okay, we just have to muddle through. Who owns Papa's land? The narrative of Yemson Wike landing in Port Harcourt to assert his authority and dominion over that space. So that's Yemson Wike, of course, going the alpha route as we know him for. Yemson Wike is nothing other than an alpha, and he goes there to assert authority. So he goes there to assert authority. So now, news lined up. So let's just get straight to it, and then let the session settle in. So let's get straight into it. Let the session settle in. So now let's go to the headline story. Osinbajo, Amaechi, Yarima, others drop presidential ambition ahead of 2027 election, support Tinubu. So, I mean, this is a moment in time, by the way, because a lot of speculation are speculating even to the possibility that it is actually Rotimi Amaechi that is behind the goings on in River State as a pushback against the Tinubu administration, trying to seize that space for future elections to fight against Tinubu. So what a turn up for the books. A turn up for the books. Osinbajo, Amaechi, Yarima, others drop presidential ambition ahead of 2027 election, support Tinubu. So let's see what's going on here. Presidential aspirants on the platform of the All Progressive Congress APC in the 2023 presidential election have agreed to float a forum to mobilize support for President Bola Tinubu as part of measures to tackle the challenges confronting the nation. They have consequently dropped any presidential ambition ahead of 2027. Some of the APC presidential aspirants in the last election are former Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, Ahmed Sani Yarima, Rotimi Amaechi, Dr. Nicholas Felix, Dr. Kayode Fayemi, Senator Ibikunle Amosun, Orwell Rochas Okorocha, Senator Abubakar Atiku Bagudu, Governor Yahaya Bello, David Umahi, Ogbonaya Onu, Senators Ahmed Lawan, and Godswill Akpabio, amongst others. So, if we go through those names again, a few of them have a natural surrender position. So Godswill Akpabio, he has a natural surrender position. He's not going to give up the Senate presidency for any pipe dream of ever becoming the president, which he knows will forever remain a pipe dream. So he's not. He has no ambitions in that direction. David Umahi, for the senior position that he has been given within the Tinubu administration, you cannot see now that he would then, it would almost seem treacherous, and he would rather be in that portfolio for 8 years than have some presidential ambitions, because of course, what that presidential ambition translates into is that they will challenge Tinubu at the primaries for 2027. And of course, there's not a possibility. There's no possibility of a southerner replacing Tinubu. So there's no possibility of a southerner replacing Tinubu. So that's out of the question. So Atiku Bagudu, I can't see him running either. But Rotas Okorocha, you can just forget him. Kayode Fayemi, a totality of a nonsense. Ibikunle Amosun, I forget that. But I can see Ahmed Yarima. I can see him challenging. Yemi Osinbajo, it was a one-shot deal. Because the only potency that he had would have been Buhari's support. He has no political base. He has no political structure. He has no political anything. So on what basis, when the light shone brightest for him, he couldn't get the ticket. So on what basis then would he then come forward in 2027 to say that he was to challenge somebody that came from the outside to snatch the ticket off him? On what basis would that challenge form? So that's that. So let's take it from the top again, and then we just speed through it. Presidential aspirants on the platform of the All Progressive Congress (APC) in the 2023 presidential election have agreed to float a forum to mobilize support for President Bola Tinubu as part of measures to tackle the challenges confronting the nation. They have consequently dropped any presidential ambition ahead of 2027. Some of the APC presidential aspirants in the last election are, then it gives us the list of names that I've already read. Convener and acting chairman of the forum, Senator Yarima, as well as the party's youngest presidential aspirant, Nicholas Felix, disclosed this in a statement issued on Saturday in Abuja. The aspirants fixed an end-of-year dinner for Monday at the Transcorp Hilton Hotel in Abuja, where the forum will be officially inaugurated. Yarima and Felix in the statement, said, "Today, as a people and country, we are faced with myriads of socio-economic problems, and we believe that we can only surmount them when we come together, irrespective of our religious, ethnic, or even political differences, to face these challenges ahead." To face these challenges head on. It is therefore on this premise that all the candidates in the 2023 APC presidential primary have decided to come together under one umbrella to mobilize support for our President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and his renewed hope administration, playing an advisory role to enable him to succeed and transform this great nation. Basically, the objective of the forum is to ensure that we come together suddenly to support President Tinubu's administration, having surrendered all our individual interests and collapsed same to support the emergence of President Tinubu. As critical stakeholders, we have decided that it is not enough to sit back behind the scenes, but to come out and mobilize support for the government's policies and programs. This forum, from time to time, will play an intermediary role of ensuring that all the policies and programs of the government are well decimated down to the people, especially in the grassroots. To fully stay on track, the forum will push to constantly have direct engagement with the president as a way of feedback mechanism, and at the same time render positive advice where necessary. This forum will leverage on our individual and collective international contacts to ensure that the Nigerians in diaspora are adequately informed and mobilized to give the president a rousing welcome. We will always go ahead and make adequate preparations in this regard. Also, this forum will be there as a rallying point for all former presidential aspirants in the 2023 presidential election. So that is to say that they are reaching beyond just the APC as aspirants. So that's what they're saying. It says also this forum, so it's a surrender forum, essentially what they are forming. That's what it sounds like, a surrender forum. Also, this forum will be there as a rallying point for all former presidential candidates in the February 2023 presidential election. So all candidates. So Peter will be also welcome to join in the Tinubu Advisory Council. We will endeavor to invite the president to our quarterly meetings so as to share our minds on a one-on-one with him. Also, this forum has laid all the framework to ensure that members' political and economic interests are well protected using the strength of the forum. We will stand by and for all members at all times. It is an all for one and all for and one for all forum. Because we are committed to the success of President Tinubu and his administration, all members who hitherto had presidential aspirations have all agreed to drop such even ahead of 2027, so as to pave a smooth sail for President Tinubu to seek a second tenure. This project we are already working on and will leave no stone unturned. So I just want to land on that point where they drop their sword and take to the knee. So drop their swords and take to the knee. So drop their swords and take to the knee. Let's go on to this one. I think we touched on this one yesterday. So it has come to its full-fledged now in the news cycle. So let's go frontally to it. El Rufai becomes Boba Niyi of Ijebuland first from the north. So there it is right there. El Rufai playing astute and cute politics. Nasir El Rufai, former governor of Kaduna State, has been conferred with the chieftaincy title of Boba Niyi of Ijebuland. Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetono, the Awujale of Ijebuland, conferred the former governor with the title on Saturday. Jimmy Lawal, a former governorship hopeful in Ogun State, and his wife Mariam were also conferred with chieftaincy titles by the monarch. El Rufai is the first person outside of the Southwest to be conferred with chieftaincy title by the monarch. So I think that is really the seminal point of it also, and that is El Rufai. Look at that. But look at El Rufai dressing in Ashofi. Look at this guy. Look at this guy, Aboki. But let's go on to this one. Let's go on to this one. And by the way, plenty of spaces are in the comment section. So plenty of always space in the comment section. Plenty of space in the room. Anyone that wants to hop on, hop on. All right. Well, all right. We'll see how that goes. Hold on. All right, plenty of space in the comment section. Anyone that wants to hop on, hop on. So this one now, sport betting an epidemic amongst Nigerian youths. So you already know the backdrop to that. So I'll just leave that as a headline. Yes. So I'll just leave that as a headline. Sport betting and epidemic. Okay, let's just is this a voice note or what is this? I don't know what's going on here. But we leave that as a headline. It says gambling online is an appealing extra source of income for more and more young Nigerians struggling to make ends meet in the battered economy. Gambling is not a source of income, or it's a source of losing. I don't know anybody that gambles that win. I don't know anybody that gambles that win. Is there any young Nigerian that can boast of never playing a football bet at some point in their life? So in this episode, we find out as we also look at the psychological impact to sport betting on young Nigerians. So I think it's a radio something or a podcast of some sort. But I think we already know where that is headed. So we already know where that is headed. Let me bring you this one. Government has the right to demolish buildings. Nwanyanwu tells Igbos, well, there you are. Thank you. But I think the government knew they had the right anyway. It's just all this inane noise that these people make about things that don't cohere. You go and build you go and build a house on a canal. Nobody gave you any approval. They gave you warnings, yes and yes. They told you to cease and desist in the course of building. You complete the building, they demolish it, and then you start to tribal war dance. And that is the narrative of everything from that space. You do it, and everything always boils down to that basing state. Everything. They start to tribal war dance. Government has the right to demolish buildings. Nwanyanwu tells Igbos, well, boo-hoo. We didn't know that. Thank you for the information. The President General of Ohaneze Indigbo Worldwide, Emmanuel Nwanyanwu, has advised Igbos whose houses have been demolished in the Abule Ado area of Lagos not to cry over the development. He asserted that the federal government has the right to demolish buildings for the public interest. He, however, insisted that those affected should be compensated. I really hate that language, that these people should be jailed rather than compensated. You go and build an illegal structure to block off an important infrastructure. You've caused flooding in the state. They told you to stop, you did not stop, and then they come and demolish it. Rather than them throw you in prison, you are asking for the audacity of some of these people, man. These people should be jailed rather than what are we talking about here? He, however, insisted that those affected should be compensated. The Ohanese chieftain urged that those whose buildings were demolished are not to cry over spilled milk, adding that moves are being made to mitigate aggrieved Igbos nationwide. So, I see you, Money More. I have to consider that. I think we've done a similar story in the past, but we'll see if we get to that. Are we saying that these people are a special breed outside of? Are they outside of or above every other Nigerian being? Is really where the question is being asked. Buildings demolished in Oworonshoki, people cried and got over it. They didn't get over it all, but they had to surrender to their faith, But then buildings then get demolished, where some of these people have one or two houses, and it's ethnic tribal war dance in grass skirts, whooping and hollering and constituting a noise nuisance to time and space. The Ohanese chieftain urged those whose building were demolished not to cry over spilled milk, adding that moves are being made to mitigate aggrieved Igbos nationwide. You must be a clown. Nwanyanwu stated this during his visit to grieve with the Igbos in the community. He said, the government has the right to demolish for public interest, but the affected citizens should be compensated. There is no need to cry over spilled milk. In any country, citizens' rights are sacred. As Senator Ume has briefed me, but I came here to know the main issue. what are we going to fight? What we are going to fight for are our rights. You only build a country based on truth. Recounting his ordeal, one of the affected property owners who preferred to remain anonymous said, I am unable to recover from the needless ordeal. I moved into my dream apartment, and on the third day, they came with bulldozers to bring my dream apartment down. There is an urgent need for the power to address these issues. Um, I just don't get it, man. It's just a ridiculousness. I hope the Lagos State space don't pay any heed to this, and I hope it doesn't slow down, because if there is flooding in Lagos, and we find out that it's as a result of our drainages and canals being blocked, and the government didn't do anything about it because they were intimidated by some of these elements, there will be trouble. So whatever needs to be done to clear the waterways in Lagos has to be done as a matter of urgency. Responding to their grief, Chief Umayanwu disclosed that Igbos in diaspora are seriously concerned about how Igbos at home are being treated. We have decided to set up an Igbo relief. We have decided to set up an Igbo relief agency. They just want to use another. This is another Simon Ekpa's type scam, isn't it? Then they start canvassing for money, and then they will start drinking champagne like Simon Ekpa. We have decided to set up an Igbo relief agency where every aggrieved Igbo will be funded. I will also advise communities to treat Igbos fairly. Because we are peace-loving, you must be a clown. And we are the highest indigenous people that are added to the GDP of this country. You must be. This guy has no concept of anything. In terms of the wealth pyramid in Nigeria, by the way, the richest people are the Yorubas, followed by the Hausa Fulanis, followed by the South, and number 4 are the Igbos. Go and check the statistics. All the data's out there. Let's go on to this. Nigeria ranks second highest in paternity fraud in the world. So yes, that is the narrative of bastardization within the Nigerian space, isn't it? A DNA test reveals that Christopher Johnson was not the biological father of the 3 children he had nurtured and invested in for almost 2 decades. The children, Esther 19, Shirley 17, and Stephen 15, were born by the same mother who unfortunately was deceased. Christopher, a successful but retired architect, was compelled to find out the truth about the paternity of the children after a stranger turned up one day to claim he was the biological father and challenged him to a DNA paternity test. Christopher received the shock of his life when the result proved that the stranger was indeed the children's real father. It turned out that the man and his late wife have been involved in a long, secret love affair that produced the 3 children he erroneously assumed belonged to him. DNA paternity tests are unraveling a lot of buried family secrets. Keeping family secrets isn't as easy as it used to be. Just one DNA test could change everything for better or worse. Many children are experiencing paternity scandals by learning that their father is really not their biological father. So, it's losers all the way through. In this sort of storylines, it's losers all the way through. The man is a loser. The only person that is not really a loser is probably the culprit, which is the woman. The man is a loser. The children are losers as well. But I suspect that you will want to say that the man is the biggest loser in that narrative. Imagine that. Imagine that. You've nurtured all. I don't know. If you're a parent, then you know what it is. All the nappy changing, all the tears before bedtime, all those moments that they insist on sleeping on your chest, otherwise they will not go to sleep. You know the experience is when your son or your daughter actually will never go to sleep unless he or she sleeps on your chest. All of that, 19 years, and then you discover that the child is not yours. Can you imagine that? Imagine that. That's a pokunso sort of DNA paternity tests are unraveling a lot of buried family secrets. Keeping family secrets isn't as easy as it used to be, and just one DNA test could change everything for better or for worse. Many children are experiencing paternity scandals by learning that their father is really not their biological father. The perception that paternity fraud is high in Nigeria is not unfounded. Reports have been making the rounds that Nigeria has the second highest rate of paternity fraud in the world after Jamaica. So every other Nigerian child is a bastard, is what they are telling us. Every other Nigerian child is a Omali. You know, this is what they are telling us. Every other Nigerian child is a bastard. Look at that, unbelievable. The perception that paternity fraud is high in Nigeria is not unfounded. Reports have been making the rounds that Nigeria has the second highest rate of paternity fraud in the world after Jamaica. Many men have been unknowingly raising children that are not theirs, and to curb the trend, there have been calls for introduction of mandatory DNA testing at birth. You know, that will become a regularity. You see, I envisage that, and by the way, there's a lot of space. If you want the session to carry on, then you must come in. Otherwise, we just do the readings and we bounce. It's almost an inevitability that DNA test will be baked into the birthing process of children in the future to come, in the immediate future. In fact, DNA testing will be baked into the birthing process, so that at birth they want to establish paternity, and this will be done voluntarily at first. Then this will be done mandatorily very quickly after, because it's just unbelievable. So the second highest number of bastardization, is Nigeria after Jamaica. The perception that paternity fraud is high in Nigeria is not unfounded. Reports have been making the rounds that Nigeria has the second highest rate of paternity fraud in the world after Jamaica. Many men have been unknowingly raising children that are not theirs, and to curb the trend, there have been calls for introduction of mandatory DNA testing at birth. The issue of paternity is a trilogy. It's moral, scientific, and legal. A concerned commentator noted, a series of DNA tests carried out in laboratories are showing that a number of children are being fathered by men who are not their biological fathers. Our correspondence investigation revealed that traditionally in Nigeria, paternity of a child is commonly determined by acknowledgement, presumption, or by proof. Probably the most common mode of paternity is by acknowledgement. Once a man admits he's the father of a child, the case is closed. A man is presumed to be the father of a child once the child is born within wedlock. It is often said that a woman is in the best position to identify the father of her child. So, once a woman fingers a particular man, case closed. However, developments show that proving paternity is often not as straightforward. Is often not as straightforward. But rampant cases of denials, dispute, and counterclaims of paternity have been making the rounds. When the DNA test of their children failed to match with that of the men believed to be their fathers, several women were accused of unfaithfulness and condemned into the abyss of marital ignominy, but the resulting scandals snowballs into All right. Bear with me one moment. I need to attend to something. Una momento. Una momento. Por favor. Let me play you a little detail. Let me play you that. Let me play you that Fulani rapper. I just need to. I need to unlock a door. That's really what I need to do. So let me unlock a door, and you listen to. Where's that Fulani rapper again? You listen to the Fulani rapper.
I wish I go back to the old days when I used to be the kid in the third grade, playing in the street with my homies all day. Cause we live so fast, now we can't relate. We come a long way, money can't wait. And no worry about a thing, happy all days. This is how we live, we cannot complain. And nobody leave, keep the old plans. Hey, when I'm better, Mingarti. Mingari Zuda Kari Party. Ko ɗo min mawni ɗo min darti yow goto fone ɓorni bokke e so parti an winam bedda o min garti min gari zuude kadi parti ko ɗo min mawni ɗo min darti yow goto fone ɓorni bokke e so parti ey cuwagam ne weeli fof ko souvenir film hanki wona hande hanki jamma mbaale sim min ñalla fije nangue jamma lengi mbaɗa tinde on saha courant ala wura men ko ƴaro finde sifti nammo ala cifti ala inde iɗi nawa wilde iwi
And there it is right there. Agbado Ewa. Oh, okay. I think that's sufficient enough from that. I think we get the drift of where that is going. So we get the drift of where that is going. So I'll just give you the rest as headlines and then we'll kick it off. Former APC chairman Adamu announces retirement from politics. So yes, the one that tries to foist Ahmed Lawan onto the party. The former national chairman of the All Progressive Congress APC, Abdullahi Adamu, has announced his retirement from politics. Adamu stated that he is beginning to develop an allergy to political activities. The ex-APC chairman disclosed this at the launch of a book titled Progressive Governance, showcasing the achievement of His Excellency Governor Abdullahi Sule of Nasarawa State 2019-2023, written by XYZ. Adamu, who is the first civilian governor of the state, served from 1999 to 2007, whilst speaking on the 230-page book, appreciated the author for his efforts in detailing the achievement of the governor. He said the governor had consolidated the achievement of his predecessors and improved on them. Whilst so anyway, that's Abdullahi Adamu saying he's no longer interested in politics. Let me just give you this as a headline as well. So Nigeria ranks second again, but in the crime index, Nigeria ranks second in Africa on organized crime index. So let me see. Can I expand this? Let me see if I can expand it. So that's the organized crime index right there. So the most criminal in Africa, they are the people of Congo. But I'm surprised that they beat us to it. The second most criminal Africans are Nigerians, South Africans, then Kenyans, Libyans, then Central African Republic. I didn't even know they understood what criminality was, but there you have Uganda at number 7, Sudan, Cameroon, Mozambique, Tanzania, Somalia. Where is Ghana on this list? So they don't commit crimes in Ghana. There it is. So there it is. So that one just speaks for itself, doesn't it? I'm not sure we can add or remove to. Right, the recently published Africa Organized Crime Index 2023, compiled by the Enhancing Africa's Response to Transnational Organized Crime project, ranks Nigeria second, with Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, topping the continental charts when it comes to the scourge of organized crime. I wonder if they give us a breakdown of the crimes that actually take place. According to the report, the most pervasive criminal markets in Africa was human trafficking. So if we're talking human trafficking, then I suppose that explains the Congo. Over the past 5 years, criminality across Africa has steadily increased and shows no signs of slowing down. Human trafficking remains a serious challenge. The cocaine market have spiked in East, West, and Southern Africa, and financial crimes are endemic in many regions, the report said. This is the third edition of the index, which has been published every 2 years since 2019. The ranking are based on a scale of 0 to 10, and Nigeria's 2023 overall criminality score is 7.28, up from 7.15 in 2021. The ENACT project is implemented by the Institute for Security Studies, ISS, in partnership with Interpol and Global Initiative Against Transnational Organized Crimes. 15 illicit activities are ranked with criminal market scores. These include human trafficking, human smuggling, arms trafficking, extortion, and protection racketeering, and financial crimes. On cyber-dependent crimes, Nigeria 8 out of 10, which is recognized as an epicenter for cyber crimes in Africa and globally. So they are saying Nigeria is the epicenter for cyber crimes globally, but I will beg to differ on that, because I suspect that India and Pakistan will have it, and the Chinese even. Nigeria and Mali both rank highest for levels of kidnapping for ransom. Nigeria scored 8 on extortion, 8.5 in arms trafficking, and 8.5 in trading counterfeit goods. So we're criminal to the core is essentially what the Africans are telling us. Criminal to the core. Let me play the Kegite music, then we kick off the conversation. I think we might well be able to have a conversation because we have somewhat of a panel, or at least some decent speakers with us.
Only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùyé o. Ibe sodi akẹkẹrẹ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby master kẹkẹrẹ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Waila ti kẹkẹrẹ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe, may death have nothing to do with us. So there it is right there. Before we get into the session, let me signpost you to the session that we're having tomorrow. Remember, I promised you Ijele Speaks. So for reasons of logistics, we were not able to have him yesterday, but I spoke to him earlier on today. You know that chasm of 1 hour between Nigeria and and the UK. So that was the chasm that we're trying to negotiate. But we've managed to negotiate it. So he'll be appearing tomorrow. He'll be the main guest for tomorrow's session. So the conversation will wrap around him. So for some of you living under a rock, not knowing who Ejele Speak is, here is the mighty man right here.
Yeah, my people, we are live again. I don't know what stopped it. But the mission must go on. We are at the National Assembly to remind these ones inside here that say they are representing themselves, that the Northern Elders Forum say made the demand for their Biafra. Say now we never hear anything. Go they shoot me as if now for social media they find no. They make them picking. They can see private business where person set up where use the confusing young people. See, I'm company type, private limited company. Watch am IPOB Worldwide Limited. And so na Biafra go be Biafra the Republic of Biafra Limited. Oh yeah, see the carry am go up. See am, watch. See am nature of business. For those of where they cry. For those of
So that's going to be our guest for tomorrow, Ejele Speak. So is a very opinionated, very strong personality. That's just a little soupçon of what you have to expect for tomorrow. So I'll post the link to that session imminently. So here is right there. So that's where is it? It should be on the screen. So there he is right there. So that's the session for tomorrow. So make sure you are all prepped and ready because it's going to be a blockbuster session with the majestic Ejele Speaks. So when Ejele speaks, the earth moves. So some ground shaking. I'm only really talking because I'm trying to grab the link so I can post it. So when I post the link, just make sure you go and bookmark it for tomorrow. So this will be the session for tomorrow. Ejele Speaks, the majestic, mighty one himself. So this link right here. Let me post the link and then I'll remove that from the system is somewhat a bit slow. Wait 1 second. I'm not quite sure. Maybe I've got too many things running on my computer. I wonder what's going on. All right. So that's the link right there. So go and bookmark that for tomorrow. So Ejele Speaks joins us at 10 p.m. tomorrow, and I think we'll also have we also have a guest that I'm lining up for Monday as well. So I'm actually now starting to spoil you guys, is what it seems to be the case. So I actually now seems to be spoiling you guys. So that's Ejele Speaks. So that is Ejele Speaks. So before we get into the session, still a bit more of administrative stuff to do. The initiative that we're doing, of course, to garner funds to send as an outreach to the Nigerians, to our people back home, our people in need. So it's not a charity giveaway, it's a leg up. So what we're doing, we're trying to hit £1,000. And then with that £1,000, we send it to Nigeria with the proviso that the monies will be given to especially women who find themselves in difficult circumstances, but they're trying to fight their way through it via some sort of small business. So these monies now will parachute into that small business to level that business up. So that's the whole idea. And we're calling it the one-man level up initiative. So our target is £1,000, as I said, and we've already had the donations coming in. So Yes, we've already had the donations coming in. Adeyinka Adetunji, he gave the first donation, which was £45. So protecting his identity, that is Kulata right there with £150. So thank you, Kulata. And this is Ayodele Ogunlowo, who comes in with £100. So you see we are moving fast towards our target. The majestic Prince Daddy, the one with the dulcet tones, there he is right there with £50. Our own Thomas chimes in with £50, also protecting his identity, but wanting to be part of the project. That is Ajanle Koko right there with £100. So the target now, no, what we have reached so far. So this tells you now £495. So that's a false reading because a private donor who doesn't want to come to the front, it says we should only refer to him as Don. He also privately put in £100 in that. So we're essentially at more or less, give or take £5, we're essentially at £600 now. So we're hop, skip, and a jump away from our targeted £1,000 target, our targeted target. That's just about grammar, isn't it? But there it is right there. I'm an Oyoman. The fact that I speak English at all is a feat in itself. So we're just about £400 from our target. So let's do that. Let's try and achieve that for this month. Let's try and achieve that in the course of this session. Just so we can wrap it up. I want to be able to get it to them before Christmas, but it depends on when we hit the target. So, when we hit the target, I still have to shut it down. I have to withdraw it. I have to convert it. I have to get it over to Nigeria. And TikTok, we're headed towards Christmas. But what is all of this harvesting money for? So I've sent Hassan into the interior parts of Maiduguri to go and pick out examples of the sort of people that we're giving the monies to. So he gave us the example of Zainab yesterday, but today now he presents another example. So here is an example of what we're canvassing money for.
Okay, hello everyone, my name is Hassan Abdullahi. So I'm just approaching our mama's shop here. You can just zoom around. This is a very this is Wenge Lion Bori, Kusada Bariki. So we have an old woman that we are trying to help today. We have an old woman that we are trying to help today. Mama has been somebody who has been resilient. She has gone through several things from displacement, to abject poverty, and then she still had the wherewithal to sell things like this, and she sells some food too. So Mama is somebody we are trying to meet. However, my Kanuri is not that good, so we'll be switching between me and my friend here who will help interpret what we are going to discuss with Mama. Please, Mama ina wuni? Ina gajiya? Ba ni kameran kai yanzu. Bari in dauki Mama. Mama ya kokari? Ya kasuwa? Kai sannu Mama da kokari. To na zo ne daga mutanen one man platform, kuma kowane ƙarshen shekara ana yin taimako ma mutanen da suke kokarin taimakon kansu. Na ga shagonki yadda babu abubuwa da yawa a ciki, kuma muna son ya zamto a samu dalilin da za a taimaka miki. Yanzu dai kuma na ji kokarin da kika yi da mutanen da ke karkashinki da duk abubuwan da dai ya shafe ki. To dai ina miki albishi na cewa insha Allahu za mu kai kukanki gurin su, kuma abinda Allah ya rabonki ne insha Allahu za mu dawo mu zo mu baki insha Allahu. To yanzu me zaki ce game da mutanen nan? Na'am. Ki faɗa da Kanuri saboda su tabbatar a garin Maiduguri kike. Na'am. Yo. 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 So insha Allah me tace ne a yi gullum?
Tace tana da marayu a karkashinta kuma ga jarinta yayi kaɗan kuma ba ta da miji ta ma rasu ga marayu nan tana so a taimaka mata da jari a taimaka mata ta dan bunƙasa wayanda suke karkashinta ma su dinga cin abinci.
Na'am, to mama za ki iya kiran sunan su ki ce kin gode da Kanuri, sunan su One Man Platform. Ka gaya mata.
Sun zabo ne sai ro askarne.
Na'am.
One Man Platform.
Masha Allah. Ki faɗa da Kanuri ma. Yawwa faɗi da thank you ma kika su ji.
Thank you.
One Man Platform, thank you kulle.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
One Man
Platform. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. So, on behalf of everyone, myself, the person that helped me interpret it, on behalf of Mama, we say thank you, and we wait to hear from all you guys. Ciao.
All right, so that's the excellent Hassan that we've sent into the interiors of Maiduguri to go and find out what is going on with our people right there. So the lady that Hassan was introducing, that is Mama Hadiza. She's a 69-year-old grandmother who is taking care of her 7 orphaned grandchildren whose parents have been killed by a traffic-related suicide bomb explosion whilst commuting back from a funeral. She lost 3 people, a father, that is her son, the father of the grandchildren, the wife, which is the mother of the grandchildren, and a baby, one of her grandchildren, in the same unfortunate event. So that's the story of Mama Hadiza. That's just an example of what we're canvassing. That's an example of what we're canvassing for. So that's an example of what we're canvassing for. Don't feel pushed, but if you feel sufficient enough that you want to be part of it, so we're not trying to tug at you, but we're just presenting. If you feel inclined, do it. That's just it. If you feel inclined, do it. So let me play you one more clip. Play you the K guys, bring on the panelists, and the conversation ensues. Actually, I've played this already, so let me just play the K guys, and then we bring on the panelists. But first, of course, the K guide, if I can find them.
Only water, where they see my water. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chief Wailati kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìle o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Niru Agbecheme, death have nothing to do with us. So Ikoko Neruagweshe, the excellent Patrick joins us. Always a delight whenever Patrick is here. Father of the bride, Ajale Koko, he's right there. Thank you for the contribution to the initiative. Adewale Prince, King to Obalola, he's here, and the excellent Zita in the house as well. So that guarantees already a banging session. So a banging session loading, and let it start to bang with Patoski. Patrick. Look at that. Let's kick it off then with Dewale. Dewale, are you there?
I'm here, woman.
All right, brilliant. So kick it off for us then, Dewale. Actually, let me replay this clip because I think this clip might well be an excellent space to start it off. This is Wike asserting his authority.
Hello, back.
So, Dewale, that was Yemson Wike right there, arriving in Port Harcourt to take the fight frontally to the rascally youth in State House.
Thank you, woman. Good evening, everyone, all our listeners, and everyone in the studio. Welcome back to One Man Show, the only show that is the authentic show now online, where everyone can hear their views. So, welcome everybody. So, by the way, a woman, it's not EMC, it's ESN. You know how I think Y is silent. Why you always pronouncing the Y in his name?
I take the correction. You know me and names now. What can we do? Maybe I'm dyslexic. I don't know.
You have to get familiar with some of these ways of pronouncing some of these names. You can't be taught to pronouncing Nigerian, the African names like this. Come on now. Don't do that.
All right. Go ahead.
Okay. You know, one man in the military and other forces, there's something called show of force. You don't necessarily apply force, but your presence speaks volume. And that is what you see there. You know, I watched today on Dr. Damage's shows where Yes Weekend was, flogged and condemned for, his activities and action against his protege. Look, the prayer has been rolling for River State for a very long time. But this is the first time the job people will have a shot at the house. So what that means is this. You may think your hand is on the sword now. Not that I agree with wicked action though. I totally condemn godfatherism, but it has come to stay and it's been in our politics from time immemorial. However, him coming home towards this Christmas festivities period, it's just to not just assert his authority, but just to let them know, just a reminder that I still in charge here. But you see, I don't know why he's putting it, turning against him. I guess it has to do with, it can't just be about power being financial issue. But you see, I don't know what Brother has put in place that will make him or establish him as a power to reckon with in River State. Yes, it's the son of a judge, but I think they will do themselves favor by, you know, trying to find a common ground with the person that actually paved way for their illustrious son to be the governor of River State. Him coming to River State, as shown in that video, is just to let people know, look, I may be residing in Abuja for now, but let me tell you something. I have my people on ground. Not just
it's clearly there to it's clearly there to intimidate Fubara. There's no, and it went with the retinue of senior politicians. A lot of the people that resigned from Fubara's government, part of his welcoming committee, and he of course brought his band. So it's going to be an uncomfortable Christmas for Fubara.
Uncomfortable Christmas, no. And, you know, I also think that, look, if any governor, I've heard people saying, well, he's getting the treatment that he meted on Amaechi. But at the time Amaechi went to the central, to the presidency, he didn't have the same kind of power that Wike has now. I mean, if you come to look at it, Wike is in proximity of the presidency, decided in Abuja. Amaechi was just a minister, correct? But as the governor of Abuja, in the land of the land where the president resides, and with his role in the emergence of this president, can't tell me that he doesn't have the ears of the president. So if you find someone who is close to the seat of power, make sure that you have everything in place. But as it stands now, the presidency is the monarchy. They can kill and destroy. So if you are fighting the enemy of the big man, you are going to lose. This is not Buhari that will stay back, that will not get involved in a local issue. This is president that this is like his playground. So talking about you are fighting someone who is close to him. Yes, the president is going to need River State in 2027, but you can't tell me that he was going to push aside the person that helped him to become president and embrace you, that you are just a beneficiary of that particular person. It's not going to work out that way. And, you know, people don't work that way by, you know, pushing aside people that help. No, it's the type of politician that remember what people does for him. So, and in politics, it doesn't as well, because Yoruba would put right? You are planning evil against your benefactor. Then the future is not always turn out right. But as it stands, him coming home, I get to be there to say, hey, I'm here for Christmas, correct? And the commissioner resigning is a bad omen for Fubara. Yes, you may think you have the upper hand, but let me tell you something. Even with the money, sometimes, money will be useless. Look, people have pride. It's just that you have not haggled that price very well. That's where you will know that people can be compromised. The people that are singing his praise today, if tomorrow comes, as long as talking about center power, national power, they will dance to the tune of the presidency. I can tell you that. And for someone who has all the power invested in his hands right now, ain't no way a governor will have a say. But you see, we can play and wrestle power from PDP. You know how powerful PDP was? Wrestle power with the likes of Atiku, publicly declare against his own party, and you are saying that you are going to find them, and yet it's also with the incumbent. There's no way he was going to lose that fight. I can bet it. There's no way. But you see, I hope that Fubara will retrace the step, play the game the way it's supposed to play. Yes, you may say that I'm going to teach out the same way you teach it to your predecessor, but hey, sometimes it doesn't play out that way, because sometimes others learn from other people.
Would it be too far a reach to say that Wike is the second most powerful politician in Nigeria after Tinubu? I cannot see anybody more powerful than him.
No, I beg your pardon, one man. You see, the power that be actually is not in the public. They are way behind the curtain. What people that you see manifesting in the public has just the handwork of those power brokers. That is why you will never see them hugging microphone or camera talking to them because they wouldn't want to rebuild themselves. So the power, those people behind, we can establish some people's interests, whether we like it or not. You may say that he has established himself as the former governor of a state, but I tell you what, certain power blocks put him there as governor there. So I want to say, look, a lot of times the optics play well because it's something that you have to act out like a drama. But those that are actually truly powerful, you don't get to hear their names daily in the news about what they've done or their action. No, they are like the remote controlling what you see manifesting in River State is more of a power tussle between certain power blocks, and it's just that
hold on. That sounds like some conspiracy theory sort of.
It is not conspiracy theory.
Hold on. Well, you can't say it's a fact now unless you are able to name all these. You are saying they are shadowy figures, hold on. You are saying there are shadowy figures. So an implicit in that is that you are not able to name them. So you are in speculative realms. To say that people are puppet mastering the situation.
Let me give you an example. Yoruba will say they came from a ward, they came from a constituency. They have people that financially put their resources and all that down for them to emerge. So the people surrounding Wiki, as it was being welcomed in River State today, those people are from Edo or Lagos State. They are river, how do they call them now? River people, right? So who would have thought that where these people be hiding out this while all this is ongoing? Look, I tell you, it's not conspiracy. When you have politicians consulting, they are not talking to the trees and water. They are talking to people that can help them in their local constituencies. And by the way, people that have invested their resources and their time saying this person imagined as the public pressure that they wanted. So, look, I may not put names on it, but I can tell you they exist. Okay? They exist. There's no way just two individuals will be playing this, what can we call this? Is it a chess game or Ludo game, in between them? Throwing the state into flame and you think everybody we've had a former governor in the state, right? So where is the position of those people? I'm talking about the likes of Peter those of this world movies, just be like, let me sit down, look and watch these kids, No, they have their own game being played behind, but it's just that you never see that being reported in the news. So who do we see? The person who has been elected to be in a public office are the ones that will be here from time to time. It sounds conspiracy, but that is the truth. That is the fact. Did you see Tinubu going to the north before the election, pre-election, talking to the likes of the Trans family and all that? There was a particular individual that he was bound to keep going into because he knew that the position these people hold and their opinion in their constituents and the community. Those are the power blocks that I'm talking about. Thank you, Moma.
All right. Dewale, your connection is a bit choppy, but I think we can make you out somewhat. Let me take you to this space. I did not read this one out, but I came across it in the course of the day. Turkey's central bank chief moves in with her parents. Let me do it again. Turkey's central bank chief moves in with her parents over her inability to afford a home in Istanbul due to inflation. So this is the narrative of so imagine the governor of the central bank having to go and live with his father because he's not able to afford the house in Abuja. What are you making of that vis-a-vis our own situation in our country?
As far as that, how comical it will come across. That is the reality of the state, the country that he lives. But you see, I don't see that happening in Nigeria, where you have everyone wants to claim big man and egocentric and all that. Um, I want to, well, it's their policy that is biting them in the butt, and he is also benefiting from that decision that they made as a central bank governor in Turkey, which is to me is a little bit embarrassing. For that to have allowed inflation to have risen to that point where he could not afford, such a thing, and he ended up. It's a bad example, but I don't see that happening in our climate here. Even if the inflation rose to 100%.
No. Hold on. He is a she, and she's just newly appointed.
A she.
Hold on. He is a she, and she's just newly appointed.
Okay. Well, as a she, what difference does it even make anyway? But the thing is that newly it might also have some political undertone, if that is the case, to show that look, the decision of the previous people, this is where it has landed us. So I'm going to, show example of it, how it's biting people and how it's affecting people, by taking that decision to move back with our parents. But that's terrible. It's a central bank government in Turkey. How I'm trying to look at it and how possible is that? I believe she must have attained certain standards in the society, but maybe I'm looking at it from that prism of
you're looking at it from a Nigerian prism.
Possibly, yeah.
All right. Let me take you to. I'll take you to a couple more talking points, only because the connection is quaky. We can hear you, but obviously we know you're driving. This situation is transmuting from a problem to an epidemic, and now almost to a pandemic. Sports betting an epidemic amongst Nigerian youths. So this is a narrative of the financial situation of the Nigerian space. These people, they are now at the end of their tether, and Kalo now. This is now you know this is actually people dress up pretending like they're going to work and this is
Honestly, addiction is not just limited to alcohol and drugs. Addiction could be betting, which has been known for a very long time. People are addicted to betting. If you're talking about free money, what we have in Nigeria, I've seen so many videos popping up on social media where people complain and talk about how addicted they were, to betting in Nigeria. But you see, the kind of betting that we have in Nigeria is the chronic one that will suck you in, like the way bed bugs suck blood, and you to untangle yourself becomes a problem. And people don't usually speak up. I think the authority in charge that will be in control, managing or policy making of this industry should do a lot to sensitize people, because what we have is more of you call it, is it pandemic or endemic? Because it's becoming
yes, it's endemic to the point of being a pandemic.
So okay, so which one is the biggest, endemic or pandemic? I think pandemic is bigger than endemic, right? I'm not sure, but no matter what it is, it's
endemic. Carry on.
English will not kill me, but no matter what it is, it's becoming more problematic in the sense that people are addicted to it, and I think economic issue also make it even worse, because people are looking for sharp miracle like the MMM kind of wealth creation and all that.
I think that is really where this story is. It is a narrative of the economic situation. and people just looking for desperate ways out. And this is what we're seeing playing out.
To richer people to also play Kalo Kalo Woma. I mean, I grew up seeing people playing Babaje. Not Babaje, but there was this one.
Yeah, but that no, those were just fun time. Pool.
No, once you're addicted to it, you're addicted. Right. Once you're addicted to it, I've seen people in the village that are actually been, prevailed upon by the community about this a betting addiction. Then, every time you do what do you call them? They call them this bricklaying job. They will take the entire money and use it to go and play. There's a name they call it in the local parlance. I forgot the name, but.
Million dollar pool.
I will not lie to you. I've tried it here in America maybe 4 times or 3 times. They have one. They have the one for state, one for the national. And the chances of winning is 1 in a million, which is very, very rare. They also have some other little side stuff that you can scratch and win. But I look at it like maybe because I'm not so interested in it per se. But I think that economic status also contributes to the addiction. Why people actually, looking for such an easy way out. But the Nigerian government should regulate that industry, because you can't say we are looking for money and I mean, in this climate, they use money or taxes realized from that industry, to pay for education and subsidized education in some way in some states. So I think the government need to look into it. At the point it was criminalized in some part of the country, if I'm not mistaken. But eventually they lifted the ban. Now we have, it's terrible. We have Naira beds, Nigeria beds, all sort of those young, and they target young Nigerians. Those ones are the ones. If you are 50 or 60 above, yeah, you can spend your life away. You're on your own. But when you are in your 20s and they give you school fees, you are spending it on the Kalo. that right there is something else. I don't know what names to put on it, but governments need to regulate that industry. It's becoming out of hand.
All right, let me take you to one more space. A brief commentary on this, and then I'll go on from you to Zita. Nigeria ranks 2nd in Africa on Organized Crime Index. So that comes as no surprise, I suspect.
Well, as you are reading that, I'm trying to, the industry that I work here is into something like that in terms of determining the index, the data and all that. But, without spilling so much information, I don't know what data that was used to arrive at that point. But I also know that crime is everywhere. Organized crime, as they say. What kind of organized crime are we talking about? Is it? I know Nigerians can be, the Yahoo thing is, of course, in some ways. But is it globally or is it limited to African only, woman?
No, this is an African index.
Okay.
They're talking about people trafficking, cocaine dealing, cyber crimes, arms trafficking, extortion, protection, racketeering, financial crimes, those sort of stuff.
I don't think I will go with that. I don't think I believe that, because reason being is that, look, sometimes these things happen in all this country, but because the way Nigeria is always in the news, that also could lead to people assuming that is the way Nigerians are, and they decided to, I think it would be best to put them, rank them certain way. What about South Africa? What about the Guineas, the Equatorial Guinea, all those smaller countries? They're also into organized crime. They're also into, even there's a story.
Yeah, but not at the level that Nigeria is now.
You'll be surprised. See, there was a documentary.
No. I would not be surprised. The size of the Nigerian economy, the size of the Nigerian population, the education level of Nigeria, all of it is just it's a heady mix for criminality.
There was a documentary by the BBC on YouTube dealt with women trafficking, prostitutions, in the Arab world. It was actually the main actor was focused the Kenyans and other neighboring country around it, and they were trying to unravel those people that were perpetrating and involved in such organized crime. But I don't know what position is Kenya is in this. I don't know what the position of other East African
Congo is number 1. That's the most criminal space. Nigeria is number 2. South Africa number 3. Kenya number 4. Libya, CAR, Uganda, Sudan, and Cameroon. So those are the top 10.
In as much as I'm trying to, go against that report, part of me is also saying, well, we are criminal minded in some way. So it's a little bit hard to fight against, such a report. But by and large, you will be surprised that crime is everywhere. What is termed as organized crime? Is it financial? As you read it out, in terms of financial organized crime, gone are the days where we have the local badge, but now we've gone international. All those ones have been apprehended in at the international stage. Did not even give us a good reputation. So those could also contribute to the ranking of Nigeria as number 2. But I will bet you that other African countries are also into that kind of organized crime. But because Nigeria is always out there, we are always saying and heard about. So and that put us in that pedestal of number 1 in the ranking. But Nigeria's number 2 is I don't think it's correct. I don't think so. Of course, we're up there, but I don't think we are number 2. The like of South Africa should be number 1 because that country is as big as the economy. Also, they are also they have a lot of organized ring group that are also running their society.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Dewale. Let me go from you to Zita, see if she's ready. Zita, you're up next. Zita.
Hey, woman, how are you?
Adeo, Wagwan.
Nothing. What's happening?
Not a lot of Nigeria matter again. A myriad of topics to go through, but let me kick you off with this one. It says Nigeria ranks second highest in paternity fraud in the world. So this is not even in Africa anymore, in the world. So that tells you it's a narrative of bastardization, and they're telling you that Nigeria has the second highest number of bastards in the world, only after Jamaica. So every other child is not the father's son.
That doesn't make them a bastard anyway.
What does it make them? It makes them a bastard now. The word is too harsh, Abi.
Yeah,
that word.
They have mother. No child is a bastard because there is a union of the other side before they came out. Anyway, the first time I heard that thing was long time ago from a Frenchman. He called. We said Nigerian women are very wayward. I took a deep offense to that. Although he later apologized, but that was about 10 years ago. More than 10 years ago. I was mad when he said it. But, well, man, after so many years, I found out he was actually somewhat saying the truth. But let me say this. This idea of giving another person's child, that's the bit I don't understand.
Zita, I think one instance might be a mistake, but some of the examples being cited in that readout, an instance of a guy, his daughter, whatever her name is, 19 years old, a second daughter, 17 years old, and then a son about just under the teenage. But all three of them, none of them his, but all three of them belongs to another man.
That means the woman was doing this thing inside her marriage. That's what it means.
Yes. So yes, Esther 19, Shirley 17, and Stephen 15. But the twist to the narrative is that so the guy nursed all this all those going throughs that you go through bringing up children 19 years 17 15. So the mother now deceased, and then knock he heard on the door, and then he opened the door only to see a man telling him that he's come to claim his children. The fight ensued, DNA test requested, and the man that knocked on the door walked away with the children.
Hey, one man, that could be very devastating.
That's that. If that guy is not strong, that's to go and drink a sniper now. Is it not sniper that they drink in Nigeria?
But I think traditionally he owns the child. If I were the man, God forbid, I would never be the man. I would take it to court of what do they call it again? Traditionally, he owns the child, but scientifically, they are not his. I stumbled into another report that said 45%, which is a very large number of every first child in Nigeria, probably the man that is being called his father is not. That's another fraud that I stumbled. Then I asked my colleagues, they said it's true, but they think it's 40%, that it's not up to 45%. So
I saw a similar report, but that report said 60%.
What?
Yeah.
No, it wasn't 60.
No, it stands to reason now. If they are saying we're the second in the world, then it stands to reason now that every other child does not belong to the guy that they call father.
The first one, they said the first one. But why, by the way, one man, can I ask, why should somebody do that?
I should be asking you. You are the woman. It's women that are doing these things now.
Well, this one is eluding me anyway. I don't really know what to say, but I'm just trying to wrap my head around it.
You know, the one that is that story of that guy that killed me. Is it
that the man is not fertile?
Yeah, that might well be the narrative. The woman might well feel that she was even doing him a favor.
But they didn't say the man was not fertile in the story.
No, they didn't say that. But the sequence of it are all three children, none of them his, and those are his only children.
No, that's suicidal, honestly. That's suicidal. But so what are we going to do about it to Nigerian women, one man?
No, Nigerian women are a lost cause now, you know. Your wife is only your wife when she's in front of you in your presence right there. The moment she steps out of the house, she's not your wife until you say her again.
I thought the problem was outside of Nigeria. I didn't know the problem is also inside of Nigeria. I thought it's Nigerians outside that is actually having this kind of problem. I didn't know that. Anyway, one man is a terrible situation. I don't know what to say. I can only say a pity to the man. I don't know, but I believe some time ago I had a colleague, the son, actually was the second child, not the first, had some kind of health problems. Rushed to the hospital, blood this, blood that. To the blood, none of them is matching. The doctor told the man that it doesn't necessarily mean the child is not his, blah, blah, blah. But if he insists, unless he wants a DNA, we all pleaded with him because we know he has some heart issues. So don't go, just forget it. Let it be in the air so that you have a portion where you will believe that probably the child was yours. The man insisted, went for the DNA. Unfortunately, the child wasn't his. But the first child was his, but the second one wasn't his. But I think maybe they can make it compulsory.
Yes, I think we're headed towards that.
Yeah,
I think increasingly you'll be seeing people doing DNA tests at the point of birth.
Yeah.
And then very quickly the law will even insist that you do it.
Yeah, so that part of the birth record is
Are you there?
17 years in a child, and somebody just walk in. I wouldn't even go for the DNA in the first place. The man was stupid going for a DNA. I wouldn't go for. Are you mad? My children in my house for 17 years with a wife, legally married. You stumble into my wife's house to talk rubbish. These are things you really knock somebody out with. Honestly, it's ridiculous.
All right, let me move you to another space. I was going to move you to the headline on the screen, but I think this clip is more your space. Let me just play 20 seconds of it.
Hello, back.
So there it is right there. You know what is going on. The daddy's home is essentially.
So he has carried the war back to River State.
Yeah, you know, he's going to the rascally youth. Is going to is taking Koboko to go and administer correctional punishment.
So is he going to spend Christmas in? Wiki is troublesome a lot. What I have to say that I don't know why Fubara is doing what he's doing, but you won't take out the personality of Wiki. He's a fighter. And most times he fights to finish. Even if it's going to involve him going down, he doesn't mind. So when you are fighting with such a person, you have to be very careful. Look at him as a minister. What Amaechi could not do. He got how many commissioners resigned now? I heard 3 others resigned. The other, is it yesterday? And then 27.
Yeah, but you have to say that he's not yet defeated Amaechi's record. Amaechi was a 2-term governor. Amaechi was the leader of the Governors Forum. Amaechi was a senior minister in Buhari's administration. So there is nothing that
What I mean is that when Amaechi was outside of River State, even towards the end of his term as a governor, he couldn't pull such weight Wike is pulling in River State. Wike is no longer the governor, but somehow 27 people resigned, joined another party. Almost 8 commissioners have resigned. So how many is left? That's the question. Amaechi couldn't do that. Amaechi couldn't. So such a person, I'm not saying he's the devil, but what I'm saying is that Fubara just have to be very careful. Wike is brutal now. I've been saying it from time to time. What we know.
Do you think Wike is handling with gloves only because he doesn't want to embarrass Tinubu?
I don't know what him and Tinubu is discussing, but the only thing I know is that he has said it now after the first, when they went to meet him in Abuja. When they left, he had a press, I think it was with Channel or with one television station. He said, no matter how they call his name or what they say about him or how they threaten him, that if he wants to do it, he will still do it. He said it. He said it. But look, one man, honestly, sincerely speaking, this fight is too early. I will keep saying it. It's too early. The guy would have waited a little, maybe towards the end of his first tenure, or maybe when he grabs the ticket of his second tenure, maybe, but I don't know.
All right, let me take you to this space. It's still politics of high jinks. Osinbajo, Amaechi, Yarima, others drop presidential ambition ahead of 2027 election, support Tinubu. So they are forming some sort of a quorum of the committee of the damned or the defeated, and they are inaugurating. they are inaugurated. So all of the Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, Ahmed Sani Yarima, Rotimi Amaechi, Dr. Nicholas Felix, Dr. Kayode Fayemi, Senator Ibikunle Amosun, Owele Rochas Okorocha, Abubakar Atiku Bagudu, Yahaya Bello, Dave Umahi, Ogbonaya Ono, Ahmed Lawan, and Goswila Pabio. So they're all forming some sort of a quorum Tinubu 2027. So it looks as though they're a total defeat now. Yeah.
So they have the quorum of defeated presidents.
Look at that. But they are inviting other people from other parties to come and join them. So the Peter Obi's seat is waiting to be filled.
Yerima? Where did Yerima come from? I've not heard from him for a long time.
Yes, you know, in some instances, some of these people, they do these things just to flash their name up in the news cycle. Maybe they want some. They said they'll be meeting.
Is it not Yerima that is in the Senate that contested that Senate president with Akpabio? Is it not the one? Former governor of Zamfara. Is it not the one?
Yes, the one that married the
little girl,
Egyptian girl. Yes.
Oh, is it that?
Yeah, it's that one.
Is it the senator or the former governor of Zamfara?
No, they are both the same now. It was the former governor, then turned senator. Was that not the case?
Is the Yerima I'm talking about is the former governor. I don't even
it was the first one to introduce Sharia into that northern space.
Oh,
yeah.
That was before.
So they have Amaechi is dropping his ambition for Tinubu.
But that would make sense, would it not, Zeta? Because the window doesn't open for him anymore. The only thing he can do now is to contest the primaries against Tinubu, which he will lose. So why not just show some magnanimity rather than take humiliation?
Woman, let me say this. If everybody can calm down, let's see what we can get done in Nigeria. All this politics is really becoming very annoying, honestly. If they can calm down, support whosoever is there, let's see if we can get some few things done. At least electricity. That electricity is so annoying, honestly. I don't know about any other person. But if they decide to form quorum of failed presidential candidate, that's okay. But I'm surprised for Amaechi. I know Okorocha has fallen in line since. I'm surprised for me.
But that electricity is the number one thing now. I mean, why don't they just fix? Is it beyond the realms of their capacity to fix it? I mean, what's going on? We are not asking them to.
If you be following the problem of electricity in Nigeria, there was a time I asked that question in your platform. I said, I don't know. I know how old I am, but since I was born, I have never seen constant electricity in Nigeria. I've never. And I asked the question, if anybody who have seen constant electricity, like there was a time there was a total electricity in Nigeria for areas that have electricity, it's just normal electricity, like something you have in the West. Let the person tell me, and nobody was able to tell me that. It's a sabotage something. A lot of things need to be banned for electricity to stand in Nigeria.
Such as
generators.
How can you ban generator when there's no electricity?
That is what I'm saying now. You remember the problem Obasanjo have with, I won't call his name, when Ajip, the plants, the electricity supply Ajip was giving. You remember the saboteur who sent boys to go and destroy those transformers? You people don't forget that story. Wasn't it a major importer of generator into Nigeria that did that? I mean, you see.
Yeah, but you can't ban a generator, otherwise you plunge the country into darkness.
That is what I am saying. That's what I am saying.
And then you ground everything to a halt.
When you want to do something this way, it's not working. There are things you can put your feet down and. I've said it several times. Let people buy gas turbines, generate power in a particular area, and sell to them. I've said that several times. They have to sort that electricity problem. It's important they do so.
You know, Zita, we're not actually asking them to invent electricity. I think that was done about 100 years ago. All we're asking them to do is to go and some of our monies, don't steal all of it, give some of it to Igbo people, tell them to come and build this thing, and so that we can go home and switch on a light. I mean, what's so difficult? The Arabs do it. They will take their money, give it to Igbo people, and they will come and give them electricity.
Why can't they do electricity the way they do for this our GSM?
How do you mean liberalize the space?
Yes. They do.
Yes, I think they do. They should actually. I think they should give out more licenses.
Like, power your house. Let it be a charger. You want 1,000 naira charge, they give you 1,000 naira charge. You go and slot it into your house, and it powers your house for what of 1,000? Forget they used to use such a thing in the UK before. Remember in the olden days?
No, they still do now. Prepaid. Yeah.
So why don't they do it in Nigeria? Let there be companies that generate it, put it in a card or in a metal. You go slot it in your house, and that's it. You buy the quantity you can use, just as they use their GSM and their data and blah, blah, blah. That's it. You keep running it. When it's about to finish, you go charge again. Some big people might have 3, 4 chargers. Why can't they do it like that? What is all this madness of electricity in Nigeria? Honestly, it's becoming very shameful. But
you know, over and above everything else is the one thing that is holding us back.
Yeah, because
it's over and above everything else. So electricity is the one thing that is holding that country back.
Yeah, let me tell
you. And it's an easy reach now. It's not something. Just pay and have it. It's a template now. It's like going and buying something off the shelf. It's an off-the-shelf product. So what? I don't get it.
Let me tell you something that I tell you that if there is constant electricity in Nigeria, the level of unemployment will reduce by at least 30%.
I agree. And insecurity will reduce also by the same percentage.
Yeah, because I remember when I was in Port Harcourt, there is a place they call Share Barracks. Share supplied them 24 hours of power supply. These policemen, their brothers and sisters that live with them, do you know what they do? They come to us. They take your clothes, they wash them with their washing machine in the house. They iron them, arrange them, bring it to you, you pay them. I have one girl, that was the job she was doing. Every Friday, she takes all the clothes, wash them. By Monday morning, everything is clean, sparkling clean. I pay her every week. So she's a graduate. She wasn't working, but she was making her good money. One day I asked her, how much do you make in a month? She said she make 70,000 naira going round us. I was like, what? She said, yes.
I wonder how many of you were making 70,000 yourself.
Huh?
I said, I wonder how many of you how many graduates are making 70,000 a month?
That is the thing. Yeah. But she was going around us up to 15 of us. Every week, we are loading money into her account. She watches it. She does everything. Papa actually brought her sister. They started the cleaning pattern. They will clean your house, clean your refrigerator, clean everything. Load blocks, because they do ice blocks. She will do ice block and come and load for you. I mean, if there is electricity, a lot, I promise you, a lot. So many of these young people...
You know what electricity is in Nigeria? Electricity is like about it's about a 30,000 naira gift to every household. Do you know? Because you are able to buy food in bulk and then keep it, and then the money you spend on generator, that's every night 3,000 on a petrol, that goes back in your pocket. All of those things, it may well amount to about 20-30 grand a month back in people's pockets.
One Olodo in the comment section is saying shell quarters. You think I talk rubbish? I said shell barracks. It's called shell police barracks. It's within the IA. The quarters is in Aru A residential area. That one is called shell barracks. And you think I don't know what I'm talking about? Olodo. Please let me
you and your parties in the comment section. All right. Let me let me take you to this place, Zita. Dewale was trying to push back at this. I think maybe for reasons of national pride. Nigeria ranks second in Africa on organized crime index. So does this catch you off guard? We're the second most criminal in Africa.
I don't even know why we came second. I thought we are the first. So how did Congo beat us?
Come on, Madam Sita. Come on. Where's your patriotism? Why? No. These people are also criminals too.
No, okay, wait. Let me say this. You see, when they do this, they are indexing. A lot of things is factored in. Now, if you look at the whole of Africa, Nigerians are the most traveled. Right or wrong?
Correct.
So, if they go about, some of them go about doing something, the data will be easy to pick than people who sit in their country in one corner and be doing their criminality. It's easy to an external body to come in to index them. But for people who are littered all over the world, it's easy. Because I remember one day somebody walked into my office. The guy is actually from Senegal. They asked him where he's from. He said he's a Nigerian. I asked him where is he from Nigeria. He said Lagos. I asked him, where in Lagos are you from? He started stammering. I said, if you don't tell people where you go, that was in the United States. I said, I'll call the police on you for doing something wrong and saying you are a Nigerian. That's wrong. So what am I saying in essence? Because when you talk about Africa, is the first country that comes into mind is actually Nigeria. I mean, outside of Africa, it's actually Nigeria because they are the most traveled. In every walks of life, you must see a Nigerian immigrant there, all over the world. Even in the most ridiculous place, you think no person will go there. Nigerian is there. So so that's why on that basis, I'm saying I'm surprised we came second. We should actually be the first.
All right. Yes. I think we should. I think they've used matrices like human trafficking and things like that. So I think that came into play. Let me take this one is somewhat of a maybe light-hearted, but certainly embedded politics within it. We were talking about it yesterday, but it has now happened today. El Rufai becomes Boba Niyi of Ijebu land, first from the north. So this is the first time that the Awujale of Ijebu land has reached beyond the Niger to confer a chieftaincy title on somebody, and it's the little mini-me from Kaduna that got the honor. So what politics do you think is in play here? El Rufai becomes... Yeah.
You see, that's why I sometimes I respect the Yorubas. Not that you people are really very nice people anyway, but the thing is that you know how to cajole somebody into your side. You guys are not that frontal. And it's good. It's helping. Because You see the way you guys are cornering, what's his name? What did you call him? Little man. You see the way they're cornering him. I won't be surprised if another Yoruba prominent, they will say he's the force that it has been given in Yoruba land. Then we call him again.
But I was saying that before you move forward, you said not because we are that nice. What do you mean?
You people are not really actually very good people. Okay?
Yeah. I'm offended to hearing that.
No.
Let her land it now. Let her land it before you know.
Offended.
Yeah. No.
Don't get offended. Let me say this. I'm saying that on one basis. We all will agree that help and upliftment is divine. When you have an ethnic group that do not disrespect or disregard help and upliftment, they go far. That doesn't really mean that they're very nice people, but there are things they do not joke with. But if you find an ethnic group that everything is everything and everything is nothing, they have issues. So based on that, I can comfortably say that Yorubans are not actually very nice people, but there are things they don't joke with. And I give them respect for that. They are not frontal, no matter what. They can fight you behind, but they cannot come out to tell you, and then what did you do? And so what? They're not that kind of people. But that doesn't mean...
Zita, would you describe that as cowardice or guile? Is it cowardice or guile?
Which one is cowardice? It's guile. How can it be cowardice? How can it be cowardice? Let me give you a typical example. Somebody helped you. And somehow, you come into confrontation, argument, or debate. And somebody tapped you and said, you know where you are today, that guy. And so what? That makes you look very stupid. That's not strength. Strength on blocking all your avenues, the steps. You remove the steps that take you right through the ladder up there. You keep kicking them down, kicking them away. What about when you want to fall? That's going to be a land crash. If you are wise and strong, you keep. In fact, actually, if you are strong, you're going to make those steps very strong. They're going to be your ally. And that's what the Yorubans do. That's not cowardice. Why should that be in the first place? Why should anybody even think that is cowardice? Instead of me to use that word, cowardice, I will use the word cunningly smart. It doesn't necessarily mean that what you told him after helping him that he liked it, but because you helped him, he wouldn't be frontal. He will continue dobale for you. Anytime he sees you, he will bend and greet you. Thank you. Maybe when he goes to his bedroom with his wife, he will tell him, I don't like the way the man talks to me, but that's okay. They can discuss it. But coming to face the divinity of what take you to where you are is actually very wrong. And when you do such a thing, you actually repel people around you. You repel them. When people watch somebody help you, and they watch you say something like, and so what? What did he do? Is he not somebody that helps somebody? It repels humans because help is divine. Upliftment is divine. That's why most times when you need them, you never can be too sure where it's coming from. It can come from the most ridiculous place. That's why it's divine. So nobody should disregard, disrespect, or ignore the divinity of help and upliftment. I like what they're doing anyway. I like it.
I just think it's funny to be giving, but there's a lot of mutually beneficial politics in play there. So El Rufai, he gets the luster of being the first ever northerner that man, the Awujale of Ijebuland, he has been on that throne for 64 years. So it's not even, I'm not even sure it's a money thing. I think it's,
one man.
yeah.
One man. Let me correct something.
Please,
sometimes I told
Madam
you that
Zita, Madam Zita,
one man.
please,
Yes,
I just want to talk. I just want to say something.
Before you say, let me finish this, please. I don't mind you interjecting me.
No, I'm not interjecting you. I want to talk to
before yesterday, I told you I'm ready for them. The fool at the comment section asked him where the police in Shell are.
Who's that? Is that WSR?
Wait, a place where the police people are housed. Only them are housed. One man, what is it called? Police barracks. So what the heck is that idiot talking about?
But this person is saying they grew up in
he's an idiot.
Do you want to come on WSR and then come and explain what you mean?
He's an idiot. The place Shell IA is in Port Harcourt. Irumobiakani. That's where Shell IA is. Inside that Shell IA, right inside the Shell IA, they have what they call the police barracks. Not quarters. It's called Shell Police Barracks. The Shell Police, their houses, their apartments are being assigned there, not quarters. You can ask any other person. But I don't want to go into argument. I've said what I want to say. He can talk the rubbish he wants to do. But if you doubt it, you can go online. It's called Shell Police Barracks, Room Opiakami. It's right inside the JIA. Well, I don't want to be discussing with those headless mobs. Please, let's continue saying what
let Rational Mind come in for a moment. I think he wanted to insert something into the conversation. Yeah, Rational Mind.
When you said El-Rufai was given just some kind of title that sounds like they just keep manufacturing titles.
Yes, it sounded manufactured, yes.
Yeah, so, but then how about the one that was given to the one in Lagos? The one they call Jagaban. You know what they call Jagaban in the
No, I think that's an ancient title now.
No. You go and find out what is the Jagaban. Jagaban of Bogu, or what was it they gave him? Go and ask them what the meaning was. They will tell you what the meaning was. If some kind of funny title like that. So what does that mean?
It's like a warrior kind of a title.
No, I don't think so. No. It's not. It doesn't mean anything right. It's not.
How do you know? How do you know?
All right. Let me go and dig it out. I'll go and dig it out.
How you do your due diligence first before you.
I have had people say.
No, hold on. I've got it right here. It says it derives from jar, which means pool, and gaba, which means front in the Hausa language. A jagabar is therefore somebody who leads from the front, which is another way of describing a war commander. In other words, Jagaban of Bogu or Jagaba of Bogu means the chief warrior of Bogu.
One man, but there is a story why the man, that traditional ruler, gave him that Jagaban. There is a story behind it.
It's dollars now. Which other story other than dollars?
No. The Bogu kingdom. I don't know if you people have studied the Bogu kingdom. He cannot make that pronouncement alone. Maybe somebody needs to go and study the history of the Bogu kingdom. That's not the topic for today. The day is the topic for the day we discuss it. That man cannot make that pronouncement alone. So let's go back to our young man. I won't call him later. Let me call him young man. So you see the way you people are bringing him back home, you know. I won't be surprised if he gets another thing.
No, I think he may well have something because the way they treated him, I'm not sure that. Remember that it was El Rufai that infamously told us that anybody that strikes against the Fulani, it's a debt that is repayable even up to 1,000 years. So it's a man that holds grudges. El Rufai, we know that.
But you are worrying him now. You guys are worrying him back. By 2027, I won't be surprised if he starts chanting Tinubu again. By the time you guys finish with him, pet him. When he said that, did you see Yorubans going on the line to attack him? Nobody was sending all manner of messages to his Twitter handle abusing him from Yoruba. Even if there is, it must be very few. So that's who you guys are. You get the point? That's why I said, in as much as I cannot affirmatively say you people are nice people, but there are things you don't joke with. And that makes you guys. So he said what he said. He has said a lot of things, but he never get attacked from the Yoruba nation. You people never attacked him. So he's comfortable with you guys, even when he says all he says. And you people are bringing him back home. Back home. He will get another thing by the end of the year. Maybe before the end of next year, they will give him another 2 titles. Never can tell.
You know the allure of power is an elixir that these people can never get away from. When the Buhari administration was coming to an end, El Rufai told us that there was nothing. Remember, even at that Chatham House interaction, El Rufai told us that there was nothing that would take him back into governance. There is a 60-year-old man now that he wants to go and do his PhD, and he wants then to go into business and make stupid amounts of money. That is no longer interested in governance. But when they abandoned him, he started to play reggae music on Instagram. And the same thing with Yemsen Wike, who swore that if he ever takes a ministerial position, death should take him away. And as soon as they offer him something, there he is, flapping feathers. They cannot. The only person that seems to have stuck to his word is Fashola.
If they give Fashola something, he will take too.
He will take it, or if it's big enough. He wanted Gbadebo Amila's job. That's the only one that would have kept him there.
I would have loved him to have that job because
I think everybody would have. He would have.
Yeah, the guy that is doing that job is not doing a good job.
He's useless.
And he doesn't have that charisma. I don't know, but that's me. Please, you people should not shout. That's me.
No, I think everybody agrees with you. I think Gbadebo Amila is more interested in playing pretty boy than actually politics. And nobody can describe Fashola as a pretty boy. He is more of a bruiser. And that is what you need in that position, a bruiser. Not somebody that wants to do fine boy.
Yeah, he's extremely intelligent. He's extremely intelligent and smart guy. That's the person I would have loved to be there. But I'm not the president anyway. But that guy with white beards in his beer. I was even surprised he got that.
He just wants to be doing English speaking. That's all. Does
he speak better than?
No, he doesn't speak better. But he has that westernized affectation, and people that usually have that westernized affectation, they are more into. They're sort of like it's like a peperimpe sort of a character that.
So what would you score him so far?
0. I think it's a negative to that administration.
Yeah.
I think it's a minus. And so many mistakes. Remember when they gave a 24-year-old boy one of the most senior, most parastatals, and they had to chase him out of the space. All of these own goals. It is meant to be the gatekeeper for all of these sort of things, but it's too busy trying to do pretty boy and all this nonsense.
I don't know. Say the man, Tinubu knows how to pick the best. Well, that I don't think maybe something else, but that job.
You know that guy marked him all the way through. Remember when anytime Tinubu was in France, Badabia Miller was there, anytime he's walking this, he close marked him. As soon as Tinubu was announced the winner, this guy just parked himself behind bumper to bumpers. They say he close marked him all the way to get in that position.
It's unfortunate, but he's not doing a good job. I was scoring him. There is something like -0. That's what I was scoring him.
You know, it's a negative to that administration. No doubt about that.
Yeah. Even what's his name? What's the other guy's name? He's even doing grigri more than himself. The guy just.
All right. Let me take it. Let me take you to this final space, and then from you we go on to Ajale Koko. Sports betting and epidemic amongst Nigerian youths. So this is a slow poison, just slowly destroying lives within the Nigerian space.
And what did they say is the reason?
Is the economic situation now?
That's not true.
So what reasons are you adducing?
Okay, now, you know, there are generations over the years. Now the 5th one. This generation that we are here now, apart from the Gen X, because the Gen X are the ones holding planet Earth now. In everything, the Gen X. After the Gen X, the rest had like easy thing. Easy. The level of easy life these guys are asking for is even overwhelming me. Sometimes I used to ask, then who's gonna get it done? I mean, they want everything easy. Easy money, easy life, no stress, no sweat. They don't even have the stamina in them, not to talk of the strength. So is it okay? What about the MMM time? You forget Bet Niger, is whatever they call it. What about what do they call that Yoruba man? I think he's late now. So all through the time of Nigeria, the economy has been bad. Is that what we are saying? Because this has been going on for a long time. You didn't see the man that committed suicide. You didn't see the story. He betted 2.5 million on bets. I mean, I don't get it. Is one man stay there? Hello? Hello? I think I went off.
We can hear you. One man, are you there?
No, I am now.
All right.
What's going on? Did we lose Zita?
I don't know. Maybe she.
No. I think our system dropped. And she's back. Zita, back to you.
Yeah, I said, are we going to say that from the beginning of Nigeria that the economy has been bad and that's what is pushing them? If you say that, I will say, okay, that's the reason. But if there was a time Nigeria was a little bit good, but betting has always been there. What about the Yoruba man that died some time ago? You own a bet.
But not to this level now. It's a pandemic. Everybody's a gambler now, looking for an easy way out.
Oh, one man. Maybe you don't have people that do these things in the olden days. Growing up as a child, you forgot the pool. What do they call it? Pool house? Pool. The one they used to bet.
No, we all remember them now. All those babas at the bus stop.
Okay.
Doing Aberdeen, Dundee United and all of that. That's where Dundee United came from now. From those pulling babas.
Yeah. Even in the interior villages, you see cash like bachas, pool houses, people walking there every day to make bet. Look, woman, most of the stories that come out is because of the level of technology we have today. It makes the story come out for everybody to hear. Not that those things has not been happening over the years. It's the social media that bring all these things out. It's as if, hey, this thing is happening now. Hey, this has always been there. Nigerians has been betting. They love to bet. But this generation now, agree, is on the high. I remember the MMM. I remember what happened during that period. Everybody wants easy money. So that's what is going on. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So, yeah, from you, let's go on to Ajanle Koko. Stay with us as it Ajanle Koko, you're up next. Okay, let's go to Uptown. Who is in Nigeria? Uptown, are you there? Oh, all right. Rational Mind is there, so let's go to him. So, Rational Mind, this betting pandemic, what says you?
Yeah, woman, thank you.
Okay, I'll go after Rational there.
I've been trying to research what I was arguing with you here. I'm still trying to come up with all the people that I see they have trail on the web, all just those paid APC people. That's all their write-ups I've been seeing online. They flooded everywhere with it. So yes, I would still do more research on that. I've not forgotten. So yeah. Talking about what you just asked me about the issue of the Bet Nigeria and all of them. Well, it is true that Nigerians have always been they have always been a bet nation, kind of way back in the 70s, 80s. Those people who grew up in the 80s, like somebody was mentioning, pool. It was a common thing then, but not at the scale that we've seen it in recent years. You might find maybe one pool in one street, and that's the only one you'll find a whole of the whole street. Maybe like 2, 3, 4 streets together, you only find like maybe one pool house. Not like you have them everywhere, like in a street you find like 3, 4, 5 pool houses. No, you can find maybe like one, and then maybe you walk several miles again before you find another one. But there are areas where you find them a lot more densely. You find them in some areas. Especially if people that grew up in AJ area, Ajegun area, Apapa, Orile, Ijora, towards Ebutemeta, all those areas, you will find them. You can't find them, but way back in the 70s, 80s, you only find pool. You can't even find pool in Surulere. You can't find it. So I would say it's not one of those things that are common to poverty-stricken areas. Areas that are considered as not middle class or the high end back then. So now let's try and extrapolate and interpolate or whatever with this what we're talking about. Woman, I don't know the last time you were in Lagos. My goodness. Go to some major, if not, but hardly you go to any bus stop.
It's a big problem, by the way. What I just glossed through is a big problem. It's destroying lives.
Just go to any bus stop. You will not see one, you will not see two, you will not see three, you will not see four. My brother, you will see on. You can't even. Well, maybe what I mean. I'm just trying to exaggerate here. What I'm trying to say is that you can't even put a figure to it. No, that doesn't mean that you cannot count it, but I'm trying to make you understand the problem we have in that country. The level of despondency in people. You were just talking about we don't have electricity. Do you know how boring it is to live in it? I mean, you and I will live in countries whereby we have electricity. The reason why we find life enjoyable here, besides other things, is because they have 24 hours electricity. I can turn on my TV, watch Netflix anytime, turn it off. I can go anywhere, even just go out and my house is secure because there's light everywhere. There's cameras everywhere. It's connected to my to my Wi-Fi, connected to everything. Everything is running, everything is synchronizing, and everything. You see, and there are people who are making money from like I pay secure my cameras, my cameras at home here and outside. I pay. There are some services I pay for that. People supply me lights, I pay. My gas coming in, I pay. I mean, there are people who are working. If right as I'm talking to you right now, I'm working from home because there's light. Although I have to charge my laptop or whatever. But because there's light 247, I need to be online to be able to monitor what I'm doing, and I'm making money on the side. You can just imagine the kind of industry that will spring up from when we have 24 hours electricity in that country. But when people wake up, you see young men, women. I mean, even married women now, they all go into. For you to even know where they are in the East now.
Sorry, can I ask a question?
Maybe the question can love me, but boy, you can land now. You can land. You can land.
Okay. But the question was it now?
No, the question, that was what I think you got it wrong, and I think she got it wrong because I said when I was trying to interject her, I said no. I said no. I'm not asking you a question. I'm talking to one man. Maybe she didn't hear me, or maybe let's forget that. So my point is, that question was directed at you, one man, because of what you said. So it wasn't too hard. So let's just leave that. So my point is this. Okay, go on, Kulata. Go on and ask.
Well, my question is innocent. We keep saying when we get electricity, this is going to happen, that is going to happen, we're going to industrialize, blah, blah, blah. But there are many African countries that indeed have 24/7 electricity, but yet they're not industrialized. So is electricity going to be the panacea of our problems?
Yeah, you see.
But they don't have our level of
industry. Hold on, woman. You see, sometimes I just wonder, Kulata, sometimes. Well, it's a good thing. Sometimes it's good to be the devil's advocate. I know you very well. You overdo it sometimes, and then you just come here and make it look like you're not. You're talking about countries like, I say South Africa. I mean, you see, this is what we do. We like to compare ourselves to countries that doesn't have the kind of resources we have, the kind of manpower that we have, the kind of people who are more exposed internationally. You cannot compare us to like Ghana. You cannot do that. Nigeria has what it takes to industrialize rather. Look at, you're comparing us to, you see, it's so funny sometimes when you people come here, you just want to justify the failures of your criminals that are leading that.
No, rational mind. What Kulata asked is very valid. Don't just push it aside.
I understand.
That's a very valid question.
Okay, let me not make it sound like
rational. Can I interject? Can I interject, sir?
You see, interjecting is going to make me lose my train of thought.
Sorry,
go on, please. Just go on. Make it brief, please.
Okay, please. What Kulata asked now, let me put it as an analogy. See what Kulata asked. Kulata asked that between a lister and a Tiger generator, the lister does not have fuel, the Tiger generator has fuel. And then we are supposed to power a skyscraper. And then because the Tiger generator has fuel, but is unable to power the skyscraper, we use this to justify that what the lister, because if we argue that the lister needs fuel to power the skyscraper, we all know that's true. But somebody brings an analogy that look at the Tiger generator.
That has no meaning to us because we don't live in a third world country like you do.
Wait, I'm coming. So if me and rational mind are arguing that, see, all we need to power this skyscraper is to put fuel inside this lister because the lister has the capacity to power the skyscraper. Somebody like Kulata comes and say, oh, no, that won't work because look at the Tiger Gen. It has a fuel inside, but it's not able to power the skyscraper. So that's what Kulata is asking. Rational, I just want to put it in a layman perspective for people to know how.
I get it. I understand what he's asking, but my point is this. You see, Kulata, people like Kulata like to do this, what about, and they take it to the extreme, and it sounds ridiculous sometimes. You want to compare us to...
It's not extreme now. Do you know there are many African countries that have...
You cannot compare us... Listen.
Let me land.
You want to compare ourselves... Okay,
5 seconds. Do you know there are many African countries that have 24/7 generators? And absolutely, I can say almost all of them are not industrialized.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is, when we get power, eventually, there are no guarantees that we're going to be industrialized.
Yeah, so here you go. Here you go. Just hear yourself.
There's a
There's no
level of
guarantee.
Rational mind, if you
It's
give
how
me a
it's
minute, I want to support Kulata actually.
Okay, no
See,
problem. You supported him. I had you. Okay, let me make my
it's
point.
a combination of policy, not just electricity alone. Look at this way. Look at it. You have electricity, but you don't have policy that is backing up production. It means nothing. Even though Baba will substitute his electricity, we take generator away and use electricity. But when you are talking of manufacturing of consumer products that will serve you, you open your border for product to come in, and you say you have electricity, but your local product is going to get more expensive than the one you are going to import later. How does that solve your industrialization? So don't just wave what Kulata said. He actually brought a very scholarly, and a very brilliant suggestion there, and you just wave it aside. Oh, electricity is just going to give. It's not true.
Okay, hold on. You see, this what about? Like I said, we take it to the extreme.
It's not what about.
It's okay. Oh, you can learn already. We take it to the extreme. What he asked me was about the electricity. Like he said, it's going to solve our problem. It will solve our problem. Now, but now that you've clarified it more, that what is the use of electricity in the absence of making policies that will drive industrialization? It's not just enough just saying, okay, we've put electricity there and everybody, okay, have fun.
But
no.
Mind you, it's not just policies. There's just one bit. There are other infrastructure too that needs to happen, because the cost of our productions needs to be cheaper relative to other countries that are producing.
How does your production cheap? How do you manufacture cheap when the means by which you should manufacture cheap, especially when it comes to source of power that would power.
Yeah, that's just one factor. That's just one factor in production. Just one factor.
One very big factor, actually.
Oh, cool. You imagine why a lot of the companies are exiting, besides the issue of the monetary policy and all of that, the issue with dollar. Let me not pack too many things. I don't want to, because I tend to go off tangent sometimes, because I have so many things I just want to pour out. But let me streamline it. Now, the point I'm trying to make here is that at the core of our not being industrialized. Now, take a look at those countries that are industrialized, like China. Imagine China is producing on just the kind of way we have. Do you think they will industrialize? I agree with you. Like, I agree with our friend from Canada. I mean, Ola, our DSS guy, Ola. Yeah, I agree with Ola that other policy needs to come in play too. Not just electricity. It's not just enough say, okay, I have electricity and then chicken, nothing more. No, it doesn't work that way. You don't understand that. But the point is at the core of it, all these countries that we talk about as industrialized countries, like India, like China, like Singapore, like even some European countries, is because they have 24 hours electricity. Imagine them having the kind of, with all their policies. You can just imagine Germany with being the Europe machine house. Imagine that they have the kind of problem that we have with electricity. With all the policy that they might have, no matter how good that policy is, how do you think they're going to industrialize? They're going to be that giant of Europe today, that engine house of Europe. No, this will not be possible, because electricity is at the core of industrialization. So you put that in place first, every other thing will follow. Because when people start bringing in investment, because they can manufacture cheap, because labor is cheap there's electricity cheap, or however it is, but there's electricity for everybody to be able to manufacture. They will drive that policies that government will see into it, that yes, we want to make policies that will bring in investors to come and bring in their machineries and come and manufacture locally within Nigeria. That is why electricity is at the core of it. If you take electricity out, no matter what you do, no matter how good that policy is, you will not go anywhere. China here, look at Japan, look at Germany, look at what's it called, India. They are all manufacturing. Look at Cambodia, look at Vietnam. They have electricity. Look at Indonesia. They have electricity 24/7. And that is why the economy is just speeding, because, I mean, to produce there is cheap, because there is that infrastructure of electricity is there for their industries to use to power their. No matter how good their policy is, we just take that electricity out, let them have the kind of life we are living in Nigeria. They will not go anywhere. They will not be that industrialized country that we refer to them. Why is the United States industrialized? Besides the policy, if they do not have it, just take out that electricity. Let them have the kind of situation we have in Nigeria, whereby everybody's running on Tiger generator, using what's it called, Meccano generator to be powered. Do you think they'll be able to power their industry with all those things? Do you think they'll move anywhere? So at the core of it is electricity. So let us not just downplay it like,
electricity is not enough. That's the point.
It is enough. Let me just say, hold on. Why I'm just making it sound like the way I'm coming at you is because, to me, I just feel you're just trying to give excuse for the criminals that are running our country, for their lack of not being able to transform that country into anything. Just trying to make an excuse for it. I just gave you an example of countries that without electricity they will not industrialize. How did this what's it called, this industrial what do you call it, back then in 1990?
Ghana has electricity. Crown is pointing out.
You see, we like to do this. What about? And
Ghana is not industrialized.
No, Ghana is industrialized. More than
is it? Are you joking?
Hold on. You see, that is what you don't know. What you don't know, one man. Ghana's economic compared to Nigeria is different. If you people like to do this what about, which sounds so ridiculous. You want to compare Nigeria to, why don't you compare Nigeria to South Africa, the lives of the people that we bought in Africa when it comes to economic size? I was listening to the other day. I said,
industries are leaving Nigeria to Ghana.
That's what we're talking about. They're leaving to Nigeria.
Okay, can we talk about? Hold on. Can we talk about how countries? I mean, things you need to, because we need to expand this conversation so people are educated. So when you look at industrialization, some of the main things impeding it, first of all, capital, access to capital, and then our people. Do we have an educated workforce? Not all this yama. I crammed, I got a degree, did this, whatever. Then we also need to look at the stability of our politics. And then before we now talk about infrastructure, and electricity is just one aspect of that electricity, of that infrastructure. The roads, the railways all over the country, transportation, all those stuff. So when we say if we get electricity today, it's not going to make us industrialize overnight. Yes, it improves the infrastructure side of it. It doesn't take care of the capital side of it. It doesn't take care of the human capital part of it. It doesn't take care of the political stability part of it. It doesn't take care of the trade side of it. And so many more factors. When I'm not trying to raise this just because I'm playing devil's advocate. I want us to really think this thing through. Yes, it's going to help, but it's not a panacea. There's no guarantee, is what I'm trying to tell you.
While it's not a panacea, like you said, but at the core of our industrialization, our not being able to industrialize, this lack of constant electricity it's at the core of it. Because Angelico just gave an example, which you are, and I know you're not oblivious to that a lot of industries, I remember I bought some stocks in Dunlop years ago. Dunlop is no longer in Nigeria anymore. Dunlop left.
But Ghana is not considered an industrialized nation by any stretch.
Now. You can be saying this because what you need to factor into what you're talking about is the size of the economy of Ghana. Ghana does not have our size of economy, so you cannot factor them into this. So if you want to compare us to the likes of like Morocco, likes of Egypt, or South Africa, these are the economies you should be comparing us to in Africa. And some days ago, I was hearing somebody said the Johannesburg Stock Exchange is worth about $1 trillion. Look at our own. Our own is just like at what?
Almost close to, but close to $1 trillion.
You mean South African Stock Exchange?
Yes.
Yeah. So now look at our own. Our own is just about 23 billion or is it 23 or 43 billion? I was looking at the other day, some few days ago. So you just imagine. But look at our size. Look at the size of South Africa. So these are the kind of people we should be comparing ourselves, not to be comparing ourselves to some countries that are not even the size of Lagos State when it comes to population. And you're here talking about, but industries are moving there. They are moving to Ghana. Some few industries are moving because they feel it's cheaper for them to produce there because they have constant electricity. Why don't you just fix that first? And let's see what other things will not drive it. People that will bring in investment, they will see the need to lobby the government, lobby the House of Rep and the Senate to start making policies that will bring in more industries. But why can't we be all these things that countries like Canada, United States, the EU, all those things that they're moving to Southeast Asia, or moving to like India or to like China, why can't we just beg them to bring some of those things for us so that we can locally produce them cheaply for them? Because we don't have the electricity to power those industries. I bet you if some Nigerians that are very connected, they can lobby some big corporations here in America to allow us to start producing, even provide some kind of household plastics for them here in America. I will give them no standard. But where? Are you going to be powering? Are you going to be running on a diesel generator every time? You don't even know the cost of even doing business in Nigeria. No, I understand. I agree with you, Kulata, that it's not a panacea per se, but it's at the core of it. It's at the core of our industrialization. Any other policy you make without electricity is zero. The French people say zero. So let me go back to what I was talking, because I know I just had to digress a little bit. I'm just saying the level of despondency in that country is what is driving our people into these crazy habits, craziness. Because you you wake up in the morning, you wash your teeth. That is even if you have money to even buy close up.
You can use Paco now if you don't have
Paco. When was last time I saw Paco, Chef? I mean, let's leave that.
Maybe when I go to the African shop, I'll get some. It's been a while since I had contact with Paco,
So my point is this: is that our people are just, they're just wasting their life. Like, we have 8 years of this boo-boo that just left. People's life wasted like 8 years, and we have another.
No, that boo-boo, that was probably the worst experience that Nigeria has yet had.
So you can imagine, everywhere you go to every bus stops, you will see a lot of Baba Jebus. And look at that guy now. The guy he has been able to open an airline company. I call it United Nigeria now. He's been buying fleets of airplane now.
Which guy?
I mean, that guy that owns is it Bet Nigeria, one of those bets.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, he has ventured into aviation. Now, my point is this: you see, you see, our government is not planning for the people. There's no plans for the people. All they just care is you just want to be president, they want to be vice president, they want to just be in power. At the end of the day, they live there, nothing is done to the people that they're supposed to serve. That's why people are going to all this craziness, trying to look for a quick way how to make money. Baba Jebu or whatever, Bet Nigeria, so as they can get some quick money to fix whatever problem. Because there's no job for them to do, there's nothing for them to work. And where are the industries? Who will bring in industries there to come for them to work when there's no electricity? So that's the point. I'm not saying electricity is the whole and all solution to our problem, but it's at the core of that problem in that country when it comes to industrializing and getting our people to start working. Of course, yes, our people need to be trained, because I tell you, the last time I knew Nigerians were skilled were in the 80s, maybe up to the early 90s. Any people from after late 90s, mid 90s to this time, I don't know about their skills. When you talk about real professionals who are skilled, trained, in technical education and all of that, up to the 80s, early 90s. But now, and all of these people we're talking about, a lot of them, they are in their 50s, they are in their 60s. So our kids today now, in Nigeria, what do they have? What kind of training? Besides they doing Yahoo, I know how to become a prince on the internet and sweet people and go back to Baba Jebu. You see, the point is this, I'm making it. There's a social issue.
Invest on education anymore.
No, you say what?
Because we don't invest on education.
Exactly. When they are using 15 billion to innovate to build a vice president's house, we're not talking about the one they're doing in the Don Barako and other one places. Why can't you pawn that money, give it to some states, and just build some? Just strategically pick some states and local government, just cite some good classrooms for kids. You see, one man, we just come here and just to make case for these criminals. What about this? I don't know what to say anymore because I'm just perplexed when people ask questions like this. It just throws me off balance sometimes.
All right. Let me move it to a different space. But on the way to a different space, rational mind. Let me flash up again this outreach initiative that we're canvassing for at the moment. One man went to more level up outreach. It says we are fundraising to level up 3 or more Nigerian families. The idea is to identify low-income but earning Nigerian families, preferably in some sort of businesses, who we can parachute funds to take their business a level up. So this is an initiative that we're trialing, and we set the target at £1,000. So this is where we are at the moment. It says 495 on your screen, but that's a false reading because somebody privately donated £100. So that is actually 595. So we're just short as makes no difference, £5 from £600. So we're effectively just about £400 from our target. So achievable. I was going to shut it down today, but people are saying let it roll just for a couple more days. So I will do that. So people responding, maybe not at speed, but they are responding. Adeyinka Adetunji was the first to respond, and very quickly matched by Anonymous, otherwise known as Kulata, with £150 right there. And then Ayodele Ogunlowo, he came in with £100. The Majestic Prince Daddy, you can see him right there. So that's Prince Daddy right there. And the General Thomas passed with £50 right there. And Anonymous again, you may call him Ajane Koko. So that's Ajane Koko right there. So there it is. So we're about £400 from our target. So easily achievable, I suspect. So to achieve it then. So that's the initiative. So what is this all about? You may want to ask. So what this is all about, this is an example of what this is meant to be all about. So let me just play you a 2-3 minute clip and then we go back to the conversation. This is Hassan in the middle of Maiduguri, citing out examples, seeking out examples of potential beneficiaries of this initiative.
Okay,
Bismillah,
hello everyone, my name is Hassan Abdullahi. So I'm just approaching our mama's shop here. You can just zoom around. This is a very this is Wenge Lion Bori, Kusada Bariki. So we have an old woman that we are trying to help today. We have an old woman that we are trying to help today. Mama has been somebody, who has been resilient. She has gone through several things from displacement, to abject poverty, and then she still had the wherewithal to sell things like this, and she sells some food too. So Mama is somebody we are trying to meet. However, my Kanuri is not that good, so we'll be switching between me and my friend here who will help interpret what we are going to discuss with Mama. Please, Mama ina wuni? Ina gajiya? Ba ni kameran kai yanzu.
Bari in dauki mama. Mama ya kokari? Ya kasuwa? Ta sannu mama da kokari. To na zo ne daga mutanen one man platform, kuma kowane ƙarshen shekara ana yin taimako ma mutanen da suke kokarin taimakon kansu. Na ga shagonki yadda babu abubuwa da yawa a ciki, kuma muna son ya zamto a samu dalilin da za a taimaka miki. Yanzu dai kuma na ji kokarin da kika yi da mutanen da ke karkashinki da duk abubuwan da dai ya shafe ki. To dai ina miki albishi na cewa insha Allahu za mu kai kukanki gurin su, kuma abinda Allah ya rabonki ne insha Allahu za mu dawo mu zo mu baki insha Allahu. To yanzu me zaki ce game da mutanen nan? Na'am. 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 Ki faɗa da Kanuri saboda su tabbatar a garin Maiduguri kike. Na'am. Yo.
Yo. Yo. So insha Allah me ta ce ne a yi gullum?
Ta ce tana da marayu a ƙarƙashinta kuma ga jarinta ya yi kaɗan kuma ba ta da miji ta ma ya rasu ga marayu nan tana so a taimaka mata da jari a taimaka mata ta ɗan bunƙasa wayanda suke ƙarƙashinta masu dinga cin abinci.
Na'am, to mama za ki iya kiran sunansu ki ce kin gode da Kanuri, sunansu One Man Platform. Ka gaya mata.
Sun zabo ne sai ro askirne.
Na'am.
One Man Platform. Na gode.
Masha Allah. Ki faɗa da Kanuri ma. Yawwa. Faɗi da thank you ma kika ce.
Thank you. Yawwa, gode muna.
One Man Platform, thank you kulle.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
One Man Platform.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. So, on behalf of everyone, myself, the person that helped me interpret it, on behalf of Mama, we say thank you, and we wait to hear from all you guys. Ciao.
Okay, so that's brilliant. So that was Hassan, of course. You all know Hassan. So that was Mama Hadiza. She's a 69-year-old grandmother who takes care of her 7 orphaned grandchildren whose parents were sadly killed by a tragic suicide bomb explosion whilst commuting. The tragedy doubles actually whilst commuting from a funeral. So that's the narrative. She lost her son, the children's mother, and one of the babies. So that's Mama Hadiza right there. So that is what the initiative is all about. So the initiative is not really meant to be. And by the way, how many times have we seen, you saw that woman, the Mama Hadiza, what struck me about her actually is how bright her eyes still are. So she's still very much still sparked by life. So that pleased me. But how many times have we seen that sort of imagery of those sort of women at a distance? Now they're just within touching reach. So those are the sort of narratives. But really, the initiative is really meant to, it's meant to be a lift up rather than a hand out. So that is really the vision of it. It's meant to be a lift up rather than a handout. Because that's the second narrative that Hassan submitted, by the way. You all remember that the narrative of Zainab.
Labarin abinci.
All right, I'm not going to play the fullness of that, but that second person now, that's Zainab. She's 23, a widow. I think she has about 5 children, one with special needs. Of course, a victim of the circumstances that are going on in Maiduguri, but she's not allowed herself to be a victim. She's set up a shack where she's selling whatever it is that she's selling there. So that's sort of like a prime candidate of the sort of person we're looking for. So if we're able to parachute into her business to help her stock up, to bring that business up a level, then that is not really just I'm not saying we're going to change her life, because that's too grandiose a statement to make. But hopefully it will elevate her permanently rather than just giving her something to buy food for that moment in time. So it's to elevate permanently rather than just give as a charity act. So that is what the initiative is all about. So let's get back to the conversation. I'm going to send the link to that GoFundMe. If we can hustle through to get the remaining 400, if we can get it down to them before Christmas, that'll be great. Let's get back to the conversation now. So pretty much still aligned. Nigeria ranks second highest in paternity fraud in the world. So the first position occupied by Jamaica. Nigeria comes second. So what essentially the data is telling us, rational mind, every other Nigerian child is a bastard.
Well, it's another pandemic of its own, or it's an epidemic of its own. For me, I just I have a friend here in the United States who has that. Again, I have let me just speak to one of them like that recently. who had a child with a girl, and they're not married. They just had, so anyway, so they had a child. So that child grew up to like, I think like almost like 5 years. This guy was, would go to Nigeria. No, there's nothing that guy doesn't send to that child. I mean, because he believed that child was his. Until whether that child started growing up, and in fact, he was asking me at some point too that child. I mean, like, I never knew what he was even getting at. As he was just showing me the picture of the child, and he was asking me. I said, "Oh, it looks like you." I mean, he opened rejoined. I was like, "You asked the kind of your head, that kind of a thing." He says, "No, that child is not mine." I said, "How do you know?" He said, "Well, we shall find out very soon." Blah, blah, blah. Actually, I was telling him to bring the child to United States here. Why? You're a citizen, so why do all of this? I mean, yeah, I think he had that child before he became a citizen. So just bring the child, bring the child. I mean, why just subject that child to? I mean, he has more future here in America than over there. So I think when he was doing the processing, he went to Nigeria one time, and I think he was trying to go get a child a U.S. passport or something like that. And then, of course, later I think he became a British citizen. So I think they were asking him to go do DNA tests and all of that. I think he did his own because I think he doesn't want to get into some kind of trouble. I think he did his own separate DNA, which confirms that child wasn't his. And then he had to do that second one. That was how he got to know that child wasn't his. And
how old was that child at that time?
The child, I think, grew up to like from 5 to 6. I think all those during that period they were doing all those. Was doing the processing and everything. I think the child was around 6 already. It was already 6 years old. So, and he found out that the child wasn't his, and he confronted the girl. The girl said, "Well, during that time he met another one guy, blah blah blah. He doesn't know if the guy was it, but he felt because you and I we had more time together than the other guy, blah blah blah." I was like, okay. So it just to tell you that yes, I know of people who have had that experience of paternity fraud and all of that, and this guy has spent a lot to this girl and this child. But then at that point, that was where I felt sorry for that child because in fact, I so much like that little boy that I was like saying to him that no, I mean you can't just walk out of this guy. This child has always known you as his father. I mean, he said, well, like the guy was so brutal. I was like, no, I don't care. That is his mother's problem. I was like, oh God. What kind of? I mean, like, I just my heart.
Is it easy to walk away from that sort of situation?
You walked away. This guy walked away. This guy, Daju, walk away. I mean, I was just starting to even beg him that look, just set the mom up and all of that. He said, well, he's gonna do that, but I don't know if he did that. But I mean, I can't just stand that. I mean, that child is so sweet, very young boy, sweet boy, and I mean, this boy goes to one of the best schools in Lagos. I mean. I think I was going to one of those, what is it called? Lawyer. I mean, one of those school in somewhere in Ibadan. There.
Would the mother have the money to sustain the lifestyle?
No, this is just a girl from the street like that. Would have
Oh God. Okay.
Yeah, what I mean from the street. I'm sorry, nobody's from the street.
Yeah. I will know what you mean.
So, yeah, it's just I don't know. The girl is just. I mean, one of the reasons why they did that was because he felt. It's a long story. I don't want to go into all that. Some other details as to the guy. So anyway, the guy is from a very poor background. He doesn't have not even the school that child goes to. That guy spends a lot.
But Nigeria has always had we've always had that reputation of illegitimate children. It's such a commonplace story.
Yeah, it's just that's to tell you that most women. I mean, let me not say most women, Nigerian women, they pretend to be very, very morally upright and all this. They try to like, oh, I don't do this, but it goes to show that there's a lot going on that we don't even know. Even some of us might be as grown-ups now, we should be wondering if our parents, our biological father, that we give to be our biological father, if they are really our biological father. Because in recent years, I've been seeing a lot of things. I was just like, maybe it's this generation, but I must say to you that even my own parents' generation, I know of. I know a few family friends that they turn out to be issue of paternity fraud also came up too. So it's a long thing. It's maybe like somebody was saying.
But this generation, they seem to slip around a lot,
Well, it could be. It could be. But I know when we talk about morality it declines with time. It's like it's a steep decline, from like I used to say to my kids. I said, when I was growing up. my mom, my dad was saying, and your mom is saying, you this kid, you this kid, you this kid, back then, you were back there, in our own time, blah, blah, blah. But I could imagine that even they themselves, during their own time, their own parents will be telling them that too. And I too am saying the same thing to my own kids now. So you see, it's just declining. We're just on a decline, This, I mean, and they say every 1,000 years or every 100 years.
Is it declining or redefining?
Oh God, woman, you understand English.
No, morality is redefining now with knowledge.
That's the point. You see, let me not start making case here for morality and not morality, because I know morality means different things to different people now. That's what everyone will define it now. So it's what you make of morality is what you make of morality. My own morality might be different from yours, but then what do we call standard then? So it doesn't mean I can run a red light and give you an excuse that that's your own morality. You see, we need check and balance. We need law and order. If there are no law and order, then we can tell people, say, like, okay, I can run a red light. Then why would you give me a ticket? Because it's my car. I can drive it however I want. You can imagine the anarchy that will come out from that. Because if everybody keeps sleeping around, that's what you get. Because when you say it's my own morality, you see, there's a word nature. We can call it Mother Nature. We can call it the Creator himself, who has created all things. There's a way he has positioned things. If you go against it, sooner or later the truth will come out. Sooner or later it will backfire in some ways, because he's the greatest mathematician. That's how God is. We call it Mother Nature. He's the most greatest. The way he has programmed things, if you go against it, sooner or later it will backfire. So imagine people sleeping around, and this is the implication. These are the kind of results, the kind of implication we're seeing now, whereby some kids are being termed illegitimate. If the parents do DNA, they find out that, oh, this kid's not mine. Look at the kind of distressing situation it will bring to that child, or how it will ruin that child's life, and that child will not even. That is even the mother even knows the guy that he even slept with before. The guy, you can't even find it. You see, there are many thousands of kids, not even millions of kids like that in Nigeria, who they don't even know what they have a father, but they don't even know where their father is, because maybe the other person they look at as father is no longer in their life anymore, and maybe their mother gets kicked out of the house. You can imagine the kind of agony, the kind of situation, sorrow, and all of that it will bring me, the difficult situation that it will bring on that family, on that mother and the child. So you see, in that's how Yoruba people say it. It's a way the Olodumare, the one that has made the earth. There's a way he has programmed the earth. You cannot say because I can defy the law of gravity, you'll be walking on water. No, you will sink. There's a way he has designed things. You cannot go against it. Sooner or later it will backfire. So we need to understand that there's a reason why morality exists. You cannot just manufacture your own morality. If you say you manufacture your own morality, the result, like I think was it not the Jesus Christ said that, it says, by their fruit we shall know them. The fruit that comes out from whatever you do. If you say because I want to, that's not to condemn some people, that's their choice. If I know some people can make case for that, other one too, like, oh, after all, even heterosexual too, they are catching diseases too. But you see when they say people, especially when they say two males, they have this kind of things to themselves, and then you see the kind of implication that comes out of it. Like we're talking about the rate of HIV among this group of people, this group is so high. So you wonder what is. So you see, when nature says you cannot do this, there's a reason for it. When there's a law or there's some morality issues when it comes to certain things, you need to sit down and prove very well. Say, why is it this? If I defy it, if I go against it, what could be the implication? That's the thing. That's why our society is on a steep decline. Because what we once used to consider as those check and balance back then, that were viewed as morality, that some people look at it, oh, it's too restrictive. It's restricting me to really show myself. Well, that is how nature has, or design has made it, that you cannot do this. If you do this, this is the implication. And from there, we start going downhill, and then we start having bastard everywhere. Kids were, I was listening to a program recently, as they said here in America too. I think they're having so many single family homes that they said they were looking at it, that homes that has a man in the house, those kids, for the most part, they turn out to be very balanced and more stable adults. But those ones that are raised by single parents, single mom, Especially, I mean, they even weigh between a single mom, not even when both of them are together, father, mother together, and they raise those kids together, they do better.
No, that has always been the case, though. Rational mind. It's just it's a cross-cultural thing. You need a father figure in a home. You do.
Exactly.
Because there are certain roles. I don't know how you run, but there are certain instances when you just have to. The mom will be chasing the kids around endless hours. Dad will just say, "Stop that," and then it stops. It's just the authority that they carry, and that carries the balance.
Exactly.
A single mother cannot really, parent a child.
Exactly. So that tells you, because why are they this single parents home, especially when it comes to single women having kids? Mostly those men that have kids, they become single parents. It's usually maybe the woman divorced them, or maybe she's late. Either of the two. It's very rare you see a man if a man walks out of a marriage, then there must be something wrong. I'm not saying it's not his fault, or maybe he can do it, but usually it's the woman that usually initiates the divorce. So a man usually would even though no matter how toxic that marriage is, most men would still rather want to remain in it, especially if they have kids. But women, no, they just want to take the quick exits. So my point is that I'm not blaming the women for any of this thing, but I'm saying, I'm just trying to state what is out there in the public. I mean, maybe not in the public, but if you look very well, if you observe very well, by observation, you will see is that these women, I mean, kids that are raised by women, a lot of them, they turn out to be, they go to jail, they go to, they become criminal. I mean, let me not say they become problematic. That's not to say that doesn't happen with male too, but you don't find high percentage among men when they are single parents than when a woman are single. So the reason for all of these things usually in this social hills in society is because you see that when people have kids out of wedlock, you have a lot of single women here, they're having kids, and maybe through one night stand or whatever way they get it, and the child is not in, the father is not in the life of this child, and so it becomes problematic, and that's why the social thing here is also going down. The rate of the S word, and then I'm trying to use the S word, I don't know, it's just high among kids who do not have a father figure in their life. It's very high. So we need to start looking at where this whole thing is going down, because it's so sad that the way we're going at the rate at which we're going, the civilization is going to decline more and it's going to get bad than this. For me, this whole paternity issue in Nigeria is just to tell you the rots. And to compound it too is the economic, because I must say to you, we're talking about people, you see, you go and buy Baba Jebu, so you can quickly make money and go and pay the children's school fees, or maybe able to buy the next Shoaib that they want to buy. All those kind of things. But if people are gainfully employed, I mean, there is people working. I mean, I tell you, sometimes I go work sometimes like this. I even find times I want to go and have fun. I mean, like when I mean fun, meet my wife or meet, but I mean, I find it because I'm so tired to even want to do anything, because the next thing is I'm going back to work. I'm thinking of working another. So when people are so occupied with work, I tell you, I'm not saying people don't have fun, don't get me wrong, but it's just because people look for a quick way out to solve their problem when they don't have the means of solving it through a legitimate means, morally right way. Let me use the word morally, because I know that word now it depends on who is moral. I mean, your own definition of moral. But there are some standards that you cannot ignore. If you ignore those standards, that's what we're getting in Nigeria. So just to cap it up, for me, this paternity issue, I know with as years goes by, it keeps going on the decline. As it's getting worse and worse. And I think it's going to get worse, because now that everybody defines their own morality, that's where the problem is. So we need to go back to the basics. We need to go back to what is morally. And it's so sad that I don't think anything can be done to this, because the people that were leading that country, they are morally bankrupt. They don't have morals. So how can you teach people? You don't give people what you don't have. Imagine when people are scared of coming to a country to invest because they feel that the judges are all corrupt. I don't know if people heard about the issue of, it was one of the banks that some judge colluded in Kolata's estate. I don't know. You people are just
What did we do to you? We only dance. What's our business with you?
Farabalẹ̀. Grandma mi, maternal side mi, ọmọ Iléṣà ni.
Rational mind.
Farabalẹ̀. Maternal grandma mi is from Iléṣà. So
where in Iléṣà? Where in Iléṣà?
I don't know, but I know she's from Iléṣà. That's what I just
know. No, you don't sound like it. You don't history of you don't have Ijesha blood in you at all.
I do.
You don't.
The money. But let's forget that. My friend. Let's just forget that. So my point is this. You see, what I'm trying to say is that, you see, George had to collude with some guys to defraud the bank, and he gave a ruling. I saw that when I saw that that news, I was like, what the hell? Who's gonna hear this kind of things? Just an established bank or one of these commercial banks in Nigeria? I think it was a bank PH. Is it bank PHB or one of those banks that are really not really doing well, perhaps like that? Yeah. So they colluded, and then it came to light that this guy was part of the scheme to defraud this bank. He gave a ruling so that they could quickly get money. Oh my! You see, when we have lawlessness being the order of the day in a country like that, you wonder when those people who are watching, the kids, they see these things, and they see that even the leader himself, the one that is sitting there in Aso Rock, he has K-leg, he has so many question marks around his personality. What do you think they're going to do? So you see, we don't know the implication of what we do sometimes. Some of us, we just want people to be there to lead us because it's from our, for me, I said it, yeah. If anything, why I hate certain people, I don't like talking about them, I don't like talking good about them, is because of their history and the implication of they being there to lead other people. So, woman, for me, I'm not surprised, because a country like that where people are desperate, Yawole would lay down to have another man sleep with her just to be able to get money, take care of the husband, take care of the kids, or buy the latest HOB. So what do you expect when they can't even walk? There's no something to do for them. So if she's walking, husband is walking, or at least somebody is carefully applying among the both of them, at least I'm sure she will not be going out selling her body or trying to, So woman is just, it's a terrible situation. Just out of it.
All right, Brian. Thank you, Rational Mind. Let's go to Playtown, and then from Playtown to Kulata. Playtown, you're up next. Just free flow at it. I don't think the topics are a bit just middle of the road, but if you want to just flow at it as you feel like you can. Playtown, Uptown. Jason. You see, as soon as I go to somebody else now, he will mute his mic and then start to bellyache. All right. Let's go to Kulata. Kulata.
What's up, one man?
I did. We are just we're shooting the breeze here. Just I tell you, but let me kick you off with this one. Osinbajo, Amaechi, Yarima, others drop presidential ambition ahead of 2027. Support Tinubu. So it looks as though they are forming some sort of a quorum. But I was surprised. What do you make of that? All those names essentially they are telling him they are not going to challenge him for the ticket in 2027. But then, of course, there is no challenge to be had.
Well, the first two names, they're kind of like dead politicians. What other political future does Osinbajo or Amaechi have? Nothing. They have nothing. They can't run in the primaries against him. It's a waste of time. They're going to lose. They won't even, APC will not even allow them. And they can't wait for another 8 + 4, 12 years. So they're kind of toast. How old is Amaechi now? Is he 60? I don't even know his age.
It'll be early mid, won't he? 60s, I suspect.
Yeah, except he wants to do an article and run at 76 or something ridiculous. But they're toast. Now, when it comes to Yarima, is it Yarima or Yerima?
Yarima, Yarima. Is it not the one that married the Egyptian kid?
I thought his name was Yerima, like with an E.
No, they spell it Yarima.
Yarima. Okay. Rotimi Amaechi is 58. So plus 12 years, he still has a shot, actually, at 70. If he keeps his health, he still has a shot. Osinbajo is done. Yarima, like, if it's the Sharia guy, the guy is too controversial. He will never become president in Nigeria. I mean, his votes may not pass Sokoto State and some core northern states. So there's really no challenge for Tinubu from APC.
Do you think there's northerner in the APC that can challenge Tinubu at the primaries 2027? I'm thinking El Rufai.
El Rufai is not going to try to primary Tinubu. El Rufai is positioning himself for
post Tinubu,
post Tinubu. That's what makes the most sense. And it's not, I don't think it's coincidence that you see him junketing and getting chieftaincy titles from across the country. At least we have the first notable one.
Bobaneyi of Ijebuland. Look at that.
What's the meaning of Bobaneyi? Obatiniyi already.
Look at that. After 64 years on the throne, look Bobaneyi.
Bobaneyi. Even look Bobalo. Not Nigeria. Look Bobalo. It's, I mean, you can see it's jostling for.
You're right, yeah, she understand you, right?
Boba ni.
So she understand. You understand, but
more understand now. Boba ni to go, go. Whatever. I mean, you know what I'm saying. So explain. Obaba Niyi now. Is it not honor or is it glory? Which one of them?
All right.
But the title is really ceremonial. It's pretty meaningless. But I mean, El Rufai will run now. So do you just think El Rufai will just like die into the thin air like that, just go away? He wasn't nominated minister. And then all of a sudden everything will end. His recent moves
sorry, Kulata, did you know that El Rufai was actually meant to be the president instead of Yar'Adua back in those days?
He was too young then now.
You know, it was Obasanjo's first choice. But then he was playing hard to get, and then they were sending people like who was that guy that was Buhari's running mate, the pastor before Osinbajo. They were sending people like them, like that guy to go and persuade him, and he was still, you know how he likes to play up sometimes. So I think he even came out and spoke about it. El Rufai, he overplayed his hands, and then I think Obasanjo just got fed up and then just reached for Yar'Adua. So he could have actually been president instead of Yar'Adua.
Yeah, there will have been some good aspects of his presidency instead of Yar'Adua, because Yar'Adua really messed us up in a lot of ways.
It was a very, very poor choice. You know that guy, he never really traveled beyond the north. Yar'Adua, he doesn't have any concept of places like Lagos, never mind the southeast.
Yeah. I mean,
I think it was desperation of Obasanjo just to not to.
Obasanjo needed a puppet. He needed a puppet, and I think it felt.
I think it was what I think again is just his desperation because of so many crap they've done, like the electricity bill. I mean, the electricity money that they wasted and all of that. They needed somebody to cover up for them so that they will not.
Anybody will have covered for Obasanjo. Let's say the truth. Anybody picked for PDP.
I think his peak is a compensation to Yar'Adua family.
Well, that's what they say. That's what they say. But
Yar'Adua political group, because if not for Yar'Adua political group, Obasanjo will not be president. So Atiku would have been the best choice, but since they fell out, that was what necessitated the peak of Yar'Adua, just because the brother, who was former deputy of Obasanjo during the military,
Musa
Yar'Adua was the head of that organizations. But since he died, and Obasanjo fell out with Atiku, who was the head of the political organization. So the best choice for Obasanjo then was to Kuku go to the base, the Yaradua family. So that was what happened. So,
Yeah, but Obasanjo pretty much picked two people he felt he could control, because it's not by coincidence that his president and VP choice were both docile politicians. He had a choice of even
actually,
picking.
that guy is not docile. That guy is a brilliant child. He has mass.
No, nobody says he's not brilliant. He has a PhD. He has a PhD. He
Yeah.
was a lecturer, sir. He was a
He was a
lecturer.
lecturer, yeah.
He
And
was a lecturer.
during the term of office, two terms of office for 8 years, he balanced the budget of the state.
I know.
It was not
It's those
corrupt.
kind of. It's those kind of gimmicks.
At all.
It wasn't an effective leader, Ajan Lekoko. It wasn't an effective leader. He was a terrible person. He was a terrible president. Because
by not effective. Tell me what you mean.
I'm going to tell you what I mean. Under his government, he set bad precedent. The first bad precedent he set was cajoling. I don't want to use the T word, but cajoling people that destabilize the country. It was under him he started settling people that were agitating. So that's kind of like set up an entitlement unlike what we'd ever experience in that country. And look at where it led us. It led us to the point where any small thing, people are going to just bomb stuff and do stuff and demand stuff, and like that was all.
entitlement.
What would you have let him? What would you have expected him to do?
The entitlement.
I would have expected him to lead rather than as thief.
So
like Obasanjo did for the people.
Is that what
I'm not telling him to go massacre people.
That is what we'll have done now. That's what will have happened.
No, that's not the alternative. No, I disagree.
But remember that this guy, the vice president, is from that region.
But that was a Todoyo now.
That one will have said, okay, let us do it peacefully, and we will not offend anybody. We can't do like Obasanjo, who is a military man, military mindset, military mentality. You know, civilian has a way of doing things peacefully and negotiate and dialogue and stuff like that. So I believe
it was not a negotiation.
Yeah. But the only thing that he did wrong, the only thing to me that I can say that guy messed up completely was the revocation of that license of the
sale of refineries.
Yes. That was the worst thing he did. That was the worst thing that he did. And Obasanjo was very, very mad about that. Dangote will have developed all this crisis we had for several years concerning scarcity of petrol and all these things. Dangote would have, revamped that refinery, and $10 would have the one for Wari. There would have been competition, billionaire competition here and there. Both of them will have, they will have developed that. Maybe they will have gone into gas too. They will have developed that sector well, but he messed it up, and that's the only thing to me that I think he didn't do right.
Those are the top two, but under him too, that was when we started squandering our huge foreign reserves that was built up under Obasanjo. It was under him that trajectory started falling, and of course, when Jonathan took over, the thing nosedived.
Yes, you are right. Yes, you are right.
So I think if he had lived long enough, he would have been one of our worst presidents.
Yes, I agree with you on that. It would have been one of the worst. Yeah.
So I mean,
and it was a lot more tribal than people anticipated it would be.
Was he? I don't even recall if it was tribal.
No, it wasn't tribal at all.
Was it not?
No. I mean,
he was a quiet guy.
The guy was very simple. Can you believe it? One man, for somebody to publicly acknowledge that the election that got him to power was fraud, Who can say that? That guy said it publicly.
No, what he said was it was flawed, not fraud. Flawed.
Was
Admitting
flawed
that
with,
it was not
At the fraud, when they what's the
no, fraud
distinction?
means it's a chicken.
It was flawed with malpractices and.
Well, that does not mean. Already the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has hold on. The Supreme Court has already upheld him. So even though anything he says, like, there's nothing they can do. Just for the saying sake. One thing I know about him is that he's a servant leader.
Actually, he set up is it Wives panel that they should look into our electoral process, particularly INEC, how they can reorganize INEC, and those one make recommendation. But unfortunately, he died. And Jonathan that should have this thing. That one is looking up to his own opportunity to rig for second time too. And what do you call it? Jonathan should have implemented that Waves, panel report, but he failed. Everything he failed. The constitutional committee report, he failed to implement it. He handed it to Buhari. That one threw it into garbage. Nigeria, we don't even know those people. We thought they were gone. Just
yeah. So, well, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say.
I'll over to you, Kulata. I think you are the one.
Okay. Kulata, talking about what you just said about what was it you were talking about? Anyway, yeah. So my point is that no, the topic that he gave to you.
El-Rufai.
El-Rufai, talking about this El-Rufai and this permutation for 2023, 2027. You see, I wasn't here when you read it, but my point is this: why would they meet together over 2027? You see, some news are just so ridiculous when I hear that. But I won't be surprised if it's one of those paid the Advado people that are doing all this crap, just to continue making their noise and so continue getting money.
A lot of the names on that list, it serves their purpose for them to adopt this position. No. What other political space can somebody like Osinbajo occupy other than this sort of space, or Rotimi Amaechi or Yarima? It's either something like this or political wilderness.
Woman. I wasn't here when you read it. I saw it this morning when I was trying to read some stock news, and I saw it on that one. I was like, maybe it's the past news, like when they were doing that primaries for their APC. But now when I saw it again here on your platform, I was like, wow, is this news? Was it really a news like that? So anyway, my point is this: why would they meet over 2027 and suddenly now say they're adopting Tinubu? I mean, what's the point?
No. What they're actually forming, they are forming some sort of advisory body, and then Yemi Osinbajo, Ahmad Sani Yarima, Rotimi Amaechi, Dr. Nicholas Felix, Dr. Kayode Fayemi, Senator Ibikunle Amosun, Owele Rotas Okorocha, Senator Abubakar Atiku Bagudu, Yahaya Bello, Dave Umahi, Ogbanaya Ono, Ahmed Lawan, and Godswill Akpabio. So those are the people forming this sort of quorum. The aspirants fixed an end-of-year dinner for Monday at Transcorp Hilton in Abuja, when the forum will be officially inaugurated. So if you look at those names, there is nothing. There is no future for any of those names in politics other than to form something like this. What else can...
woman, no, come on, hold on, woman. You see, this is when I hear news like this, I know something is wrong. There's something wrong about this news. They said they want to come together and do something, and suddenly, and then whatever Nigerian news or whatever news you call them, they just concluded that they are forming this forum so as to endorse for 2027. Is that what you're saying?
No. They said so themselves. Let me give you a couple of paragraphs. Please. Yeah, let me give you a paragraphs. They said, go on.
Oh, go on.
Yes. It says Yarima and Felix in the statement said, Today, as a people and country, we are faced with a myriad of socio-economic problems, and we believe that we can only surmount them when we come together, irrespective of our religious, ethnic, or even political differences, to face these challenges head on. It is therefore on this premise that all the candidates in the 2023 presidential primary have decided to come together under one umbrella to mobilize support for our President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and his renewed hope administration, running an advisory role to enable him to succeed and transform this great nation. Basically, the objective of the forum is to ensure that we come together solidly to support President Tinubu's administration, having surrendered all our individual interests and collapsed same to support the emergence of President Tinubu. As critical stakeholders, we have decided that it is not enough to sit behind the scenes, but to come out and mobilize for the support of the government policies and programs. This forum from time to time will play an intermediary role of ensuring that all the policies and programs of the government are well decimated down to the people, especially the grassroots. To fully stay on track, the forum will push to constantly have direct engagement with the president as a way of feedback mechanism, and at the same time render positive advice where necessary. The forum will leverage all our individual and collective international contacts to ensure that Nigerians in diaspora are adequately informed and mobilized to give the president a rousing welcome. We will always go ahead and make adequate preparations in this regard. Also, this forum will be there as a rallying point for all former presidential candidates in the February 2023 presidential election. We will endeavor to invite the president to our quarterly meetings so as to share our minds or one-on-one with him. Also, this forum, this is where it comes into play. Also, this forum has laid the framework to ensure that members' political and economic interests are well protected using the strength of the forum. We will stand by and for all members at all time. It is an all for one and one for all forum. Because we are committed to the success of President Tinubu and his administration, all members, so this is the part now, because we're committed to the success of President Tinubu and his administration, all members who hitherto had presidential aspirations have all agreed to drop such even ahead of 2027, so as to pave a smooth sail for President Tinubu to seek a second tenure. So there it is.
So is that why all this fanfare of they submitted there? I mean, see, come on.
No, I said that's what they said now. You
see, someone who has not even done anything, you see, this is I don't just know the kind of sycophants that we have in that country.
Can I say something?
Oh, please, I'm still talking, please. So I don't know.
It's not your time. That's not your time.
Can I speak? Can I speak, please?
It's not your time. It's
no, you don't tell me if it's not my time.
Shut me up.
Whoever is, hold on. One man is the one. He gave me the time to talk. I'm having a discussion with him. Please, there's no point. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just trying to make you understand that I'm talking, please.
You see, I hear wedding bells between you and Zita. One of these days, I'm sure we'll be invited to some wedding.
How many people will rational mind marry now? Rational mind, you go need money. Rational mind can't. Rational mind go low Imo State.
So what you see? I forgot it. You see, I forgot. You see, what I don't know when.
No. You were saying that they've surrendered too meekly to Tinubu, who hasn't even started an administration yet, and they don't even know what's
same. What's his name? What's her name? AI that was trying to like budging now a while ago. She was making that submission a while ago that why all this noise? Why don't you just let this guy just do his? Let us see what he wants to do. Yeah. Why don't they allow this guy do what he wants to do? Already, you see, You see, when you see people who have failed, who have nothing to offer, all they just want to do is they just want to be president. They just want to have their name. What Awolowo could not get, what some other big founding fathers.
Rational mind. It's not actually a Tinubu narrative. It's the narrative of these names. Yemi Osinbajo and the rest of them. Rotimi Amaechi, Felix, Nicholas Felix, Kayode Fayemi. So if you look at all of the names that are forming this quorum, then you see that it is actually self-interest more than anything else. They want to be politically relevant. So none of them really has any portfolio of any meaning. Yahaya Bello, an ex-governor, Osinbajo, an ex-vice, Nicholas Felix, who even knows, Kayode Fayemi. Just so there are people in the political wilderness looking for some sort of space within political relevance to park themselves. I think they're just looking for relevance.
Woman, you see, let me. I will let whoever wants to comment. Let me just say this real quick.
Let Madam Zita comment quick.
Well, let me just say this real quick, please. I beg you. You see, I don't understand this whole permutation right now when somebody is flagrantly. Sorry, your English more.
Is that type of
failing, spectacularly. She is already spectacularly failing as a leader in that country. Nigeria is at the lower ebb of it.
That's an excessive hyperbole. The guy is 7 months in government.
No. 7 months. So let us give him and stop this whole noise making. Oh, 2027. He has not even done anything yet. And you're already promoting for 2027.
Wait, Rational Mind, quick question. Do you realize that Nigeria just got upgraded by Fitch, by Moody's,
and there are 20 companies internationally already setting up that are already setting up base in Nigeria.
Okay, we shall see. If they finally set that base, they're already setting now. You see, this is what all this. You see,
Rational Mind. Do you want to be factual or you
I'll
just
come back to this topic. Let her comment. Let her comment. I rest my case here. Go on.
You can't hold on to that pessimism for much longer. Rational Mind. As things continue to improve in the country, it will get increasingly difficult.
Where is it improving?
Did you not hear what Kulata just said now? Do you think did Tinubu bribe Fitch? Did Tinubu bribe Fitch to tell the world that Nigeria is creditworthy?
Don't about this Moody, whatever crap that they're talking about.
Is it not as a result of an assessment of the economic climate? They're inviting international big money to look at that space.
Woman.
It's not a small thing now. When Fitch,
Moody is not. Sorry, AI. Moody is not in Nigeria. Whatever names you're making now, they're not in Nigeria. Just a few hours ago, the CBN governor was giving a pessimistic forecast, or prediction of what's going to happen next year. That Nigeria, the revenue or whatever Nigeria is going to get is going to be very abysmal next year. And it's even right now, there's a systemic problem going on in Nigerian banking system right now, whereby they're trying to protect some banks. I think some banks are going to fail. And this guy has a lot on his plate. And you're here telling me Moody is telling you some crap that doesn't really apply. When you look at the dollar is changing right now. How much is it changing? A few hours ago. It's almost going to almost $300. $1,300, $1,300 to $1. And you're telling me that Moody is telling you this. Come on.
You are not analyzing the situation correctly, Rational Mind. All this you are not analyzing it correctly.
Go and tell people in Nigeria they're not analyzing it correctly.
Look, they are raising your
look at how casually you've just disregarded one of the international bodies, Fitch, Moody.
What is the Fitch? What is the
Rational Mind? You don't get.
Go and listen to what Cardoso said. Go and listen. Just go Google it.
Yeah, no. What did they say?
Who should I listen more to most? Cardoso or
I don't know. I don't know how to explain to you. See, all those international organizations you are talking about, they are the one to market you. They have their own clients. They are consultant to some people. Some people use the information to take position on your economy. If direct foreign investor will come, they will listen to those people before they will even listen to anybody they call Rational Mind. See, They are rating your macroeconomic space, not your bank. You just limit everything to bank. Some banks are suffering. No, that's not the issue. See, by the time all these foreign...
Come on. Stop this this on textbook economic and
textbook
economic. Go and look at the ordinary man in Nigeria. I mean, ordinary people just
price of Gary, everything always goes back to the price of Gary.
Nigerians are despondent.
How does the common man on the street benefit when the foreign investors cannot come to your country and invest? It is the impact of the investment in your country that affects the common man.
Investors are exiting, and you're telling me Moody is telling you that. What planet are you guys from? What planet are you guys from?
Sorry, rational mind. Do you not have the understanding that when these international investors they are because there's such a vast space that they can park their money, the first spaces that they look at is spaces like Fitch, Moody, all of these sort of internationally reputed grading companies that tells you sort of a micro snapshot of where the economic space of a country is. So that is what excites the interest before you then do a deep dive into it's an advertorial now. You do not get all that.
All you just said now is just like you just say something word. I don't even understand. Go and talk to a common man on the street in Nigeria. Whatever they are telling you, I'm telling you what Cardoso said. I didn't manufacture it. Even Tinubu said it. He said it was talking about he said 80% or how many percentage of informal economy. And he said that's a very bad sign. When you cannot really give an exact figure of the informal sector, the amount of economy money that is going and flowing.
Yeah, but they are drag-netting that informal sector now. Adewale something or the other.
Let them drag-net it and let us see it. Whatever Moody is telling you, I don't know what the crap they're talking about. Because you go on ground there, you see what Nigerians are going through. You're telling me Moody is telling you crap, and you're telling me that I should take that and run with that and start jubilating. Jubilating what? Come on, guys. I don't know what. Well, I know you people are putting your.
Oh yeah, let Madam Krista talk.
Ola Mambinojo. Let AI come in. I think she wanted to, and then come in after Mambinola. AI, Azita.
One man, you see, sometimes when a topic is being thrown out, when we don't separate it causes confusion. As is causing now. This body these guys are forming is 85% or 90%, looking at what you read, political. It's not going to stop the deliverables of the administrator. Rather, it might help him in his deliverables. Now, let me say this. You see, one man, when I came to your platform early this year, I made a comment. Although people did not like me about it, I don't really care. I said, among the contenders, Tinubu is the most prepared. He had this vision so many years ago, and he works towards it. Now, let me bring the politics of it. Somebody just won an election. You said they want to be relevant. I want to turn it the other way around. I said, he wants to make them relevant to support him. That's the way I see it. He just won an election. He's already working hard, politically, put the ground running, arranging himself for 2027. And when he wins in 2027, some people will say he rigged the election. He is rigging it now by the work he's putting on ground. But most people will not understand it that way. They will say, what are they organizing? What has he done? Why the praise singing? It's not actually praise singing. It's like you said they want to be politically irrelevant. No, the other way around. I would say he wants to make them politically relevant so that they will support him. Their names will be coming off from one thing to the other, having meetings with him, saying things. preparing, giving them a room to be part of him so that they will pick some votes for him. He's a man who tried to prepare himself for what he is going into in the future. Some people are there now, no political gathering, no political bigwig. When it comes 2027, they will start running around Nigeria, start screaming. And at the end of the day, they said the election is rigged. That's just what I want to come in to say. It's not all about the deliverable. This is actually political arrangement. Thank you.
So let me take my seat back. So Madam Zita is totally right. Look, Tinubu needs political stability. We need political stability to grow. So if all these guys that could have created like a boil in the ass of Tinubu, they've kind of they've lent their voice and their support, then that boil in the ass is gone. So it's just going to be using Obi to divide articles votes and replaying with a better performance what happened in 2023 that we're going to see in 2027. But I want to debunk Rational Mind. He said Yemi Cardoso said some negative stuff. On the contrary, that's not what he said. This is what Yemi Cardoso said. He said the outlook for the domestic economy remains positive and is expected to maintain the positive trajectory for 2024. Inflation pressures may persist in the short term, but are expected to decline in 2024. Exchange rate pressures are expected to reduce significantly with the smooth functioning of the foreign exchange market. We expect less revenue from oil exports due to the production limit of 1.78 million barrels per day in 2024. OPEC, blah, 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 blah. He also said Cardoso's comments on the positive outlook of the economy is buoyed by potential increase in government revenue. And we're already seeing the increase in government revenue, by the way. I hope you paid attention to what was shared last time. And more participation in local private sector and mobilization of domestic funds. So, Rational Mind, the CBN governor.
Hold on,
Do you want me to continue reading it? I just stopped.
You will continue.
I just stopped.
Hold on. I don't know where you're reading from.
So, Rational Mind, why were you trying to mislead us?
No. He's lying now. He went to my
Did you hear
came back here with lies.
Yeah, people have been saying this Mayegun, so I'm starting to believe them now. Rational Mind.
What are you talking about?
Mayegun political.
Okay, let me continue. On the exchange rate.
Hold on. Read what it is.
Now. Dangote, Parabale now. On the exchange rate.
You're trying to mislead people.
Oh my God! Now.
Hold on.
Mayegun political. Lile agbára baba.
No. I rarely go there, but I go there, but I rarely go there.
But you will not allow me to read it. You want to shut me down.
Carry on, Kolata. Let's fact over fantasy.
So he said continues. He said on the exchange rate, Dangote and Port Harcourt refinery is expected to reduce the pressure of Forex by putting an end to importation. The potential outgoing reform in the Forex market should also make it more transparent and efficient. On our projected oil production and revenue, Cardoso's response clearly showed that he is quite blunt, and I want to agree with him that it will be impossible to consistently reach 1.7 million barrels per day, the budget benchmark in 2024. I think that's what Rational Mind wants to happen, but that's realistic. I have argued that it's worth reiterating that the problem of low oil production isn't oil theft. Even if we bring oil theft to zero, I doubt we'll be able to get our production consistently to 1.7 million barrels per day, which is fair enough. So it's pretty positive. We're going to generate a lot of internal revenue. Our exchange rate pressures will go down due to Dangote and Port Harcourt refinery, and also they're doing inflation targeting, and I mean, things will be better off next year. So, Rational Mind, please do not listen to Mayegun. That man has always misled.
You know, it's one of the biggest mysteries of life that I can never understand that Mayegun space. The guy just sends endless. He just talks endless. endless gibberish, and people lap it up. Maybe I should be talking nonsense too. Maybe I think nonsense seems to be the flavor.
No, one man. I rarely go there, but if I go there and I listen to him, I fact check him.
You go there every day.
I mean,
you're an administrator on his side.
Yes, we see you with your spanner there as the moderator.
Spanner. I don't even. I mean,
Deucey caught him there.
What was that? What did Deucey call him? I don't even go. You show that Deucey no. I rarely chat there. I mean, it's been. I don't know. I can't remember the last time I was there. I chatted whatever. And if I ever chat there, maybe I'll just say, "Oh, I get you. You're right. That what you said." Maybe once or twice I only did that. Maybe once or twice I did that, and that was it. I never said anything more than that. So let's just leave that. So now, what you just read now, look at what he said, all the forecast, and I just copied from the Guardian now what Tinubu said. I just copied it there for you now. You said by the end of 2024.
Sorry, rational mind. Rational mind. Is Tinubu the reason for your computer making this noise?
The computer is under stress. It's under stress.
Shall we start another GoFundMe for Rational Mind's computer? Do you want us to do GoFundMe? GoFundMe for Rational Mind's computer.
Now look at what he said. Expected in all of the word he used. Expected. Hold on,
it's the future now.
It's projecting to the future now. It's let me ask you a question.
Where did you read that from? Where did you read it from?
Kilo coin is the message now.
No. Where did you read it from?
Hold on. Let me bring it up now. I mean, hold on a second. I closed it because I was done. Let me open it back.
Okay. Because you see.
But what do you just go on to what you want to say anyway?
Now, I just wanted what Tinubu. I'm looking for that article where I saw it there. I just wanted what Tinubu said.
But you are mixing things up. You first initially you said Cardoso said something. I debunked you. Now you are saying Tinubu. So which one are you talking about now?
I said two of them. I said Cardoso said this, and Tinubu said that an economy whereby almost how many percentages is in the informal sector, and they have no data to even back up what kind of money is going on in that system. How can Moody be telling you some crap that I don't even know where they're getting their data from? If the federal government does not have a data of their informal sector, and which is more than half of the economic transaction is in the informal sector in that country, they don't have any data for that. How can Moody?
Did Moody just started to track Nigeria?
Yeah, Moody. And I continue Moody. Don't worry. Let me just look for that article here. Continue talking.
Rational mind. What you are missing is this: when people are able to see your direction, your fiscal and monetary directions and the forecast based on that. So you are talking now, the people on the street, they are not feeling it. It's like if you were a farmer, you planted your corn some times ago, you will still, no matter how, maybe your corn, you will still have to wait for a minimum of 90 days before you start harvesting. That you are not seeing the impact immediately does not mean that Tinubu is not doing anything. That is where informed mind like you should be able to give hope to Nigeria by encouraging in the good thing you see. You'll be able to tell people that, oh, this is what the good things that Tinubu is doing. Then if you see the one that is not enough, then you talk. But the way you see that when you condemn everything, it's like you are telling people that don't be hopeful without even giving chance for people to be hopeful. So that's just the point there. The Moody you are talking about, they are credible organization. Not those people, they are credible because they don't want to mislead the investors that are relying on them, because they will become irrelevant once the investors can no longer trust them. So they are not stupid. That's just what I want to say. And at least Tinubu is still doing some handouts to some people, even though it may not be enough. I mean, the government. So all those things, they are just short term. Like the long term will eventually come. Let us be hopeful, please. Thank you.
So you see, Nigeria, to positive outlook. I believe Fitch did the same thing. Ethiopia, that everybody was shouting about, like, look at their rail system, it's cheaper than Nigeria. They're building, China is helping them do this. Fitch just downgraded Ethiopia to junk territory, to junk outlook. So while Nigeria is positive, Ethiopia is negative. Now, look at this trend to see that many presidents worldwide are now copying our own Jagaban.
Oh boy.
Oh God! Let me talk now. Let me talk. Because the man is a genius. Okay, Argentina is they just elected president. What did that guy do? As soon as he entered office, Argentina now, it devalued their currency and he started cutting subsidy immediately. What did President of Kenya say? He said everybody should follow Jagaban's example. That's the way forward. And you can see Fitch, you can see Moody upgrading Nigeria because we know we'll be more financially viable because we don't have to be paying all this unnecessary stuff. Even though subsidy is not totally gone, but it's drastically reduced. The way they do it now is very different from what used to happen in the past. And I mean, the free floats, it will settle. So please, rational mind, do not hate the player. You can hate the game. But the game is getting recognized on a global scale. So,
Tinubu is one of the cleverest people on the planet at the moment. He was the one that the first time, close to 9 months that Kenya had been here, the first time he was rattled was this Ganiyu. And he's now telling us that Ganiyu, man, don't get yourself banned, though. But anyway, sorry.
I don't know.
Hold on. You see, Kulata, I've always suspected that I think you're looking for a portfolio from Tinubu, or maybe that's
no at all. If I needed one, I would have gotten one.
We know how you people roll. I beg
to apply. I beg to apply.
So now you said all this crap that everybody's following Jagaban for what?
Am I lying?
Where are you getting all this information from that you're talking about? You're just
okay. What did President of Argentina? What did he do?
So because he did it, does that mean that he's following Jagaban?
Okay, which other country is similar to having Argentina's problem?
Every country is unique in their own problem that they're facing.
But our problem is similar with Argentina.
Hold on. What's it called? Argentina is still more industrialized than Nigeria. And
they're Igbo countries.
Hold on. They don't have our population like we have the population.
Yeah, how do you know that?
Oh, I know they're about 100 million. I think if I'm not mistaken, I saw it. And
they're not that big. They're just 45 billion.
Hold on, they are more industrialized. You cannot compare them. They still produce. The problem with Tinubu and you do not devalue your naira when you are not producing anything. Your oil that you're producing, you're not even producing at the capacity that they even gave you. That the OPEC cartel gave to you. You're not even producing up to that. And then even the money itself, we don't even know how to spend the money. Whatever oil revenue we have, and our agro export is even nothing. I think the other day I was looking at this, so it was pegged at about 20,000 and 20 billion naira, whatever. How much was it? Our agricultural exports, and that is in dollars. How much is that? It's not up to $40 million. I mean, it's not up to $400 million.
Is that why our economic outlook is getting
hold on. But Argentina, you're talking about, despite they have economic woes that is befalling them, they are still they are still producing. They still produce. But so if they devalue, because they still produce for some of the South American, Latin American countries there are some of the things they produce from Argentina there that goes into other countries. So, but your own country, besides your oil,
can you answer true or false?
That's what?
The they copy Tinubu, yes or no?
Wait. So anybody that does see now, they don't copy Tinubu. If China devalue their currency, they copy Tinubu. Is that what? Oh boy,
Come on, let me make this point. As a matter
these
of
guys
fact,
are just so ridiculous.
It's Tinubu that copied them. This is not time. This is not the first time that Argentina will remove subsidy on some.
No, I can't let Coco. No, they've not removed subsidy lately.
No,
I think it's this radical guy that is doing all this stuff.
No, this is not their first time to remove subsidy on certain products that is commonly used in the country. Brazil has done that before. Several countries have done that. So you guys should not be promoting this nonsense policy that Tinubu did. I say, who is copying him? Who is copying Tinubu? You didn't mention what that guy failed to do. He before the election, he said he's going to dollarize his economy. He's going to change it's going to transmute into their currency into US dollar. But now he didn't do it. He couldn't.
He's not going to do that. But I mean, that's ridiculous.
That's what he promised. So you guys should not say he didn't copy Tinubu. Several countries have done it, but it's Tinubu that copy other countries. So Tinubu is not the first person or the first head of state in the history that cut subsidy on petroleum. Several countries have done it in the past. So all this stop where.
No, Baba. See, the thing is, I don't know. Nigeria has been removing subsidy. It's just because the petroleum and others are just pronounced. That's why you believe that Nigeria has not been doing all those subsidy removal. Because it depends on our ability to recognize subsidy removal in some situations. You understand? So we can list several sectors that Nigeria removed subsidy a very long time ago, but you won't know that it's subsidy removal actually. Then I don't know how rational mind managed to conclude that Argentina is better than Nigeria economically. Where did you get your own from? Nigeria has never gone into something like what we call
hyperinflation and
we've
default.
never gone for a default before. And as bad as the economy is now, it's still more stable. When you say industrialization, what's your definition of industrialization? Manufacturing, right? Argentina is not that far away from Nigeria when it comes to manufacturing. 15% to 12%, what's the difference? So, in an attempt to kill the hope of our country, it doesn't mean we should go that extreme. Argentina.
Well, where are you getting your start from? That is 15%.
National man, you should know Argentina has defaulted many times.
No. Where are you getting that start from? That is 15%.
Manufacturing in Argentina is about 15%.
Where are you getting that start from? Where?
I'll leave that one to me.
Leave
that one to me. I'm not giving you the
let me go and sleep.
If I give you that data, what are you going to do with it? And Nigeria is about 12%. Even though we don't have electricity.
15% to 30%.
I'm not twisting anything. Rational mind.
Where are you getting the start from? That's I'm asking you. Say I should leave that to you. So I should believe whatever you say.
Go to World Bank page or an IMF page.
I'm not scoring over the internet. You just give me where you found.
Okay. It's on Statista. It's on Statista. 15.39%.
So
15.9% in Statista.
See, rational mind. Even if you even look at that figure, what can you make out of that figure? That's another thing. What can you make out of that figure? Because the question now is that you have an economy that is that tilts heavily towards services, and another one decides to tilt towards some kind of manufacturing, right? They have better electricity than us, but yet the gap between us and the manufacturing is not that wide. So you are talking of Argentina as if we are talking of China. So to me, you see, between you and myself, pick an investment destination. If you go to Argentina, good luck to you. Maybe one day, things will happen there, and you wake up, you won't be able to touch your money in your account. Has that one ever happened in Nigeria history? No. So we have a better issue when it comes to economy. And the chances of us getting out of this economic quagmire is greater than you projecting India because they are Argentina. You know how many times in the history they bail out Argentina? Like seriously, Nigeria has not been bailed out like they used to bail Argentina. Never compare us. Argentina is copying removal of that subsidy. It has been on for a very long time. In that critical season, Argentina is copying Nigeria.
Thank you.
This thing, Argentina did not copy Nigeria.
Ajale Koko, please. Tinubu. Argentina is copying Nigeria. Nigeria, I mean, for Argentina, we know, but for a very long, Ajale Koko, wait. For a long time, Ajale Koko, let me make this point now. Look, nobody, we're not making new economic policies, right? So let's get that clear. But for in a long time, no president has been bold enough to set his agenda day one and start enacting it. It was in a long time. It has been Tinubu and then a lot of copycats. Kenya is a copycat. Angola is another copycat. Argentina is another copycat. Go and check it. So let's
because all these countries are doing this, they're copycat.
They want. The reality of their economic
why are you so sick of?
Their economic circumstances that call for the removal.
Exactly.
But they do not do it. They don't do it. They want. Ajale Koko. They don't do it.
It's not the first person that did this in this
world. Tinubu has been the one with the brass ball.
It's a propaganda. We are going through a cash problem again in Nigeria now.
Yes, we're going through a tough time. Yes, we're going through a tough time.
And so how is the Moody coming? Where are they getting that? When Nigerians cannot even have
because they can project, they can see into the future. Not they don't look at the current.
Propagandists
so Moody that are professional, speech professional, S&P professional, Moody professional. They are Agbado people, Abi.
I mean,
are they Agbado people?
People here, I don't know. It's okay. I mean,
I
don't understand rational mind. I don't understand you.
Your propaganda. I can't just stand your propaganda. You'll be lying to Nigerians.
You are looking something micro. You are very micro.
I beg you, English don't say
it's not English. It's not English. When we say micro, you are taking one family economy. You are taking one family economy to run the entire economy. That is exactly what you are talking about.
One family economy. When they 110 million Nigerians are under poverty, it just increased again.
That did not happen overnight. So please.
That's what I'm telling you, rational mind, that you don't understand.
You don't understand.
I've got. Let me just go for my whole sanity.
If you planted corn today, you are not going to harvest it immediately.
Let me go and rest.
No, don't go. You can't go.
I took break from you guys because people.
Let one man give you the forum to manage you, please. Don't go.
You people are just singing his praise everywhere.
It's not just every time you
sing his praise. Like, what is wrong with all of you?
No.
They are just not ready.
Rational mind, check your phone.
Okay. All right, let me do. Yeah.
So you guys do not trust. I'm weak.
Back to you.
I'm just weak. So Moody's, Fitch are credible rating agencies that work for every single economy in the entire world. We should say that Tinubu bribed them, right? Is that what we should say?
We can't dismiss.
Kulata, the question should be which economy in the world that is doing okay?
Very few. Maybe Guyana.
That should be
That's
the
only
question.
One that maybe only
which
Guyana that I know.
Economy in the world today that is doing well?
As far as I know, very, very few. You can count them like in India.
Even the one you think is doing well is on projection.
India is doing well. Guyana is doing well because they just discovered huge oil.
I think Russia is doing well.
Which Russia?
Russia. No. Forget that Russia.
By now, we would have
No,
that
Russia is doing well.
Russia is.
You know,
they are stable.
That Russia one is very jittery. It's not like it's unsteady. It's not on.
Did they not say did they not declare? They said they started to declare a profit as for the first time since the Ukrainian something has started.
Okay.
One man. Leave that Russia one.
They declare their profit. You believe them, right?
No, well, I'm
when
just saying.
Nigeria declare their milestone, it's not believed.
You know that Nigeria.
What's going on?
We had a positive balance.
I want Nigeria to do well. It's rational mind that doesn't want Nigeria to do well.
And
how does a country declare profit? I'm confused. I need to be educated. How does a country declare a profit?
Maybe it's Gazprom. I think it's maybe Gazprom.
Okay.
No, it's not country. I think it's Gazprom. I mean, a country doesn't declare profit now. It's not a profitable entity, but it's probably Gazprom. So, I mean, I don't know all this negativity about our country. Look, we did not create poor people overnight. Jesus even said it, and I've said it before. The poor will always be among them.
Jesus Christ, very convenient for you. Use Jesus Christ. Are you people jokers?
National man hasn't been to Nigeria in the past 20 years. How would they have known the development that country already recorded?
It doesn't.
I say you haven't been to that country in the past 2 decades. How would you have known the development the country has?
When was the last time I was in Nigeria?
Yeah, thank you.
You were there last year now.
You don't even know the name of your governor. Like Ekene always says.
When you snuck in through the border, remember when you had to sneak in through the border at the back door?
I mean, people don't be ridiculous like this now. I mean, you people just trying to discredit.
Rational mind. For you to think about the last time you went to Nigeria, that means you are forming a story. Because if you really went to Nigeria, it will be at the back of your.
Dude, I have a lot of stuff in my head.
Nigeria or Ghana
No, Ghana ló ti gbà yọ wọlé bó ṣe máa ń yọ wọlé wọnú Nàìjíríà ni ò yé mi.
I àbí kò tẹ̀ kí n sọ ọmọ Nàìjíríà mọ́ ni.
Àfúláwò ni náà àwọn ọmọ Badagry yẹn tó ní history of anywhere.
Rational mind is from Dahomey. He's a Dahomey guy.
That's
why you speak French. You are from Benin Republic.
Well, guys, issue that's on in Nigeria because people come here and just throw out.
Let me ask you a question, just to clarify, just for the benefit of the audience who have been following your commentaries for years now. Do you want Nigeria to do well, Rational Mind? Do you? Do you want Nigeria to do well?
Let's see the email. You're not sending any email. Yeah.
No. Check it now. Yeah.
Okay.
No, let us candidate is in office. Nigeria is different.
Woman, qualify the question. Woman, please qualify the question. Say, do you want Nigeria to do well on that Tinubu?
No. Yes. Do you want Tinubu to succeed as the president? As the president of, do you want him to succeed?
Oh my goodness. That's a gotcha question. You want to catch me, Abby?
No. Answer the question though, because it's just to
answer the question.
Let me say it again so you're clear. Do you want Tinubu to succeed as the president of Nigeria?
Well, but I'm not seeing anything though. Still, I'm not seeing anything. I'm still refreshing. But then I don't know what's going on. So anyway, yeah. So to answer your question, I think it's the email I gave to you now.
Yeah.
So anyways, yeah. So I want Nigeria to work. Now
on that Tinubu say.
Hold on. You will not push me. You want to catch me with that question, and I'm not going to fall for that. Yes, I want Nigeria to succeed.
We don't catch you already now.
Hold on. I want Nigeria to succeed, but not under people who are not, who lack that, who lack what that capacity, both morally or otherwise. Not
Success
under
of Nigeria is tied to person, right? So if someone is there that you don't like, Nigeria should not succeed, but if someone you like is there, you should succeed.
No,
right?
it's not about somebody I like. It's not even
That
that
is the
somebody.
height of it.
Hold on. You see, this is what you do a lot. I don't hate Tinubu, but I don't believe that he has what it takes.
No, it doesn't matter. That wasn't the question, though. Do you want
if he does it, listen, one, I've said this here before. And
no, I'm not saying if he does it. I'm asking if you want it.
Woman.
Do you want it?
Woman. I'll answer your question with this answer that I've given here before. That if Tinubu works for the people, because succeeding here, it depends on how you're defining that succeed.
It's not what you wish for.
However you define success.
Let me make it.
No. Oh, hold on. I want to make it clean for you, so you can give a straight answer. However you are defining success, do you want Tinubu to succeed as the Nigerian president? So you have the parameters of success. And I'm not asking you if it's capacitated to. I'm not asking you if it's capable or not. I'm asking if you want it.
Oh, I gave you the wrong. I gave you the wrong email. Sorry. I will type it again. So
Stalling tactics. Stalling.
You know.
Listen. You see, that's a question that when you ask me, I cannot answer that question because of where I.
You can't answer if you want your country to succeed or not.
No. I said it. I said I want my country to succeed.
And Tinubu is the president.
You people will not box me to work on. Let me just answer my question. It's my question, right? So let me answer the question.
It's a moving target. Okay, carry on.
I want Nigeria to succeed. And I want the right person that will be there. By the right person is not. I'm not saying Obi. I'm not saying Tinubu. I'm not saying Tinubu. I'm not saying Atiku. I'm not saying Showore. But I want the right person to be there to make Nigeria work. Now, let me land.
Okay, land. But I'm going to push you there. But land,
woman, what I've said before is that if Tinubu works for the people, and we see the lives of at least he's able to pull more than half of the people currently in poverty. He's able to bring them out of poverty. To me, it's a success, and I will applaud him for that.
And do you want him to achieve that? Do you want that to happen?
Woman, I'll leave my answer as to that. I will leave my answer to that. If he's able to work for the people and pull more than half of the current people that are in poverty in that country, to put them out. To me, that's a success, and I will applaud him for that. That's what I would say, one man.
So you cannot give an equivocal answer.
It doesn't want his own country. He said for Tinubu so much. He doesn't want his own country to succeed. What is?
No.
Yeah.
For a long time I thought you were trolling us. Rational Moidbab.
I'm not trolling. I'm telling you how I feel. It's how I feel. That's how I express it. Am I breaking, or is it me that you guys are breaking?
No, I think someone is trying to speak.
I think one man is breaking.
Yeah, one man is breaking. Yeah.
Okay, one man is breaking.
In some platform, they'll see he's getting attacked.
See, rational mind. The question that one man answered and you could not answer, that really betrays you, to be honest.
No.
They ask you, do you want Nigeria to succeed? It's a question. Nigeria as a country, as an entity, do you want Nigeria to succeed? If you are attaching Nigerian success to personality, then that's where the problem is.
No, I'm not.
Nigeria should succeed irrespective. Wait now. Okay, if they ask you, do you want Tinubu to succeed? Two things. Success of Tinubu may mean personal success, and it may mean collective success as part of the country, that maybe the country moves forward. But the question is this: Nigeria as a space, as an entity, do you want Nigeria to succeed? You should want Nigeria to succeed, irrespective of, even if Satan becomes the president of Nigeria today, Nigeria should succeed for people to be okay. The personality should not matter. The policy, the steps taken for the country to grow is what matters. But once you start saying, oh, you don't want it to succeed, Nigeria to succeed because a Tinubu or because of one thing, then that's a big issue.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about, Ola, because I just explained.
You know what I'm talking about.
Hold on. I don't know. You are expecting me. You are expecting me to help you to make your campaign of Tinubu this and that. I'm not going to do that.
It's not a campaign.
It's a campaign. Yeah, it's a campaign. You're trying to do.
I said Nigeria. Do you want Nigeria to forget about Tinubu?
I've answered that question.
Of the president, do you want Nigeria to succeed?
I think the national man have answered it has already answered the question.
I don't know what the answer
now.
He has not answered the question. That's not an answer.
He said he want Nigeria to be better. And the only thing he can actually rate Tinubu as a success man in his government is when he can move people out of poverty. What else do you want?
That's not the question. The question is, do you want Nigeria to succeed? If it's criteria for Nigeria to no.
There is nobody born in
no. If Nigeria succeeding means moving people out of poverty, fine, that's his definition. But so if it's going to happen under Tinubu, do you want Nigeria to succeed? It's a simple, straightforward question.
Yes, he has answered the question already.
It did not.
Actually,
he did.
He said he wanted.
And by the way, good to see you, Folly. Folly, we may be revisiting those women that we sent you to last year to top them up, but we'll talk about that later. But rational mind, enemy of the people. Look at that.
Hold on.
No, well,
one man on that. Rational man have said it clear. He said he want Nigeria to succeed, but
he didn't say that. Not like the way you have. You see the way you said it, unequivocal. You said it straight.
Yes, he said he want Nigeria to succeed, but it's very doubtful of Tinubu.
Beneath doubt. Which Lafe?
Tinubu is the person that can take Nigeria to that height to achieve that success that we are looking up to. He doesn't believe that Tinubu can be the leadership that can take us to the promised land. That is reservation. He doesn't.
Ajale, can I ask you a question? Would you like to go to heaven? You see, it's a straightforward question.
No, it depends. It depends. If heaven is like it depends. What do you mean by heaven? This is national mind, man. I wonder how you're able to toast babes. How do you toast babes?
Exactly, Ajale Koko. You see how straightforward you are. But look at rational mind. If heaven comes with a gate and it's not pearly gates, maybe and when then after that, no.
Well, what uniform would the angels be wearing? We have to establish that first before I enter. Are they wearing white?
Woman, I came in here to defend rational mind.
All right, okay.
Yes, I came in here to defend rational mind because, as a matter of fact, rational mind. I just want to give you mad props. In fact, you are what should stand an example of a true Omodua.
Look at that. Always outnumbered, never outgunned.
Always outnumbered. You continue to fight. You are the example of the Yoruba people I grew up with. Made up of integrity. Real grit.
It's not better. What are you talking about?
You know, they had
people. Go and sit down. Go and sit down. Look at that. It's not coming to form that I mixed with Omodua. Please go with Omodua.
Rational mind. I give you a lot of respect. You understand? But let me say this.
Look at that.
Let me say this.
Hold on. You better not talk too much, because I can threaten you very quickly with something now. But if you cross the line, I have a koboko for you here. But carry on.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what that koboko is. I'm curious.
All right. Okay.
You know, one man. You know me, sapele water. We know they fear anything. I'm curious to see what that
all
koboko
right.
is. But let me say this to
Mr.
Mr. Moody's, S&P, and Fitch. I trust these international organizations to be the standard bearer of how well our economy is doing. Those agencies have lost their credibility. They lost their credibility.
You just made a mistake. It's not how well it's doing. How well it's projected. It's a projection.
I listen to you.
But you made a mistake.
My friend,
it's a projection.
You shouldn't
not
have
how well
them
it's
up.
doing today.
The point is you shouldn't have brought them up. They lost their credibility in 2008. During the financial crisis, all three organizations rated companies that caused the crisis as having AAA ratings, every single one of them. And they rated countries in a lot of cases as failing when these countries' economies turned around and showed success. So these agencies have lost their credibility a long time ago. Nigeria's progress. They got it wrong. Nigeria's progress.
They got it wrong.
My friend,
I've listened to you. And then you want to crucify them.
But Lata, they were not actually wrong technically. They were not. Globally,
giving companies that went under and almost brought the world's financial system to its knees is not got it wrong once. That's a major screw up. That's the fundamental screw up. That is a fundamental screw up. For you to say, no. Listen. If you screw up that much at your job, Kulata, you will not have a job. Nobody's going to say you screwed up. Wait. Let me finish what I'm saying. You guys like to interrupt when you're wrong. When you are wrong.
Hold on. Let his own land, and then you push it back. They know you now. It's on his Bulabalu and Bulaba now, but
we are trying to debunk what is premising
let him run it through. So
is it not? Wait, I want to remember. It's the same Aizon that was carrying the fake Peter Obi statistics. So yeah, continue.
One man. You know my way. You give me bars, I give you bars twice. I know.
We did wait you fire on my guy.
So yes, it wasn't wrong once. They were majorly wrong.
When I say you say it's ruined.
Well, in a crisis that almost ruined the entire planet. So for you to come here and bring up that kind of example, either one, you are trying to be dishonest or disingenuous, or two, you didn't know. Which I seriously doubt. I think you knew. You're just trying to be disingenuous. But the fact of the matter is, those are not the examples of organizations that are going to predict our future. What to predict our future is the productivity of the local economy. And our friend Bula Balu has failed to pay attention to the local economy. He has been running around the world, cap in hand, begging for money, instead of talking to the people who are actually trying to produce, despite the fact that there is no power. And by the way, Mr. Kulata, power is a fundamental part of driving the economy. It's not the only one. It's a key part. So rational mind was right again about that. Okay? So before you people just try to jump him and gang up on him and do all these things, he has proven himself right, and he didn't even know these facts.
Take the question.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead. I'm listening.
Here to you.
Go on. Listening. Go on.
What I wanted to say is that in 2000, when Obasanjo was junketing globally, he was accused of begging for money like this, to the point that our debt was erased, starting from scratch, right? And then we're able to establish EFCC just to be like a guy. But he was able to eliminate some of our debt then and start building the economy. The same way you are abusing Tinubu now of the globe trotting, begging for money. What is wrong in begging for money?
I'm not abusing my brother. I'm not abusing. I'm not abusing him.
Is on. Give me a micro moment. I'm going to bail out fairly quickly. Hand over to Rational Mind, but let me just do a little bit of
One man. Now where you they go? I want to see that Koboko now. You don't even give me.
No, your Koboko. I know you go top your. I go come up before flogging you. I go give you your Koboko now. But let me acknowledge Ayo, who seems now to be singularly the only sponsor of the One Man platform now. That's Ayo rattling it off. I lost connection, so I've lost. He did the first one, so that there were 4 streams from Ayo. So thank you, Ayo, for that. So Ayo keeps the lights on the platform. So Ayo keeps the lights on the platform. But let me update you then where we are in the fundraising activities in the course of this session. So we are now at essentially £645. Always remember to add 100 to the figure you're seeing on the screen. A private donor sent in £100 privately. So that's £645 headed towards £1,000 target. So we're about 350 odd pounds from where we need to be. So
do I need a GoFundMe account to be able to do something?
What's that?
Would I need a GoFundMe account to do it?
No, you just need money in your account and then you can do it.
What account? GoFundMe account or?
No, you don't need a GoFundMe account. It's essentially just making an online purchase. So you just put your details in and then.
Can you send me a link to it on?
Yeah, I know. I'll actually post it up now because
send me a private one. I mean, just send me a private.
Yeah, no, I'll pop it to your WhatsApp. Yeah, I'll pop it to your WhatsApp.
Make it anonymous if you don't want to put your real name on it.
Yes, yes. So let me acknowledge then the person that's just like Kulata was saying now. You can make it anonymous if you don't want your name flashing up. But you should really get the recognition if you're happy for your name to flash up. So Adeyinka Adetunji, so he kicked it off. Anonymous, £150. Only one person carries that sort of a wallet, and of course, it's Kulata. Ayodele Ogunlowo, say he comes in with £100. The elegant Prince Daddy, there he is right there with £50. A man from the military, General Thomas, there he is with £50. Another anonymous, you may call him Ajan Lekoko. There is Ajan Lekoko right there with 100, and then another anonymous just come in, but I don't know who this anonymous is, so that anonymous remains anonymous. So you're about £350 from where we need to be, of where we want to be. So well done, everyone. So that's exactly the spirit. And by the way, this initiative is somewhat of a pushback against the Kene, who tells us that all we ever do here is just come here and speak grammar. So we're not just speaking grammar anymore. We're actually doing something in this instance. So Kene, when you come back, I'll remember to tell you that it's not just grammar speaking. So it's not just grammar speaking. So anyone that wants to hustle us through very quickly to hit that target, which I am now more confident that we can. It was actually Kulata that told me to hold it steady. I was so off-put. I just wanted to shut it down 2 days in, but Kulata said, no, run it 3 days to the end of the weekend. And he was right, of course. So anybody that wants to be part of it, there is the link right there. It's just really click on donate, pop in the amounts that you want to send, and bring us very quickly to our target. So what is this whole thing about? And by the way, yes, I'm glad Folibi is here, by the way. The money goes in directions like this. I'll only play you a minute and a half. I know I've played it a couple of times, but this is a son just exemplifying an example of what one of the beneficiaries look like. But look at the way this lady is dressed. We have seen this lady countlessly on our television stations. Not her, but we have seen her. You understand what I mean when you see her. We have seen this image, this structure at a far distance as we look at zones that are troubled within the Nigerian space. But now she's within our reach. Her name is Mama Hadiza. She's 69.
Okay, ni tsaya a nan wajen.
Bismillah na fara.
Hello everyone, my name is Hassan Abdullahi. So I'm just approaching our mama's shop here. You can just zoom around. This is a very this is Wenge Lion Bori, Kusada Bariki. So we have an old woman that we are trying to help today. We have an old woman that we are trying to help today. Mama has been somebody, you know, who has been resilient. She has gone through several things from displacement, you know, to abject poverty, and then she still had the wherewithal to sell things like this, and she sells some food too. So Mama is somebody we are trying to meet. However, my Kanuri is not that good, so we'll be switching between me and my friend here who will help interpret what we are going to discuss with Mama. Please, Mama ina wuni? Ina gajiya? Ba ni kameran kai yanzu. Bari in dauki Mama. Mama ya kokari? Ya kasuwa? Ta isannu Mama da kokari. To na zo ne daga mutanen one man platform, kuma kowane ƙarshen shekara ana yin taimako ma mutanen da suke kokarin taimakon kansu. Na ga shagonki yadda babu abubuwa da yawa a ciki, kuma muna son ya zamto a samu dalilin da za a taimaka miki. Yanzu dai kuma na ji kokarin da kika yi da mutanen da ke karkashin ki da duk abubuwan da dai ya shafe ki. To dai ina miki albishi na cewa insha Allahu za mu kai kukanki gurin su, kuma abinda Allah ya rabonki ne insha Allahu za mu dawo.
So that is Mama Adiza. Did you see the way she's profiled? We've seen that sort of a person in the far distance when they're reporting to us what's happening in the core north. So there she is right there. She's now just within our arm's reach. So that's Mama Adiza. That's an example of the sort of spaces that the outreaches are initiated towards. So if you feel inclined, then feel free. But don't feel pressured to do it. But if you do feel inclined, then feel free. I'll send the details into the comment section now. We're a hop, skip, and a jump from a target of £1,000, £350. So maybe we can hit that by today. Who knows? So there it is right there. So let me bring it off the screen. So from charity giving to correctional flogging, let's give what's his name, Aizon, a bit of a koboko in. So Aizon, have you heard the phrase Organa Master, Aizon?
Well, not here, man. Let me make up the phrase now.
All right. Okay. If you want to know Organa Master, have you heard the phrase "the eagle have landed"?
Yes, that's an American phrase, isn't it?
All right. Okay, that's an American phrase, but now it's an Equatorial phrase. Aizon, the eagle has landed.
Hello, back.
So all that rebel rousing by you and Celibes just a couple of days ago. So that's Yemsen Wike in Port Harcourt to administer a correctional flogging on the wayward youth in the State House.
Story. That's Yemsen Wike trying to show that he's still in control.
The eagle has landed.
No, you know when they say when someone is losing and is losing all grip on power, he will try to show muscle last minute. Wike is going to lose this fight. I don't tell you before, and you will see. Sim is not going anywhere.
Who is the deputy governor? And where is the deputy governor from?
What does that have to do with the price of rice in the market?
Who is the deputy governor? And where is the
what does that have to do with Wike coming back into office? That's the question I'm asking.
Who is the deputy and where is that person from?
Answer him now.
No. Well, I'm asking him. What does that have to do?
Don't answer question with question. If you know the answer, say yes. If you don't, keep quiet.
No, I'm asking you. If you have a point to make,
so you don't know the answer. Anybody that knows the answer, please answer.
Is it Ngozi Odu now?
No,
So that's
I
going
want
to
to
be
see
It's a
his
lady.
point. I'm
It's
not.
a lady, but I don't
it's
know
a
which
lady.
part of
So
the
that
state.
maybe that's going to be the next governor.
No, that's Ngozi Odu, I think her name is.
That,
Yes.
Where is she
I
from?
knew. I knew it was
And
the
in your
same
mind,
country.
you are justifying,
Anambra State, I suspect.
that.
She's from Brad.
Are you justifying that?
Because they're going to kick Arizon's guy. They're going to kick him out.
You see.
And you're in support of that. You guys then.
The job people are not suited for governance. That's what we have come to. The job
They
people.
have Bielsa now.
You know what? You know what? Before they broke up River State, there's no way an Ijaw man would not have been governor of River State. That was just standard. It was in fact it was standard practice. If you go and look at all the governors before they broke up the state. So once they broke up the state, Ada George, D.T. Spiff, you want me to name more? Where were they from?
I can't.
You don't know what you're talking
those
about. That's why I don't want to answer your question.
Those are Ijaw names, but that's after that's past then.
Okay.
That's past then. Now,
no.
Now, Wike
let me
is king now.
Yeah, Wike is king. Wike wasn't Amaechi king? Wasn't Odili king? What are you talking about, Kulata? If we're talking about Osun State, you
this
can't
is the real king now. This is
but
the real king.
a leopard cannot swim with a crocodile. You understand?
You're going to see now. Wike is going to mark his head.
Story. Wike is done.
All right, gentlemen, let me bail out. Let me bail out.
If Tinubu is not lucky, he'll be done too. If he continues to
No
stick
problem,
his head inside.
Let me bail out. Hand over to Rational Mind, who handles it in his own inimitable, elegant
how are we
manner.
going to be giving Rational Mind bass boost now? Now there is moderation.
He's not a gentleman. He will take it. He will say, I'm not trying to be. I know it sounds like I'm apologies about that. That. I'm not quite sure. It's so British in his manner, but there he is, Rational Mind. So Rational Mind.
One more before you go, I have a question for you, briefly.
Wait, Adewale, I want to address the point you made.
No. Before you do that, hold on, Aisha. Hold on, you were addressing, but hold on. One more, are you still there?
I am here.
Okay. So tell me or tell us, why do you always say he says even when the woman is the one speaking? Why?
Well, why do I say what?
Every time you are reading out anything, you always say he says So even if it is a female that wrote it or a female making a speech, why do you always say that? He says
It's a mannerism I have. I don't know.
What did he say? What did he say?
I didn't hear it. Whenever you are reading out something, you first of all prevent it by saying he says
it says maybe I have a speech
now. That is what make one man that don't make one man a unique anchor now. I British ni one man.
Even when it's written by a female, he will still say, he says, then he will start reading those things down.
No, I say maybe I'm just pausing to.
No, Adewale is right, Joe. Adewale is right, Joe.
Hold on, Dewale, because your Ajahn Koko, what did he say? Because I'm not clear on what he said. What did he say?
He said when you are starting to read your readout or anything, he says, sir. He says, sir, you always, I mean, if you go and go and watch.
No, I didn't. It's not sir. It's it says that's. I think that's just the way I speak. I'm not sure.
So that's what you meant. I was like, we
thought no, it's not. It's not sir. It's Yeah. It says No. Yes. But just talking about Iru, I was saying I was adding Iru and New York. You know what my wife did when she was coming back from Nigeria just a few weeks ago? She went and put Iru in the box. Yes, and then the immigration were just looking at her funny all the way through. And I was saying, Kilo Deda, we have African shops, maybe now. And he was saying, oh, God, can you imagine that?
So the root is more natural, like the one they, no, the one
In and back the rule in the middle of
do you know how much
then the clothes have to go through 3 rounds of washing. Oh God.
Oh, they have to ask her to wash it?
No. When she got back, she will pack everything, and then the Iru will then infiltrate into her clothes, and then she has to go through the washing machine cycle about 3 times. Just for Iru, I mean, for goodness, and I don't even like it.
It's a good thing. It's good for the eyesight. Mama rather down. Any of my food here, I put Iru. Even though by making anything, I just put
I can have it straight on toast without it being cooked.
Iru on toast. Jesus Christ, you guys.
Yeah, try it now. Go to condemn it. Try it because to condemn it.
You did 1 month in Nigeria. You've got to know.
You want toast.
Try it before you try it and come and thank me tomorrow when you tried it.
Do we put butter on cream cheese?
Let him try it first.
Yeah, and another thing that I want you to try, and then you can come and thank me later. You know plantain that is ripe almost to the point of being rotten. Fry it, no salt, then soak gari, and then fuck it and dip it into the gari and eat it.
What?
Then just try it and then come and thank me later. Just try it now. You try it and you come and say thank you. I don't know. Experiment. No, look, I never experiment.
For where? I gotta go. For where? We know each other kind of thing.
All right, gentlemen, let me bail. It's always a delight to your company. Rational Mind, over to you.
All right, one man. All right, guys. So, Adewale, you asked the question.
So let me beg you for 5 minutes. In 9 minutes.
I
want to jump out and come back in 9 minutes, please, if you don't mind. I want to correct the misinformation that Izon spread the other time.
Okay, when it's done, you take everything together. Just let him.
No, be gone for 1 hour. So
let all that talk now.
Don't mind. See, when Izon was saying the other time that all those organizations that were well rated, at the end of the day, that crisis. See, the thing is, let us put culpability where culpability belongs, right? You are not talking of the regulation in the financial sector in the United States that gave them chance to start spending the way they like. The financial sector, because it was deregulated, and they now have so much funds to throw around, especially into the area of mortgage. Now, when people started buying houses indiscriminately, both the local, the foreign, everybody, they started investing. Then, boom, the Reserve Bank of America just raised the interest rate. And the next thing, what happened? The crisis began. When people could no longer afford the payment of the mortgage, when people started dropping out. So those are the things. So we can't compare what happened then to what is happening in Nigeria, because we are saying the Fitch rating now go. They are rating the protection of what is going to happen in Nigeria. But you are saying because of the company they raised. No, there's nothing similar. So
the credibility of the companies are short. What are you talking about?
It's not about
these companies don't have credibility. Let me even break it down. Let me break it down further for you. Okay, what I even said was the tip of the iceberg. These companies collect money. These rating agencies, they collect money from the companies they're supposed to be monitoring. It's a clear conflict of interest. They cannot be trusted. As a matter of fact, wait. What are you talking about? It's a fact. Everyone knows it. There's even a figure that they pay. They pay between $1,500 they pay between $1,500 to, depending on the size of your company. They pay these agencies. What are you talking about? On top of that, the United Nations, as a matter of fact, this year. And that's another thing I need to challenge.
They pay them that, wait.
The United Nations this year was advising African countries to improve their regulatory agencies because these agencies were erroneously giving them ratings. As a matter of fact, there's a United Nations article right now that says in August 2023, this year, that they downgraded Nigeria, Kenya, and Morocco. And those three countries are challenging the downgrade. So I'm curious to find out where Kulata actually got his facts that we were upgraded by these agencies, because there's a UN article that's clearly saying that we were downgraded because of debt owing and a couple of other reasons.
You're not current. If you're current, you won't be making this kind of
August 2023. That was when
I'm talking about December 2023.
So they downgraded us in August and then they upgraded us in December.
The Fitch, just let me find the latest one, sir. Hold on.
They're not credible agencies. That's the premise of my whole point.
Whatever
you're saying about blaming the people that own homes, the consumers, and all that is irrelevant. The agencies that are supposed to act. The agencies that are supposed to act. The agencies that are supposed to act. The agencies that are supposed to act.
Reminding what the Dodd-Frank Act was supposed to be.
If I'm paying you and you're supposed to be the one
eyes on, let them eyes on. You heard. Let's respond. You said their conflict of interest. What was the Dodd-Frank Act? What was it about? What was the Security and Exchange Act? What was it about? These were acts done after the 2011 financial crisis. I mean, 2008. Well, when was that again? I forgot.
2008 financial crisis.
2008, 2009 financial crisis. They've done Dodd-Frank.
2009, actually. 2009.
They've done Dodd-Frank after that. They've done the Security and Exchange Act after that. They've addressed. And you're also conflating rating.
Dodd-Frank. Wait, okay.
No, you're conflating rating companies versus rating countries. They're two separate matters. They're not the same matter. So don't look at what they did, ratings they did for individual companies based on what's reported in the book with a country that's likely based on macroeconomic activity.
The point that's irrelevant. The point
it
there
is not irrelevant. It is very relevant.
They are not credible actors.
They are very credible.
The United Nations. Wait. Listen, don't take my word for it. Listen, don't take my word for it. The United Nations. The United Nations has openly said that African countries should manage their regulation processes better because these agencies are not credible. So what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? I don't ask 100,000 in his account.
You want to rely on international. As a matter of fact, the Chinese. Let me give you another one. The Chinese government. The Chinese government came out this year and totally dismissed all the ratings that these same organizations try to give them. When everyone knows the Chinese government's economy is growing, they try to downgrade the Chinese government's economy.
No, the Chinese government.
You people are over here. And you people are over here highlighting. Wait. You people are over here highlighting. You people are over here highlighting.
Don't talk without qualifying what you're saying. China's economy is suffering right now.
As pillars that Nigeria's economy
China is suffering a deflation right now. If you don't know, you better know. And if you have any sort of Chinese stock, you better do something to it.
Did they not say that? Did they not say that the Russian economy will crumble when the Ukrainian war started?
China's economy is in trouble as we speak. And that if they rated it as so, it's accurate.
The point is, the so-called bodies that they are relying on to use to say whether or not the Nigerian economy is making progress have lost credibility. You cannot use an irrelevant organization to try to predict the future of another nation's economy.
I have 2 minutes to go now. Let me conclude. You see, one thing is this, like Kulata told you, rating a company is different from rating a country. Now, the crisis that led to 2007 to 2009 crisis was the regulation of financial sector that created oversupply in some particular products, and people could not pay just because of interest rate. Get it? Nigeria has no oversupply in any area. Nigeria is an investment
I know what the financial crisis was about. I know what it was about.
You say what?
I know what the financial crisis was about. Thank you for that, though. But the point I'm making is this your so-called the whole point of your argument doesn't hold any water at all, because the
No, it is
organizations that you're
yours, not
hailing,
mine.
the
It is
organizations that you're
yours.
hailing, the organizations you are hailing as
Okay.
the standard
Okay.
bearers
Wait.
have been proven
Aizon.
to be
A credit bureau.
unreliable.
A credit bureau
They're
say
unreliable.
Aizon that has 100,000 in his account
Rational mind,
can
when he finishes,
afford
I'll make
a
another.
Prado Jeep.
Yeah,
No.
just hold on. Let him down. Go on.
Now, credit union is saying Aizon that has 100,000 in his account can afford a Prado Jeep. And there is another regulation from the financial district that regulated and your currency lost value. Now you can no longer afford that Prado. Are you saying the credit bureau that say you can afford it now just because they said it, they were not correct? At the point of time they are telling you you can afford it, they were correct. It was something that overshadowed them because a higher authority created that crisis that made your 100,000 useless. It doesn't have any impact on credibility of that credit union. Get it right. What led to financial crisis in 2008 had nothing to do with Fitch rating. They were credible. Whoever is saying they're not credible is an individual that would not like to accept the fact and figure of what they are presenting. They don't make wide argument. They have a point of referencing. They reference with a particular point, but if you go outside of that point, then you will see them as not credible. As far as it's concerned today, where Nigeria is going, because Nigeria is begging for chronic need in investment in society area, and they see where they got the government direction, both fiscal and monetary, they are now saying this country is place to go when it comes to investment. They are not wrong. It's you that don't want to look at
the UN. So the UN is
that
wrong,
you are
right?
wrong.
United Nations is wrong, right?
When did
Is the
UN
UN
say
wrong?
anything about ratings agencies?
I will share the article if you want me to. Is the UN wrong, Mr.
So
Ola?
when did they
Since you want
say
to
it?
make the case,
Let's find
look,
out. When did they say it?
the point about these companies is that
Aizon, do you have
these
the link?
companies listen. Yeah, I have the link, and I will share it. The point I will share it. The point about these companies is that they take money from the people they are supposed to be regulating and actually providing ratings on. And the minute you do that, your whole organization becomes discredited. I'll give you another example.
Oh, I found the link.
In today's world, the FDA has lost its credibility. Why? Because the so-called people that are supposed to be gatekeepers at the FDA leave their jobs and barely months later end up working for the same organizations that they were supposed to have been monitoring. On top of that, the greatest funders of the Food and Drug Administration today are the same pharmaceutical companies that they're supposed to be monitoring. Therefore, they've lost credibility. In this case, you cannot listen to an organization like that when your country's future is on the line.
Ola,
So
before you
this
go,
whole thing, and what rational mind, I'll tell you another thing. The reason why they're listening to these people is because the people that are working for Tinubu come from the same school, the same pedigree as these organizations. If you look at their background, they are cut from the same cloth. So
give me 30 seconds before Ola goes. Let me read this UN stuff.
My friend, wait. I'm destroying your argument.
Because it's actually the reverse of what you're talking about.
No, I don't know which article you're looking at. So first of all, you can't even say I don't know what.
There's only one UN.org by Boda.
Okay,
there's only one
I don't know what article you're looking at. So if you want, before you
it's from August 2023, like you alluded before. But let me quickly read it before Lali.
Go ahead. Yeah.
So they said African regulators urge to supervise credit rating agents. That's from UN.org. They said this is to avoid erroneous assessments that discourage investment on the continent. Africa should develop regulatory mechanisms to supervise international credit rating agencies to avoid erroneous assessment that discourage investment on the continent. An expert has said. So basically, they're telling Africa to watch out for negative rating that may be given to them that may not be, that may not be what is deserved. We are talking about them rating Nigeria positively.
You know the first
you have
paragraph.
No point.
You know the first
So
paragraph.
You really have no point.
You know the first paragraph does not make an entire article.
They're upgrading Nigeria. They're telling us to watch out for downgrade. Can you see what you're? You don't even know what you're talking about.
You know the first paragraph doesn't make a whole article. You know that, right?
Okay,
you know the first paragraph doesn't make a whole article. And
I can continue reading it now. Let me continue reading it if you allow me.
What he has done. Let me tell you what.
If you allow me, let me continue reading it.
What you have done is you read.
African regulators need to develop regulatory mechanisms to supervise the work of international CREs operating within respective jurisdictions to ensure proper conduct of business and enforcement. It is imperative for regulators to ensure accountability on accurate ratings, opinion issues, blah blah blah. Poor ratings affect investment in Africa. The joint report by UN Economic Commission for blah 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 says despite positive economic projections, sovereign credit ratings in Africa are getting worse. A sovereign credit rating is an independent assessment of the creditworthiness of country. Sovereign credit ratings give investment insight into the level of risk associated with investing in the depth of the blah 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 blah. The review report further recommended that African countries should regulate the publications of ratings and a rating calendar so as to curb impromptu rating announcements that disrupt financial markets. So they're referencing negative ratings. Negative ratings, though.
And
that's what they're referencing. Did they give Nigeria? Wait, did they give Nigeria a negative rating?
They did in this article. However, Nigeria, go further down. However, Nigeria, Kenya have rejected.
That's from August, right? That's from
This is from August this year.
This is from August. And then
wait.
During that time, they gave Nigeria
negative rating.
Yeah.
No, they bumped Nigeria up last week.
No.
Okay,
that was last week. We're talking about from August. That time.
From August, they gave us negative rating. So
I deal with latest information now.
Okay.
I'm telling you what.
Hold on. You just read an article from August that was talking
What did I read? Tell me what they read. Tell me what they said.
Hold on. You will not put word in my mouth. I will tell you what they said.
But you heard me.
Hold on now. John or Rema Binu John.
Yeah, moderator or Shorel. Yeah, moderator.
I can read it if you want me to.
Hold on. Eyes on. You said they were talking about negative. I understood that they were talking about the negative ratings that these bodies they give to African countries, right? Now, if during that August time or during months before that time, Moody's, because I remember during I think early
they gave us a stable rating, not negative.
No, there was a time they gave us a negative rating. There was a time they gave us.
It was stable, not negative. It was B minus.
There was a time they gave us negative.
It's been B minus in last year.
I remember
it's been B minus in last year. Fitch and Moody's, I think they gave us B minus.
They gave us a downgraded rating in August. What are you talking about?
Which one of them?
Moody's gave us a downgraded. Moody's gave us a downgraded rating in August.
Oh, okay. In last week they gave us positive.
So the point is this: how can we trust them if they give
us? So what's the point? They gave us positive, so it's not a downgrade, it's an upgrade.
No. Oh God! Now we should be happy.
It's an upgrade now. So this makes no sense. They're saying we should watch out for negative, and then they give us positive, and then you guys are complaining.
You're looking for validation. That's what I'm looking at.
Wait, that's not. Let me make this point. So
no serious.
Let me tell you how laughable Kulata's argument is. So according to what they were saying in this year they said that they were citing increases in government financing needs and pressures from upcoming wall of Eurobond maturities combined with poorly structured terms of international bonds. It essentially means we had bad loans that were pending and different items. So they stated that as reasons for downgrading us, and so that was just in August. So
but what about last week?
Wait. What Kulata's argument is
what of last week?
Wait, dude, let me talk. So he's saying that from August to now, all the money we're owing. And
what do you want to pay me now?
Wait.
Only what you pay me.
Okay, so all the money we were owing and everything else from August to now, all of a sudden vanished. That were not. All of that is no longer.
Vanish.
And by the way, Rational Man. By the way, Nigeria and Kenya rejected their ratings in August,
stating that they didn't understand the domestic environment and that the rating agencies and their fiscal situation and the debt was not as bad as what these agencies were saying. So Nigeria rejected it in August. But now Kolaka wants us to accept it. Kolaka wants us to accept their ratings in December.
Just looking for validation.
Why would you accept it in December when they went to correct it?
It is laughable.
It's not laughable.
Look, I want Bula Balu or whatever his name is to succeed because this is my nation. But at the end of the day, I'm not going to manufacture things just to make him look better. That destroys credibility.
Can we read what they said?
If he does good work, let us celebrate his good work. If he does something that is good.
Why are you guys bellyaching over a project? Wait, let me ask a basic question. Let me ask a basic question. Is Moody's projection for the current economy? Let me ask a question. I'm going to ask a question. I am 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 going to ask a question.
And I am not going to allow you to ask a question.
I am going to ask a question. I am going to ask a question. I will ask question. I will ask.
You're not going to ask that question. As long as I did today, you're not going to ask that question.
I go ask him. I promise
you, you're not going to ask.
I go ask him. Is Moody's projection for the current state or for the future state?
At the end of the day,
that's the question. That's the question.
You cannot,
is it for the current state or future state? Is Moody's correction?
And we're giving
is it for current state or future state? It is for future state. So if it's for future state, let us watch what happens in the future. So that's the question. And that question has been asked.
Meanwhile, the same Nigeria was disputing their credit, the rating that they were giving them in August. Now, this Kulata and his cronies want us to accept that this is a positive sign.
And his cronies, now we they work for Moody's.
This is a positive sign.
Now we they work for Moody's.
We won't move forward. You people are not serious. Look, celebrate work that this man has done.
Let us look at what Moody's said last week.
No, what they said last week.
Moody's revised its outlook. You guys understand English. Outlook, which means forward looking. We're not talking about the shit that's going on now. It's for the future. So they revised their outlook on Nigeria to positive from stable. Before it was rated stable. Now it's positive. So you said that they downgraded us. That is not true. And citing possible reversal.
Three reasons why we shouldn't listen to this organization. 3 reasons why we shouldn't listen to this organization.
Citing possible reversal of the deterioration in the country's fiscal and external position due to authorities' reform efforts. The agency also confirmed its long-term foreign currency and local currency issuer ratings.
Colonial mind,
Bola Tinubu is sticking to boost, blah, 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 blah. So basically, they moved on from stable to positive.
Bola Tinubu has been running around
and it's an outlook. It's a future outlook.
Don't give him money. Who has given him money?
So that's it. You can continue.
The people he's supposed to talk to, his local, middle, and large enterprises in Nigeria that go through hell to export out of the country, and even the people that import go through hell to import. Ekene was here the other day talking about the headache it is just to get a container. Wait, listen. The things that will improve that economy.
You are mixing stuff up.
Listen, I'm talking about the country now. I don't want to drag with you.
But you're talking about the current state. Moody's is talking about the future state.
Okay, is it not the current state that will improve the future state? Will the future improve itself?
Well, won't you have plans? Based on plans, yes, the future will improve.
Is it not what you do today that will make you better tomorrow? What are you talking about?
Are you executing the project for the first time? When you meet something, you go and plan. When you plan, then you execute your plan.
If Bola Tinubu is not improving the welfare of our local producers in that country, how are you going to improve the economy?
Is it going to happen overnight?
No, but what is he doing now? Give me one example of stuff he's doing now.
He's jostling around looking for investment.
He's running around the world begging for money, cap in hand. Nobody don't give him money. Stop asking for money abroad. Come home and improve the welfare of the people that are trying to produce. The people that are trying to produce in that country,
can we
despite the fact
convert?
that they don't even have power. No,
You
listen,
can't
I'm
shout
talking
your
about
way out
fundamentals.
of this thing.
I'm
You
talking
can't shout
about the
your way.
fundamentals.
You
I'm not
cannot
shouting
shout
my
your way
way.
out of this thing.
You know I'm
You have
right,
to
so you don't want to
converse.
listen to what I have to
You're
say.
not right because
But listen,
if you're
at the
right,
end
you
of
will
the day,
converse.
at the end of the day, what is going to improve that economy is the
If you're
producing
right,
power.
you will
It is the
converse.
productive power. It is the productive power of the
And they're
local
working
people.
at it.
No,
They're
what are they
working at
doing? Give me an example. Give me an
They're
example.
working at it. An example is
Are
the
they
reform.
give me an
An
example of what they're.
example,
Listen,
if you will let them, if you will let us talk, we'll
let
talk.
me ask you the question. I'll ask
Then
you the question.
let's converse.
Okay. Let me ask you this. No, let me ask him a question and I'll keep quiet. I'll ask him a question. Keep quiet.
I don't
Let me ask
think
him a
that
question.
only
Let
I'm
me ask him a
stubborn.
question.
You know, you never
No.
jam.
But you never see my stubbornness. If you see my stubbornness, you go run. I promise you.
No,
Let me ask you. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Let me ask him a question. He doesn't want to listen to my question because he can't defend it.
Am I talking? If you ask a question, ask it. Use your mouth to ask the question.
I am trying to ask you a question. If you keep quiet, let me ask you a
And
question.
I'm silent and I ask the question.
Okay. Give me an example of what he is doing to improve the productive capacity of the local manufacturers. One.
First of all, they're trying to change the regulations for power so it will attract investment. When power comes in, we'll be able to get better local productivity. That's one. Do you need another one?
Should I comment on that one? Or you want to keep talking? Because I know you like the sound of your voice.
I asked you, do you need another one? You answer.
I want to
and then we
comment on the one you
converse.
just made.
That is how conversations happen.
Can I comment on the comment you
Of
just made?
course,
Or you
I'm
want to
not
keep talking?
padlocking your mouth now. If you want to ask questions, say I want to ask questions.
if you have, I've taken a mental note of that one. If you have another one, you can give me. I'm listening. Do you have another one?
Do you want to ask
Or
question
can I
on that
talk now?
one, or we should move on?
No. I have a comment on that one. I don't have a question.
Okay,
Because
make a comment.
First of all, that was extremely vague. He's looking for investments.
Okay, do you want me to give specifics?
Wait. You see, you don't want me to talk. You just said a comment. I'm trying to
You
give you
said
a
it's
response to
big,
that
then I want to
comment.
give you specifics.
Let me
I
finish
asked
my
you,
statement.
should I give specifics?
Can I finish my statement? Okay, give me specifics. Give me specifics.
Okay.
No, give me specifics.
The specifics is the 40% that federal government has in discos, they're going to lease to investors on the market. That's number one. Number two, the Niger Delta Power something company that is owned by the federal government, the state, and the local. They're trying to look for a way to unbundle the state and the local from it. So federal government can split the transmission company into two. One is going to be for regulatory regulation, which is fully government, and then the other for private sector. We will be able to attack our transmission problem that way, and we'll be able to get more finances, better finances for the discos that are underperforming by listing them on the market. So that's some specifics.
Okay, let me comment now. There are two key words you said about those two things you just said. One was they're going to. The other one is they're trying to. So these aren't things that they have actually done. They said, okay, the Niger Delta Power, they're going to. One is they're trying to. And that's why I said they're vague, right? Meanwhile, you're the same. Wait, my friend, wait.
When you list something in the market.
Wait. I have not finished.
Okay, Jeko Soro.
You are the same person.
Talk about what I said, not me. Talk about what I said.
When I say you like hearing the sound of your voice, you will be arguing with me. And you are the same person. You are the same person.
Don't talk about me. Talk about what I said.
I'm trying
talk
to
about what I said.
Point of what
that's what I'm. Speak apart.
First of all,
what the government is trying to do.
First of all, don't tell me what to say. All right, I'm
no dominance allowed. Talk about the specifics.
You are the same person that was telling Rational
no dominance. Talk about the issue.
You are the same person.
No, I didn't say it's insignificant. I said it does not guarantee.
Things need to happen. Okay.
Yeah,
so
both statements can be true.
One you said they are going
can
to.
Both statements be true?
Is not what they're doing.
Are they mutually exclusive? Are they mutually exclusive?
I asked
yes
you
or no?
A simple question.
You answer the question. Are they mutually exclusive?
I'm talking. You're not going to interrupt me and try to
both
statements
be
true? I'm saying.
True or false? Can both statements be correct?
I am talking. So in other words,
just answer that simple question. Answer that simple question.
You can't be doing this now. Let him
you need to be quiet.
No, because he can't answer a basic question.
No.
You can't have multiple. You can't have multiple thoughts at the same time.
On your comment, which is BS. Your comment
because
BS.
He's not addressing. He's not addressing the. He's not addressing the communication. He's just saying bullshit. Can this man be true?
Aizo, can I get your attention, please? Can I get you? Hold on. Aizo,
You've been saying trying to since. Are you stuck on trying to?
He's not doing anything. Go and learn English. I can give you a dictionary if you want.
It doesn't
trying to. Going to is not doing. I'll send you email address. I'll send you a dictionary.
Because not until they list. Not until they list.
They are not doing it.
When they list is when they're doing it.
The question I asked you, my friend, was say, give me what they are doing. And you cannot list anything.
Because they're planning.
They're not doing anything. That's the point.
This is what you Nigerians don't understand.
There's no Nigerian thing.
Do you think you execute without? Do you think you execute without a plan? Do you execute without a plan? Like
you're saying that they're doing something about
do you just execute without a plan?
To expand on it. All you said is they're trying to.
And I expanded on the plan.
And they're going to. They're not doing anything. I haven't seen one solid legislation that is giving.
They are doing something. Just pay attention to what they're doing.
You cannot explain to me.
And I explained it to you, but when is it going to
get trying to and they are going to? That is not an explanation.
Dude.
That is not an explanation.
When you have a company and you want to go, wait, answer this question. Let's converse. Before you're stuck on your trying to. If you want to list your company and you are doing within the plan, and you're no, answer me this simple question. Answer me this simple question. Can you answer this? Answer this simple question.
No, you're the one asking questions.
When you're in the process, of listing a company,
but they're not doing anything. They're not doing anything.
We can. Is it how we talk or we talk about each other? And I'm okay with both of them.
No, stop manufacturing stuff to defend this guy. You're manufacturing stuff to defend him. And that makes you lose your credibility. Stop manufacturing stuff to defend this guy.
You're saying bullshit. If you're trying to list a company, when you're trying to list a company, don't you plan?
Manufacturing stuff. Give me concrete examples you cannot.
Go and look at the latest whatever from Bayo Adelabu.
Agencies as the reason for why they succeed.
Yeah. That's the agencies the world. That's the agencies the world uses.
Go and ask the average man on the street whether his life is better today or
except you have your own agency. What are your own agencies? Let me ask you that question.
Go and ask the average guy on the street whether his life is better today or 4 years ago.
Aizo. Give me alternative rating agencies in your own books.
No, but I can tell you what I'll give you. I don't listen to those agencies. I learned a long time ago. I don't know which grad school you went to, but I learned a long time ago. Those agencies don't have credibility. But I can tell you what that clown should be doing. That clown in office. I can tell you what he should be doing. He's a clown. He's a clown. He can't speak English. I can tell you what he should be doing.
Saying clown and all that is nothing.
Tinubu is a clown.
What are your alternative agents? What are your alternative agents?
But I can tell you what he should be doing in office today. I can tell you what he should be doing. I'm not talking about alternative agents. I don't need alternative agencies.
Okay, you don't have agencies.
Alternative agencies are not going to help improve your productivity. The work you do on ground will. And that is what I'm talking about.
This conversation is ridiculous. You don't have any other agency. You don't have anything. You're just talking.
You cannot defend it.
So let's forget it.
Just talking. You're just making up BS.
You don't have anything. You really don't have nothing. You're running on empty.
You come here, you just run your bleeding mouth.
You don't have any agencies. You don't have anything.
Those guys don't do anything. They don't do jack.
Yeah,
they are discredited agencies.
But the world relies on them.
You bring them up because you think people here will pay attention to what you're saying.
The world relies on them, right?
The same person that was trying to discredit
the rational mind. I mean, move on.
You turn around and try to talk about power.
He has nothing to
You have nothing to say. You have nothing. You're defending an indicted drug dealer as your president.
What your candidate is your president.
Yeah, he said he was indicted.
You can go and throw in the corner and breathe out.
Was he indicted for drug dealing? Was he indicted for drug laundering?
He was
indicted. You see,
he was
that's why I need to send you a dictionary. He was indicted. He was indicted. He wasn't convicted. He was indicted.
He was not
indicted. He wasn't convicted. He was indicted. He wasn't convicted.
Well,
I will send you that dictionary for free. In fact, you don't have to pay me.
We're back
in
La La
for the
Land.
dictionary.
We're back in La La Land.
You need one. You desperately need one. I promise you.
We're back in La La Land.
You don't understand English. I'll send you a dictionary.
Show me the indictment. Show me.
He was indicted. When they charge you, you get indicted. When you get charged, you get indicted for drug laundering charges. But then he settled and they filed a civil case.
Oh, they filed a civil case. Really?
Yes, but he got indicted. He wasn't convicted.
Can you
he was
show
indicted.
the proof? Can you show the proof?
Okay. I guess the court documents aren't proof enough for you. Right? You need me to go find them for you.
Show the
you need
proof
me to
of
go get the
indictment.
court documents. I think everyone has seen those court documents. I don't need to
show the proof of indictment.
No, but but the national mind, I have one night. Don't worry. Today I get time. I have their time. I have their time. So let me tell you. First of all, the guy is not doing anything. You cannot defend him. Okay, go ahead.
Running your mouth.
National mind, because of you. Even though I go for deal with this guy tonight, not because of you.
There's nothing you are dealing with. You're just having fun by yourself. You're saying
I'm not doing anything.
You're saying absolute nonsense.
I have one night, my brother. I'm
give
not
me
going
alternative agencies.
I asked you a simple question about what he's doing. If I was defending the president.
Can we be considerate?
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Civil case is not into indictment.
But tell him to keep quiet because I won't keep quiet if he keeps talking.
That's the most ridiculous nonsense I've heard.
I'll continue talking.
You can continue now.
Mr. Rational Mind, put them at the mix.
I don't want to do that because they are senior members of this platform. I don't want to do that to them. They are senior members of the platform.
Okay.
No, Kulata, John, Cooperate with me. I know everybody has a point. You have your point. He has a point. So because other people are dropping already because a lot of people could not stand this. It's like you guys are talking very high for them to understand. So yeah. So let's just move to another topic. I'm trying to see.
They gave me headache here. They gave me headache.
You get your headache, you see. We cannot even understand
everybody. They give me headache.
Like everybody have fun.
They give me headache.
But then you see, this moody, no moody. Everybody has a way we can slice it, dice it, and like spin it around. But what I just know is this: is that Kulata and Aizon is that the future will tell. All right, we know there's something about you cannot lie, you cannot make things up. Even though if you make it up, sooner or later we will see it. Bubu tried it for many years, but at the end of the day, how did they tried? They hid this their so-called money. They were just printing. They were lying to Nigerians. They were not printing money, and they were like saying that they did not borrow money as such. And then later we found out the whole truth. So it will come out. You cannot hide things.
Rational mind. A rating is forward looking.
Fine. We
wait for the future.
We agree.
It's not current.
It's okay. We agree. We agree that
simple common sense.
We understand it's forward looking, but time will tell. Whatever rating he said he gave to Tinubu and whatever plan he has, time will tell. But we said, like he said, they've been caught in some acts of forecasting crap, which you yourself you were talking about. You use you read out of United Nations where they were saying that
they were giving bad ratings to African countries.
We agree they were giving bad ratings. So if they were giving bad ratings, so why should we not trust their good rating? You get the drift.
No, it's not that. If they give us bad ratings,
it is that because
if they give us listen. Okay, if they gave us a downgrade, then you will have a point that okay, this is not deserving of what we should be. They gave us an upgrade. So are you going to complain and say that upgrade is not good enough of an upgrade?
That's the point we're making. That's the point.
So it doesn't make any sense.
Hold on. To you, it does not make sense because
they upgraded us.
Hold on.
Oh God, man.
Just hear yourself.
Listen.
When people like myself and says that to you that you people are just chasing validation, you seek for validation anywhere, and wherever you get it, you just.
It's important, rational mind. It's important. Investors look at those things.
Okay, good.
They don't look at people talking. They don't listen to people yakking on the internet without any rating agencies. They actually rely on those rating agencies.
Okay, good. Now, if they suddenly now give you a good rating, a bad rating, then they're lying, right? But they give you a good rating.
No, it doesn't mean they're lying. It means you should question. You should question it.
If they are questionable with their bad rating, so what is the guarantee that their good rating is not questionable? That's the point. But time will tell.
Well, it's up to investors and up to time. You're right about that. Time will tell.
Time will tell. We're going to see how that plays out. But for me, we're going to see how that plays out. But then I think other topic we want to talk about here, I don't know, one man left without even giving me much topic. I'm going to have to start inventing topic for you guys. But did you guys heard about the Kuwaiti emir that died? Does anybody have anything to say about it? Nobody wants to talk about the Kuwaiti emir that died. Anybody know about that?
Kuwaiti emir, nobody knows about that.
I'm just trying to look for a different topic that we can talk about. If not, maybe I just have to shut down. Okay, another one here is there is a COVID outbreak in some part of Nigeria now. Are you guys? COVID and dengue virus. Anybody want to talk about that? Then former Atairu Jega talks about Nigeria is a failing state. If we don't act now, so what are we talking about? So
so let me talk about Atairu Jega and Nigeria as a failing state. Okay. Did you hear that Bishop Kuka also said that to young Nigerians that if they get a chance to leave, they should leave? Okay. So the writing is on the wall. Atairu Jega is saying this. Bishop Kuka is saying this. Yet some people will be telling us that the lives of people are getting better. Anyway, I digress. Let me move forward. So with him saying that, Atairu Jega, the reason why he can say that, back to the point of credibility or one rational mind, because what did he do that gives him the credibility to say this and people will actually listen to him, is that he ran elections where the incumbent lost. You understand? And according to people, they feel he ran a free and fair election to the point where he was untainted by the incumbent and the incumbent lost. Therefore, he can on TV today and say that we're a failing state and people will actually take him seriously, right? Not to talk about those agencies anymore, but I'll just move forward. The what do you call it? The point here is making is that we're digressing. We're not improving, right? We're digressing. And it seems that the people that are seeing the deterioration of the country more so are the citizens, not the people that are responsible for trying to steer us out of this mess. Those people are busy buying new vehicles, are busy renovating houses, and trying to, and as a matter of fact, are even defending it, right? Our ministers having £1 billion for a trip to Switzerland, to Geneva, right? I've been to Geneva a couple of times. It's an expensive city. Not sure what that lady was going to do there, but she was going on a trade mission, right? Lord knows what that means. You see, one rational mind, the issue with all these people is they're always looking external, right? You're the trade minister. You're always looking at what's she going to look for? Oh, she'll tell you that she's going to bring some kind of trade opportunity from the Swiss. You need to increase the trading capacity of your people. Wait, listen. You don't want to talk. When I don't want to talk, they give you a chance. Me, I can't talk. You can't interrupt me. My brother, make I finish. Okay, so meanwhile, my friend, how you doing on Dikwa?
I differ.
Yeah. So the problem is, you know, this Swiss thing. The focus should be internal. Our people lack capacity. They don't have confidence in themselves. The people that are even trying to do it, despite all the challenges in that country, there are some few people still trying to do it. They need help from these government agencies that have been entrusted with helping them. Meanwhile, every chance you look at, these guys are just going climate change conference, spending money. This one, spending money. And it starts from the top, rational mind. When your principal is running around the world spending money, begging for money, right? Everybody thinks, okay, that's the kind of government we're running. We're all going to run around the world and do what our principal is doing. When the issue is at home, the problem is the people you have at home. You have to build and give them opportunity to grow and do more. That's where the focus should be. Because I tell you what, rational mind, if you do that, if you make them more productive, if you make them produce more, if you improve the capacity of the people that are working in civil service and in government and all these things, if you make the ability to export stuff out of Nigeria easier, right? It will improve our economy. And if you improve the economy, those people that Tinubu is begging for money will come by themselves.
Are you
I don't know
trying
if
to
you've ever
say,
tried.
wait, are you trying to say we can't walk and chew gum at the same time?
No, I'm saying there's a scale of preference. One is more important than the other. That's the point I'm making. And by the way, as a matter of philosophy, as a matter of what I think is more important, I don't think begging for money is more important than improving the capacity of your local producers. I think that comes first. Tinubu's responsibility is to the Nigerians, it's not to anyone else. So he needs to put his ass at home.
What is killing our local producers? Like, if you say top 3 things, apart from insecurity,
infrastructure.
What's that?
Infrastructure is definitely one of them, 100%. Yes.
No, apart from the obvious ones, infrastructure and insecurity, what is killing our local productivity? I mean, our local productivity, especially as it comes to, you know what? Let me just put it out there. Forex. How do we fix our forex problems?
So you think we fix our forex problems by Tinubu going abroad to ask for money, or by bringing in
part
investors?
of it. We need the dollar liquidity.
Okay, but do you think we can also fix our forex problems by increasing productivity at home?
It goes hand in hand. The immediate first thing, what you do in the immediate term, what you do in the immediate term, what you do in the medium term, and the long term.
Okay, if he's trying to improve our forex, right, like you said, and liquidity, fine, I get that. But I think what's more pressing is giving your local producers the ability to become more productive and making the ease of exportation much better. I don't know if you've ever tried to export.
Let's talk about it.
Let me ask you a question.
I have.
Okay, I have as well. I've actually sent containers. I've done air freight, I've done containers, and I can tell you this: the hell you go through. One of my friends just tried to do a 40-foot of cashews from Nigeria. And because of all the headache, the cashews went bad. He lost his, in fact, he has given up doing business. Right?
I have. I used to do hibiscus. So let's talk about it, right? So
yes, let's talk about it.
2 types of businesses. People that export stuff like guar gum, cashew, lead. Actually, one of my friends in Kano was telling me that, if I had anybody that was going to buy lithium ore, people are doing it, lead from whatever. So there's that. They're exposed to foreign exchange risk, the instability in foreign exchange. That's discouraging them from even exporting because they may
Mr. Kuluta, sorry to interject.
Let me just land the second point.
Did your friend has that is selling lithium ore? Is it possible?
I've not followed up.
No. Because I want to start asking you questions now. Yeah, I understand. Because of you have to have a license to do that before even exporting it from the country. Before in the Western, before they will buy it from you, you have to have a license because everything is controlled today.
People have the licenses, my friend.
That means that you work with today's government. Then that means you work to today doing all this kind of.
I don't want to talk too much about. I don't want to go too deep.
Okay, I understand. Okay,
I don't want to go.
Let me leave the floor.
Yeah. So there's people for you to export. The fluctuation. The problem we have is it goes up, it goes down, it goes up. You cannot plan. And the same thing with the people importing. They can't really predict. Okay, how much am I going to budget to this? So an immediate problem is this forex instability. We need to, if it's going to be 1,500, at least let it be stable. And if it's going to be 1,200, let it be stable. So that is what he needs to try and fix. And that's why he has to junket the world. Because first of all, the oil we're selling is already been mortgaged. A lot of oil that we're supposed to be selling it's been paid. We're not making any money out of it because it goes to one debt or the other. So he needs to attract the forex, so at least we can get some stability. Then the exports that you're passionate about, that I'm passionate about.
Who did it? Who mortgaged it? If you're talking, proofs at the corner.
This is over
Which
time.
administration did it?
We can't say one particular administration, but let's just call the most recent administration and say Buhari.
Buhari, okay.
Yeah. So to fix a lot of all this productivity stuff, the forex needs to be stable now. Guys, let's be frank with each other. You want to export stuff, you get it at one price. get exposed to foreign exchange risk.
Okay, so you're saying so your argument, correct me if I'm wrong. Your argument is that the forex needs to be stable. So because the forex needs to be stable, he's trying to attract investors from abroad. So they would bring their
dollars.
They'll bring their companies into Nigeria to invest, and therefore by bringing their companies in, it will help increase the foreign exchange that comes into the country and improve. Which means
Not
a
just
significant
companies.
amount.
Two types. I mean, you have the portfolio investors that all they need is just bring dollars, and then maybe
Bring
put
dollars.
just bring dollars.
So
Like the banks that they want to expand the what's it called? They want to expand the capital base. You can attract people that will just invest in those banks. Those are portfolios, and then the
but
good one will be the foreign investors.
a Nigerian asset attractive enough for them to want to.
If the interest rate is high enough for them to take risk, sure.
Okay, but let me ask you this: how come if it's attractive enough, right, and the interest rates are high enough for them to make money off of it, and these guys have, because these investors around the world that make this sort of investment, they have access to the same information. How come they're not doing it right now?
How come they're not doing it right now? Because there's still things that are pretty much volatile. The reforms for the forex and all, they're not in solid footing yet.
Okay. So it will take a while.
We're still struggling with backlog. We still owe many companies. There are many people that their dollars are still stuck, and if we don't clear that, there's no trust. So we need to clear the backlog.
So it's a process. Even if he was to convince investors,
that means
today,
that they shortlisted this as a debtor, then, Mr. Kulata.
Yeah. So Kulata,
Mr.
it be a
Kulata,
process
I was just wanting to
for them
reply
to come in. Yeah, it will be a process for them to come in. Those things need to be fixed before they can actually come in, right?
To make it easier for them to say that okay.
And those things are more. Those things are more domestic, right?
Well, what we owe is in dollars, so it's international in terms of the backlog. Yeah, and then the backup by exchange rate is also international because it has to do with either you and I sending money to Nigeria or Nigeria making money out of selling, crude oil or some stuff, which we're not. Or, people bringing their money to invest.
Yes, okay. But a lot of those items you're talking about, I know definitely with the companies, if we had our internal business in functioning more efficiently, it would be a lot easier for them to come and invest.
If Nigeria has a good, is attractive from an investment, like we don't have a security problem. If we can leverage our natural advantages, yes, it will be more attractive to invest.
Yeah, and that's the point I'm making. In that, I'll give you an example. If I have a startup, right, and let's say my first 3, 4 years, 5 years, I'm making some sales. It's here and there. I look at my numbers. I'm like, and some people are like, maybe you should go and seek out an investor. And I'm like, oh, you should go on Shark Tank. And I'm like, no, I'm not going on Shark Tank. My numbers are not where I need them to be. There's a number of things I need to fix. There's supply issues I need to get done. The delivery, I will try to get all those things in order first, right? I'm not saying that, look, don't ask for this, but I'm saying there are things internally right now that are almost existential that he needs to fix ASAP.
Yeah,
you understand what I mean? Like I get it.
I understand what you mean. I'm not
anti-investors, but I'm saying even if he was to get some investors right now, some companies, the terms they would give us to come into Nigeria would be so lopsided.
Yeah, it's going to be shitty. Yeah,
that's the point I'm trying to make. And I'm looking at this like, look, the lifeline we need, the safety net we need to get ourselves out of this mess has to come from within primarily. And then those guys come in, and that puts us in a better position to be able to leverage better terms for ourselves. So when they come in, we can then make the kind of deals we're supposed to make. Right now,
there's an elephant in the room. There's an elephant in the room. The exchange rate. Investors deal in dollars. If you cannot show investor that if I bring my dollar, I can take it out any time of the day. Like I can take it out. Let's not even say it when I don't even make a profit. I just don't want my dollar stuck in this country. And then they can see Emirates, the dollar is stuck. They can see
Exactly.
MTN, the dollar is stuck.
Exactly.
So how do we feel that stock dollar problem is Tinubu's urgent
But let
priority?
me even ask you this, based on those two companies you made. In the line of business I've worked in my professional life, the one fundamental commandment is you keep the clients you have, right? It's always good to get new ones. Yeah, but you make sure you try to keep those ones. It's always better to get new ones. Don't get me wrong. New business is always good, but you try to keep the clients you have. Why? Because a lot of times, if clients are leaving, and in this case, companies leaving the country, one, it sends a negative message into the market, and then two, it becomes more challenging to get the new ones if they see clients leaving. So the point I'm making is, even from a domestic standpoint, all these companies internally, you can't tell me his administration didn't know there were issues with those companies in trying to make sure that those issues were fixed when they came in. We know Boo Boo was a disaster, but
yes,
coming in,
but the extent
those
of the
guys,
disaster, you know what? Nobody audited the CBN. They did not release any books till now. So there was no way from outside that you will know the extent of the rot. And when you think about companies leaving, it's the same reason they're leaving. Forex instability. There's no way that we don't have to address this Forex thing. That's why it still has to be junket.
no, I'm not saying don't address it. What I am saying is, you can't say to me Tinubu didn't come into office and know that issue existed. When he
Maybe
came
he
in,
did not know the
when he
magnitude.
made
If he knew the magnitude,
when he
he would
made
know
the
that's done.
announcement, subsidy is gone, right? Because I've watched different presidents around the world. They come in, they secure their investments, they meet with local
Aizo,
producers. Yeah,
Aizo,
some of them even do it before they get into office.
Aizo. You see,
Yeah.
this is what I was saying here. That sometimes people just want to people like Kulata. You said he doesn't understand the gravity or the seriousness of the forex crisis, and then he's floating the naira as a panacea or as a way.
Yeah,
but then you can't tell me that, because he knew how serious this was. That was why he had to float the naira.
Let me use an analogy. It's like you have a rotting. I don't know medicine that much, but let's just say you have a rotting wound. Like if you keep bandage over it,
necrotic wound.
Yeah. So the bandage Buhari put over it was making things worse. Opening it up maybe lets it breathe, let some area dry up and all that stuff to start the healing process. We could not keep that wound bounded, because if we kept it the way Buhari had it, we were borrowing more money.
Dr. Kulata.
No.
Let me land. We were borrowing more money to keep that artificial rate. For Christ's sakes, all the money that's supposed to be in our foreign reserves was borrowed, and that's the trajectory. You have to stop the bleeding.
I only came up to ask the guys discussing, including you, just one question. So if you don't mind, it's to you and the other guy.
Eyes on.
Yeah, you know, in business, if I go into a deal with anybody, if I know you're vulnerable and your books are in red, then as an investor, I'm going to exploit that weakness. Now, the issue, my question is that this investment, they know we are desperate for dollars. They know we are desperate for investment. And if care is not taken, out of desperation, we might also make bad deals. So we are blaming Buhari for making bad deals. And because now we are desperate, we might also make worse deals if care is not taken because we're desperate. How do we ensure that we make good at the same time, bring these people in? Because they are business, right? They want the best deals for their own ventures, right? How do we ensure that we're not taking exploited when making this with all these foreign agencies and when they come in? That's my question.
Babati, we don't. You can't. There's no way to guarantee. In essence, like you said, in business, it is business, right? Let's talk strictly business. you take advantage of the loopholes of your so-called adversary or your so-called person you're trying to do a deal with. If you see an opportunity to leverage to get the best deal for yourself and your company or your country, you take it. Nigeria is vulnerable. So when you go to these foreign people and you ask them, they'll say, okay, yeah, listen, I'd love to come to Nigeria. Here are my terms.
Yeah, but I'm saying that I'm saying that depreciation may make us make even worse deals than Buhari made.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you.
But
yeah, I agree with you.
There are drills, if possible.
Mr. Kulata, let them talk. Let them talk, please, Mr. Kulata. They're talking something interesting. Thank you.
I wanted to add.
It's okay, my brother. He can add. It's okay.
There are guardrails because Babati, you said, how can we make sure we don't
Kulata,
have
don't say I did. Don't say I've never given you a chance. Okay, I just let you talk.
My worry. You go fight where you go fight, no problem. There's no guarantee against bad deals because we're not in the position of power. The least we can do, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, it doesn't mean it's whatever, is I will make sure that I structure a part of the deal, a significant chunk of the deal for local investors. So if I'm going to sell something, I will try, if it's possible, and this is really if it's possible, to give the foreigners and technical partners 49% and 51% local investors. Then I will make sure.
So let me now ask my last question. Do you trust this current government to make those good deals the way you described it right now? Do you trust people in the government to make those deals?
That's a tough one now.
No. We are here now. We are here. So let's talk about it. What you just said right now. Do you trust them?
Okay.
No.
It's no issue. It's no issue.
Do you have confidence in? Look at that so-called Minister of Investor or that pancake lady. You know, I don't like pancake women. I've always said it.
She's Zita's friend. Don't abuse her. Don't abuse her.
No. Hold on.
Don't abuse her. Don't abuse her.
I'm being serious right now. Do you trust the people that are in charge of investment in Nigeria to make this the way you described it right now?
But it's not about trust. It's about competency. It's not about
that
trust.
one too.
That's what we're talking about now. Trust, competency.
That's the point.
They are not the same. They are not the same. You can be competent and be fraudulent.
Hold on, Simba.
Let me attempt.
Do you trust?
Let me attempt your answer. I'm not certain, but this is what I think I may be able to trust them. If they have illicit money, you guys just cover your ears to this. I just have to say what I have to say. If they have illicit money that they want to wash, there's I can give them on trust because they have dollars that they need to formalize them. And the government, and I think they're already making that move, will turn their blind eye to those kind of money. So if you've stolen money, if you've done whatever, you bring it in the open and invest. In that way, I can trust that something can happen.
Kulata, it will surprise you, but I agree with what you just said. 100%.
But because you guys don't moralize me.
I'm practical. I agree with what you just said because end of the day,
that means
that money can either be gone to foreign banks. Oh yeah, they're stealing money.
They're stealing money now. What are we talking about?
We all know that.
You know them.
But
you know them.
But Babati, to your question, I was just I think Babati, you're a football guy, right?
Don't worry, you can answer his question.
Is Babati there?
No, he's listening back. He's listening.
Okay. Yeah, no, I was going to make there's a football term that people say about focusing on what you can.
I'm sure
about focusing on what you can control. But I think, look, Kulata, I agree with the point about if you can get stolen funds reinvested back in some kind of way, why not? Of course, do it. But the point, the reason why I'm criticizing Tinubu even the most on this whole domestic stuff is because that you can control. You know, with the investors, these are people, you never know what they're going to do. And I've worked with them long enough to know that they're sharks when they see this sort of situation. But with your local people, maximizing what it is that they can do, that you can control. Making sure that there's no bottleneck when you want to export. If you want to export, it should be as easy as ABC. I used to live in Florida. There were like 3 ports. There was Cape Canaveral, there was Port of Miami. You could export easily, no issues, right? You wanted to send something out, boom, bam, 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 paperwork done online, whatever done is gone. You don't even need to go to the port, right? So, yeah.
Okay, walk me through an export deal, because this is one of the reasons I stopped that business
By the way, Kate, thank you for responding to the question, and I don't. But so basically, you don't trust these guys to make the best deals for the country.
Black people don't make good deals.
So, Kate, we are fucked pretty much. That's what you're saying. We are fucked.
You know, Babati, you sorry,
just say
Babati,
we are fucked. That's
Babati, your question is defective. It's not about trust. You know, when you are making the deal, it's about your capability and what you have to offer.
I'm not Simba. Listen to the question. Listen to what I asked. Hold on now.
You are using trust.
Hold on. Listen to the not them being confident. I was asking Kid that so trust you want to be confident enough to fix the deals. That is for him to respond, not them.
I trust the agreed. That's the only thing I can say. I trust the agreed.
Okay, Simba, go ahead. Good luck to you. Good luck to you, Nigerians.
Masalo. Don't run away.
So you are no longer in Nigeria, eh? You good luck to you, Nigeria. You are not longer in Nigeria. You are not a US citizen.
Don't run away, Papa.
So people cannot say good luck to Nigerians again.
No, only you Nigerians. That's what he said now. You heard him now.
But it's not in Nigeria. It's not in Nigeria. Even though it's in Nigeria, it's not in Nigeria. Tell it to Nigerians over there.
How can you say if somebody talk now, you say somebody doesn't understand English? Do you really understand the English?
I understand what he said. I understand what he said. I'm not.
He said he didn't say you Nigerians in Nigeria. I said you Nigerians. So what other meaning do you want to give it?
We know we have okay. We have our issue because the anger is coming from a place I know where it's coming from.
Saudi.
I don't know why now.
Okay, let me. Can I ask you a question? Or can I ask you guys a question? Okay, we're saying Tinubu should address local productivity and co. Can you guys, and you realize that our inflation has hit 28%, and the food inflation by itself is 32%. Do you guys realize how badly that inflation is affecting local productivity? And then, do you know the extent that this forex instability is also driving the inflation? So you can see that you can't just isolate. I want to just go stubbornly fix whatever. They're all interconnected. So how can he do this local productivity without getting reliable exchange rate? Like I said, it impacts our inflation.
By the way, can I also add
Let me say something.
Guys, let's also hear from
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Merci beaucoup. Kolata, one thing is that a domestic investor, there's one thing that they can do, because I learned something here from France. Even when there were a problem, the government can soften their tax, bit it a bit for them, and again, give invest more money on local aids, understand, not using the money for luxury, just investing in local investors there, domestic investors there, helping those little business there, that the one that can save Nigeria. That's because of the government is looking the other way around, thinking that some big names can save Nigeria. Is a lie, there for their own benefits. But those local ones can do the job. That's where the government must focus to now, and make banks easily just to assist banks and paying ensuring every debt they borrow to businesses there. Like now, I know here in France, if you borrowed like 100K, government will stand guarantee of 70 to 80% of it. So if you cannot pay 80, you can pay the 20. Understand? That means it's not lost. Understand? So they are trying to boost the economy. Then from there, the countries will start waking up. That is it. As for now,
Mr. Traum, sorry for interjecting you. You know, one of the biggest problems that we have is the way you people extrapolate what happened in Western world to what can be practicable in Nigeria. Look at what you are talking about now. You are talking about government paying 80% of the loan collected by people, and you are talking about tax. Let me finish.
Okay.
Do you know how much tax? How much tax do you think we pay in Nigeria? Are you aware of our tax system?
5%.
No, just hold on. Look, let me tell you, SMEs in Nigeria don't pay tax. I hope you know that.
Okay.
How do you know?
Also, how do you know they don't pay tax?
How do you know, sir?
I have an SME now, so that's what I'm saying. You don't pay tax.
You know what? You know where you pay your VAT?
You don't pay. You don't pay.
No, forget about VAT. How can everybody pay VAT now? Why can you be looking? We are talking about business. You are talking about VAT.
Simba, can you explain the anchor borrower's success or failure to Triumph, to Mr. Triumph?
And that's what I'm trying to let them know. You understand? Most people that takes I borrowed money from Bank of Industry. Okay. Nobody, you understand what I'm saying? And I paid is 9%. And it's a compound.
2%.
No, just hold on. The anchor borrower that the federal government even gave to farmers. It was of no. I think the interest is supposed to pay about 5%. But how many of them even paid the money back?
How many farmers?
But Simba, those farmers couldn't even go to the farm now. They couldn't even go to the farm now because there was insecurity. A lot of them
you know the problem. Let me tell you. You know the problem. We always like to give excuse. Excuse me. Do you know when this thing started? When they gave it, I belong to Farmers Association, and I know how people assess these loans.
Most of people that call themselves are criminals.
You have started all this thing again. You started all this thing again.
They are not genuine farmers. They are not genuine farmers.
I'm talking based on my own experience. So let me talk. Don't just come with all these your excuses again. I belong, and they gave the money out to farmers cooperatives. They don't give it to individuals. And I know people that collected money, and they are real farmers. Then how many of them even came back and paid the money? They don't pay. So if government set out certain amount of money, like a revolving fund for people to use, let me tell you, if some people collected it and they don't pay it, then how do you want government to now be revolving that? Because if you pay, that you give opportunity for other people to access it.
I can explain to you very well how they do it. I can explain to you now, because that's why I said a few weeks ago that they gave me something that I refused because I wasn't prepared for it. What I don't prepare for, I don't take it. That's it. So it's one thing here, Mr. Simple. You know very well. I love you very well. But you're talking the aspect of farming. What is not only farming as a local business in Nigeria. There are also like industries, factories there. There are those local ones that they do palm oil. They can invest like machines.
Let me tell you this. You Nigeria, the way they categorize even tax, the way you pay tax, if you are I think you have certain amount of profit or amount of revenue that you have to generate as a company. Do you understand what I'm saying? So and if you go and look at it, generally, our tax is the least that you can even get in Africa. It's a fact.
Because of
Can I ask you a question? You know that Arizona and K, they asked that I think it was on that we also have to look at the local producers also to come along. But for short-term benefit, what can the local guys do in the short term to help out with this? What they raised earlier, like what exactly can they do in the short? Because it's coming like maybe long-term solutions or medium-term, but immediate solutions from the local perspective. What can they do from our side to help out with this cash crunch? I mean, dollar crunch or whatever you want to call it.
Well, for me, because as Coletta said earlier, the two of them has to go in tandem. Because if you are targeting local production, that one will not stop inflation. I will not stop this devaluation of our currency.
It's immediate, so it's not immediate. It's more like long-term solution, but immediate acts.
Well, the immediate is by having access to loan. But my problem is they have to put some measures in place to retrieve those money back.
We
Our
are saying the same
experience
thing, Mr. Simbao. We are saying the same thing. You know that we are saying this. We are both of us are saying the same thing. One thing is just that for them to secure the loan, that's what we call. One thing is that in France here, I learned from them. I copy. One thing that you copy what others do for you to advance your own business too. If Nigeria you can start, we in the diaspora, we outside the country, many of us we have experience. People back home, they are confused. I'm sorry to say that. If we are today and start helping those local, like now, I heard that their data is not competence in Nigeria. I was shocked to hear that. If they can, first of all, make their data right. You cannot steal money out of the country now. You cannot borrow money without paying now. They will get you now. Yeah, Mr. Rationama, you know that here in the Western world, le son papier, they don't give them money now. Lie, because they know say the money don't lost.
But Triumph, you're making one big assumption. You're thinking Nigeria can solve its food sufficiency by itself. We cannot. Our productivity is not
my
enough.
brother, Mr. Colota. No. There's something we say work together. Because of, let me tell you something. Do you know that? Do you know that I've seen companies that are going to bankrupt? Oh, no shishi. They were minus 5 million. No, small country, but the government is still assisting them. So what they did, they brought expert consultants to help them. Within 2 years, they started they paid everything off, and they were making more than what they expect. They even start helping other companies.
Mr. Trump,
yes,
did you really get what? See, all this theorizing this thing is very easy. Even America, they still need someone outside to come and invest in the country. Canada,
yes, now we need them now. Back home now.
And to think that people at home are ignorant. Honestly, I think we here that think people at home are ignorant are more ignorant than people at home. They are not really ignorant. People that are doing things back home, they are doing things. You understand? If I do not have friends that are investing, if I do not see people that are investing, I think they are ignorant. And I can tell you that even most of my friends that were struggling together, doing businesses together, they move like 50 years ahead of myself. They are not ignorant. So the thing is, when we are talking that government should do this, government should do that, where is access to that money? You need someone to invest in government itself.
You can create money with that money, Mr. Ola. You can create money with that money. That's where Nigeria is supposed to be working with.
Mr. Trump, I know I'm not competent I'm not that competent when it comes to finance, but I'm not illiterate when it comes to finance. Let's just put it at that. You can create money with that money. All those friends, this thing you can't compare
by leveraging things in Nigeria. Now you can start leveraging. They leverage.
I think you have to understand what he's trying to say.
No,
we agree that government should regulate the environment for business, so the ease of doing business, right, is as smooth as possible. You don't want a situation, even if, like you said, Canada, US, they bring people in.
I just gave you an example.
Wait, let me finish.
An example of anchor borrowing.
Anchor borrowing is just one example. But anchor borrowing is one example. Wait. Let me give you an example. So we talk about exportation, right? I'll give you a perfect example that I've been involved. We talk about exportation out of Nigeria, right? But do you know the hell you have to go through to export out of that country? As a matter of fact, by the time you go through some of the hell you have to deal with, you end up selling your goods
together.
Thank you. By the time you sell your goods abroad, the loss you will incur, by the time you pay the duties
and you bribe all the people you need to bribe at Nigerian Ports Authority, and you have to get a forwarder, an agent, to get through all these processes. In fact, if you don't have a good margin, you can't even try it. I was telling them here. I used to wait. I was the point I'm making is this. Listen,
he's making the point now. What is the argument here? He's making the point.
The point I'm making is that we all want the country to get better, right?
Yes.
I've experienced this personally. Even air freight. My brother was shipping 70 kilograms air freight, right? The hell that the guy was that works for me that was doing it, Moritala Mohammed. I'm just like, this is madness, right? So the point I'm trying to make is that
he's making point because he's saying what you want to hear.
Okay,
the point we are talking about,
I'm trying to say to you, Ola Jacoland.
Okay.
I'm trying to say to you that the government's responsibility is to make sure that that process is as smooth as possible. The process has been a nightmare, right? Tinubu is a business guy, so they should tackle that thing. Because if you have a business in Nigeria, anyone in Nigeria, small, medium, or large business, should be able to say, you know what, I have a customer in Switzerland, in Czech Republic, in America, and this person wants to order X, Y, and Z. I should be able to do that in a heartbeat without it being hell, because that's how you improve your export capacity. But as long as it's the kind of hell that I experienced, as long as it's that difficult to export out of your country, you cannot complain that you're not exporting things and that your balance of trade is in flux. That is the point I'm making. Okay.
Okay, Ola.
Can I respond now?
Go on.
Okay.
Go on.
You see, one thing is this: we keep looking for perfect situation, right? And we are not going to have a perfect situation. I'm not saying government should not improve, but you know that it's not everything will not be sudden. It's not going to be sudden. Like we are talking of exportation now. It is true that people go through air. Because, for example, if I want to buy Nigerian yam here now, very difficult for me to find Nigerian yam because I can store Nigerian yam in my house for 6 months and it'll be okay. But the one from Ghana, 3 weeks, it start getting rotten. I understand what you say. But despite that, I know people that ship from Nigeria up to this place. It is true they go through hell. It is true. But you can only sell. You can only only put margin on what you bought. You can't buy for 5 naira and say because the cost of shipping to this place is too hefty and you don't make your profit. I got that, and people still make their money. So even whether the officials in Nigeria are corrupt or not corrupt, whether they create bottleneck or not, people are still doing it. Yes, should the government improve? Of course, absolutely. But can they just do that one like, okay, they wake up on Friday and Monday, everything is solved? No. Okay, look at what this internal affairs minister is doing, for example, now. He said, okay, coming from, is it February next year, or let me say first quarter next year? Now that, okay, the immigration officer, they don't have any reason. They don't have any reason to have contact with person, except that person is a person of interest. That's improvement. I've seen in the past.
Ola, we're talking about business. So we're talking about business now. Yeah, now.
Wait, Mr. Trump. Don't just say don't let us go wide in this argument. Back home in Nigeria, then schools were not collecting money through website or through all those banks. The like of InterSwitch, the like of eTransact, and all those people in the financial tech in Nigeria, they started marketing those products to all those organizations. They started even helping the institution to build websites where they will collect revenue. You understand? As we speak today now, I doubt if there's any school that will be ready to collect cash by hand from you. Even if they will see a seat, they'll be very, very few. So that's the process. Will be there. So this thing you are saying, why we keep saying government should make it possible, it's not an excuse generally, because I know in that space of Nigeria, we like to give excuse, and it's so simple. Everybody is not an entrepreneur. Simba is in that Nigeria is doing business. So other people too are doing business. But as we speak today, even our local market that we need to import to substitute for, have we been able to fulfill? We are talking of export. Okay, good. What are you even doing to even supply the own market, first of all? So if you can suppose own market and you are saying, oh, you are unable to export, so I don't see that an excuse. Produce it first and let the price of rice in Nigeria crash from 50,000 to 30,000, and let's see. Those are the kind of things I'm saying. If we kind of then
we don't have for example, that rice. We don't have enough productivity to force the crashing of the price of rice, and
I
we
agree
can't.
with you, Kulata.
We can't increase our productivity enough to lower our inflation. You understand what I'm saying? Our productivity is not going to outpace our inflation based on where we are. That's why all that consumption production Peter Obi was saying is dangerous nonsense. Because
the government can regulate things in Nigeria, Mr. Kulata. If the government regulates
that's just a grammar.
Mr. Triumph, you're coming from an economy that is resting on the piggybacks of African countries. France has gold reserves. They have all sorts of things they can rely on. We don't have anything of such. Honestly, the fastest way to curb this inflation, especially food inflation, is controversial. We have to open our borders and flood in cheap food from Benin Republic, from Cameroon, that is backed by French currency.
Let me tell you, Kulata. Let me tell you, it's not even the ones that you are talking from Benin Republic, and it's not even from Benin Republic. Those are the imported food. Benin Republic people, Cameroonians, Nigerians, they come to Nigeria to come and buy food.
Oh,
I'm telling you this for fact. They don't even buy finished food products. They buy, if you want to buy cassava, they will buy that right there on the heap while the thing is still germinating.
Okay.
If they want to buy maize, they will buy it. Even they will buy it right there on the farm. Even they will be the one to harvest it.
You see why we are talking about that exportation now.
So what's this point all about? Hold on, Ola Johnson. But what you just said now, Kulata, that we should open.
What I'm saying.
Let me land. You continue. What you just said now, open our border, and we're talking about the forex that we need. When you open your border,
I'm going to explain it. But okay, continue.
Let me explain the folly. Let me explain.
I've said it before. Importation coming from Benin Republic is backed by CFA. It's a CFA to whatever country is coming from.
No. It's a CFA, but you have to.
Let me land now. Let me land. It's going to be. Let me land. It's going to be.
It's not locally made in Benin or in Togo.
Yes, I get it. Okay, but it's going to be imported by Benin. The currency exchange rate from CFA to dollar is lower. There's a gap between Nigerian exchange rate. Let me explain now. Should you let me explain first?
Go on, please.
CFA inflation in Benin Republic is 1.4%. 1.4%. Food is not going up. It's not going. I mean, it's steady. It's backed by France. The exchange rates between CFA and whatever is stable. The one between us and USA is not stable. We have inflation 32% food inflation, 28%, whatever they call that inflation, it's nominal inflation. If we bring cheap imports through Benin Republic and we have open borders, they legalize importation, don't put any barriers to trade, there's a gap because they will be trading CFA to dollar, we'll be trading CFA to naira. There's a gap to be played with. And that can flood our market with cheap food. It's going to be dumping. I'm not wholly here. It's going to be food dumping. And when we have enough dumps of food in Nigeria, it will be able to drive down the cost. Now, we're going to have casualties, of course. We're going to have farmers that are casualties. That, of course, I mean, Nigeria will continue to try and invest in them. But we just can't, but we can immediately bring down the inflation, food inflation, by leveraging that differential.
This is what I'm saying, Mr. Kulata. This is what I'm saying.
Take water.
Yeah. This what I'm saying, if the government give a lot of money,
Foley wants to come in. I think he has been silent. Let us let Foley also have a
No,
say.
no. In fact, this morning.
Simba join this room. Let Foley say
Sorry.
something. After we'll go back to
Good
you.
morning.
Hold on, please.
Good morning, everyone. In fact, this morning I decided to come here to listen, and I'm enjoying it. So you guys can go on. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thanks, Foley. And then Triumph, go on, and then Simba. After
This is what I'm saying. Understand? This is what I'm saying. One thing that there's a moment like sometimes I remember the first year, last 7 years in my business, I decided to make losses for me to gain the trust of people, to gain things. Then I started advancing to understand. One thing that Nigeria today, those local markets, they can start emerging on together. Imagine. Like now they can open cooperative just to make sure that with that they can start selling their product locally and externally also. That's the way they do things. This is where I say the government can play a vital role, because I know the way sometimes France government close their eye when they lost hundreds of billions of dollars of euro. They don't see anything.
Because they still have some that they will steal from Africa. They still have some that they will use to cushion it from Africa. That's what they do.
Okay. One thing is that there's a way they would do something in Nigeria. This is a very good subject this morning. I like it. I like it. One thing is that if the economy is okay, then Nigeria will have so many things to do. Like Mr. Ola was saying, that how can they bring money? You leverage things. If they can leverage education, that people in the north can have 4 and people in the south can have 100 and something before entering the university. Why they can't do it in businesses? Why they can't do that's the same thing in businesses? You leverage things to create things for people. Nigeria knows what they want to do, but some people are using it as stealing, making people back home suffer. Go to person again. And it is unfair. It is unfair. It is unfair. When I see the truth, I say it. Whether you like me or not, I will say it. Nigeria, we can all come up together and start doing something well for the people back home, and start making sure that the government can start doing things for them.
Mr. Trump, it's not as if you are not.
Yes, I'm listening.
You know why I interjected you and was trying to put my opinion there is this. While away on my desk, I heard people talking about foreign investor, that we should focus more on local, all those stuff. See, in this global economy, it's like we underrate the magnitude of capital injection that Nigeria will need to move the economy forward. You can't. And I'm not saying something that has never happened before. China, they tried that before. It never worked for them. They have to open the economy. India, they didn't want to open the economy too, but that never worked. That never worked for them. When you look at what is working for India today, people believe that they even know IT more than Nigerians, which is not true. It's just because of what American invested in. You see the acceleration in industrial in industrial area in China when they open up the economy. You understand? It's just because the foreign people, they went there to invest. Because after all, they were selling to America, they are selling to the European people. So what I'm saying is,
can I say something?
We don't have that money. No, let me land.
China.
So because if I don't land this point, we won't get it. Please let me just land it. The thing is this: we don't have that money too. We can be doing something at home. Don't forget that doing something at home, we need capital. As we are doing something at home too, people from outside the country can bring capital to our country to invest. How much do we look at their entire budget? Like seriously, is that what their entire budget is not even up to my city budget? What are we talking about? So some cities, no, my promised budget, sorry. Some cities, if you go to Toronto, I will try to look at Toronto, as a city budget. You may be surprised that Toronto budget is even bigger than the entire Nigerian budget. So
yeah, but the difference between Toronto and Nigeria is leaving a lot of money on the table. That's the difference, and that's what we're talking about. We're talking about even for things like the way a basic government is supposed to function. I'm talking about basic blocking and tackling here, basic tax collection, basic. If you think about the most basic things that a government is supposed to do to generate revenue, we're dropping the ball in that field. I'm not even going to go into the complicated areas. The most fundamental area, the simplest things, we're not doing those things well.
Okay.
And that is what we're talking about. And when we say these things,
like
listen to what I have to say. Oh, wait. Listen to what I have to say. It's very important. What I have to say is very important. And that is that when people say these things, we're talking about Nigeria as a whole. We're not pointing the finger at any administration, right? These problems existed before the current administration entered in. Because the feel I get from you guys is when anyone says this, you immediately get defensive and you think we're attacking the person that you support. And that is not the case. The case is these are facts. We're leaving a lot of money on the table for taxation. We can't feed ourselves effectively. There's insecurity that's preventing areas where there's supposed to be food coming through that's not happening. Our local government areas and community farming is a big issue.
Give us an idea how it can be done. Give us an idea how
I'll give you a perfect idea. One, I will if I was president, I would immediately institute community farming as a major program. I will identify a way to work with the Ministry of Agriculture and all the different ministries in each state to create programs where each state or each local government has a community farming center where they're producing food locally. And then on top of that,
what do you mean by community farming? I don't understand. What do you mean by community farming?
Community farming
I
where the
doing all
farm.
this thing already. I don't know, just understand what we are saying.
Okay, well, listen. Maybe they are doing it in Ekiti State, but the places I've been to, they are not doing it. So, but let me explain. Let me explain to him what I mean. Wait. Let me explain to him what I mean by community farming. Let me answer that question. I'm talking about food being grown locally within each local government area. That's what I'm talking about.
Where is it grown before?
There are some foods that are grown in a certain place.
These are naysayers. I mean,
but wait.
Yeah.
Can I ask a fundamental? Can I ask a fundamental question?
You act like we live in alternate realities.
Wait,
there are
guys,
foods that do you know how many?
Wait. Quick question. Community farming, very quick. Community farming sounds nice, but how will land ownership be structured on the community basis?
Let me even break it down to even further. Okay, so there are people in Nigeria, right? On top of that, there are people in Nigeria right now that are doing waterless farming, right? They're doing soilless farming where they're growing tomatoes, peppers, bell peppers, and atarodo. They're doing it. Okay, that is I've watched several videos of the guy. As a matter of fact, he's a Yoruba guy. Several videos of the guy.
The one that they're using sack. That they're using sack.
Okay.
Cultivate.
So it exists, but I can tell you this: in a lot of local governments I've been to, and I go to Nigeria every year, it doesn't exist in those local governments. Okay, the government needs to look at programs like that to ensure that food locally is within the reach of people that live within a local government.
But
because there's so many people.
It's the land distribution, not a barrier.
Land is not an issue.
No, wait now. No, I thought you were saying community farming.
Yeah, community farming. I was using soilless farming as an example to circumvent the land issue.
Because soilless farming is vertical farming, so that's not practical for our populace that is not that educated.
They can do an awareness now.
No. It's feasible. They do it in greenhouses. They're doing it in
Nigeria
right now.
They don't do it in Elisha, so I don't know about that.
That's what I'm saying to you. That's what I'm saying to you. You guys, listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying to you. That there are local governments where it's not happening, but there are people doing it. And that kind of thing needs to be replicated across the country. On top of that, the issue of land that you're mentioning, if the federal government wants to do this, if they really want to do this, and they want to make community farming a thing in Nigeria, each local government will work with local government communities and they will provide the land. To make sure that the fundamental foods that we eat, starches, starches, protein, fruits and vegetables are produced locally at different communities. Do you know how many people have listened to Nigeria tell me, the North to tell us, if you mess up, we're going to cut off the supply of tomatoes down to the South. Why can't we grow tomatoes in the South? This soilless farming I'm talking about,
let me ask you this question. Do you think that the problem that we have in food production in Nigeria is due to maybe lack of people participation in agriculture?
lack of
think
infrastructure.
I think
It's not. Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. I can just tell you 3 basic things that can make Nigerian agriculture to we produce more than enough food for our citizens. 1, we need improved seedlings and seeds. I'm not talking about crops alone. I'm even talking about animal. Let me give, for example, 2019. I have to go and get a type of hybrid maize that I wanted to plant on my farm. I bought a 15 kg then seed for 38,000 as far back as 2019.
GMO? Is it a GMO?
No, it's normal seed, but it's an hybrid. Let me finish. So, and when I read the instruction on how it can be planted, at the end of the day, for me to, because that seed I suppose for an hectare of land, I supposed to get like 12 tons. If I planted it the way they're supposed to be planted and I apply whatever or everything that I was supposed to apply. But when I look at the whole thing and I look at the market price, there's no way I will follow it through and get that kind of, even if I get that kind of, I will not break even, talk less of saying that I will make profit. One of the another major problem in Nigeria is that if you look at the season, during the season, you see a lot of maize, people just be getting wasted, tomato, mango, fruit, everything. We don't have storage facilities. And then, exactly. So during the season, the food will be very plenty and to be cheap. Off season, you see the price going up. What we need at that is in developed world, those people in America and even you see that it's government that will buy those things and store it so that the thing will be available at the same quantity throughout the year. So and then the price, the government is supposed to subsidize. They're supposed to buy from the farmer so that the farmer can make profit. Whatever government now want to do with the sales, that is what they can do about it.
Thank you,
Then
Mr. Simba. This is what I've been saying.
The third thing that because let me tell you, if government can even do that, if they can be buying things from farmers, that I can bet you I'm into that sector. There are more than enough people that are ready to invest. They don't even need to give loan. People have money they can invest. But the problem is that by the time they produce in large quantity, there is no market for them to get all these things to sell their product.
So Simba, you see what you're saying, right? You're talking solutions here. So that's what I'm saying. That look, my one of my top criticisms of Tinubu was the minute he got into office, he should have had conversations with people like yourself, with business people, small, medium, and large locally, to learn more about what their challenges are. Then he should have instructed all his parastatals, we need to fix all their issues immediately. I'm not saying you can't travel abroad and beg for money, if that's what you want to do, but take care of home first. Make sure that these people and the problems that were created during Buhari's administration are fixed. If farmers are having a specific issue, deal with it. That's
all
my
this
point.
problem, they know this problem. Let me give you, for example, if you can eliminate corruption in Nigeria, every other problem will be solved. Let me give you, for example, we have storage facilities all over the country. Storage facilities. Even if the government try and buy this produce from the farmers, they will store it, the whole thing will disappear. The whole is that corruption will not allow us to make any headway in that country. If you don't remove corruption, all this Turenchi that we are speaking, English that we are speaking, it will not work. Look at when this guy in the African Development Bank was the agri minister that time. The fertilizer issue. At the end of the day, what came out of it? You understand? Government can invest, but at the end of the day, both the citizens and even the manager of those programs, they will be the one that was okay. We are talking about, look at the one that the central bank give the ACO borrowers. Is it the government that said that the farmers should not? Then we are starting giving the excuse for them, because they cannot go to farm, because it's a lie. People that are taking that money right from the beginning, they have the mind that they are not going to pay that money back. They see it as their own. They see it as their own, as their own share of the national cake.
Simba, please, if I may ask, who responsibility is it to make sure that people pay the money they borrow from government? Who responsibility is this?
Let me tell you. It's the responsibility of the government. But who is the government? The government is the people. If everybody has in mind that everything that belongs to the country is for looting and is for sharing, then we have nowhere to go. Let me tell you, Tinubu cannot be everywhere.
Do you know the problem we have in this country? Do you know
the people that you are going to use?
The problem
but
we
when
have
the orientation of the people, let me tell you, you are a business owner in Nigeria fully, and you know what you are experiencing from people that are working with you. Is it government that said they should be stealing your things?
No, nobody see my things. I monitor my money.
Let me. Why are you monitoring it? Why are you monitoring it?
I monitor it even on my bed. That's the role of a government.
You see, Foley and Simba, you see, that's where the problem is. CBN had no business disbursing that money. They should have put it in capable hands that even if those people were going to default, they can monitor their money the way Foley
monitors. There must be a consequence of any action. Any society that are not going after that consequence, they will never prosper.
First things first, when you put that kind of money for CBN to disburse, is first of all, CBN will eat their own, and then the people too would eat their own with no intention.
They will go and look for their own family. They will go and look for their own families that will benefit from it.
Okay, we all agree now. The problem, one of the problems in Nigeria today is what? Corruption. That we have moral problems. That is it.
That's the leadership.
The people are the people. So we the people are the problem.
The people are the leaders. The people are the people.
Concerning what Ola said earlier, because he was saying that he used the example like China. Before China opened to everywhere in the world, before investors started coming. Because I remember when China was paying their workers $70 to $100 per month. I remember a few years ago. That was about 15 to 20 years ago, if I can remember. Because I know about that too. Because even today, no, I know, they were paying them before people started trumping them because
at least they create their own home.
No. First of all, they invest in their people now.
They invest.
They gave loan to those locally. Almost every street there in China, they produce.
They empower them.
Today, I'm writing them just to manufacture things for me to take back home in Nigeria, Europe, and in Nigeria. So one thing is that Nigeria can copy also by leveraging.
But Mr. Sarov, you have to add.
What you are not getting there.
You have to add to the consequence of what every Chinese will face if they refuse to pay the money back. Can we do that in Nigeria?
Government make that happen.
Wait now.
Nigeria.
Let me just answer Trump. You are still not getting it. You are not getting it. A father with 12 children, right? Now, father should give the 12 children money to invest. Now, the father has no money. So what happens?
Yes.
That's exactly what I'm saying. If Nigeria has that money, our infrastructure will not be at the level it is. Okay, we are talking of storage now, for example. Storage is an opportunity in Nigeria. Someone can invest in storage facility and be charging farmers for that purpose.
Oh, God, stop all this thing. Nigeria get money. Nigeria get money.
Which money now? Which money? How? I know they see some of the which money are you even talking about?
These people just bought 160 million car that they will not drive out of Abuja.
That is not money now.
That is not money. What are you talking about?
It's wastage. They are wasting our money. We have it. These people are wasting our money.
Don't let us go to that route. Let Ola continue, please.
We are not getting it. All those money we are even talking about, let's assume that there's a zero corruption in Nigeria. It's no way it's not going to move us anywhere.
Only,
Ola, don't say that.
Come to Saudi Arabia and come and see money. Come and see infrastructure, the way they are spent. All these 160 million. What is that one? That one is not even enough for somebody to go on holiday.
What are you talking about?
It's not enough for somebody to go and spend on holiday. What are you talking about?
160 million is $160,000, and that's why we
I don't get it. We keep saying we have money, we have money.
For a population of over 200 million people.
You understand?
Do you know how much they collect from Obefele? Obefele dropped 4 trillion. 4 trillion naira. Only Obefele dropped 4 trillion naira.
Let me tell you, let me ask you, Foley. Mr. Tam, sorry. Foley, how much is 4 trillion? How much is 4 trillion?
Sir, if one person can have the mind of stealing 4 trillion.
The question I'm asking you, how much is 4 trillion naira?
Forget about that 4 trillion.
Relative to our, let me tell you, Nigeria is poor. What we should be looking at how to diversify and make more money. With the present rate of money that we are producing, we are getting, we have nowhere to go. There's no magic anybody can perform.
Simba. If Nigeria stop corruption today and we manage our own resources, we will be fine.
We'll be fine. Fully.
We cannot be fine because we are poor. We cannot be fine with that, with the money that we are making. There's no way we can be fine. We are just joking.
What make you poor? Is it not because of lack? Is it not because you are spending the money?
Mr. Foley. John.
You are making money. You are not investing it. You will not be poor.
Make a land. One thing is that in business, Mr. Orlando say, I would like to follow you to do. I'm not going to leave you. You can tell something. In business, when you spend more than what you get, what is what? That's negative. Yeah. Let me say, not going to make genzo. It is done everywhere. Nigeria today, they are spending more than what they have. They are always in negative. Why can't they cut the cost of governance? It is very easy. I did it too. I have 30 workers. I make the same money when I have 10 workers. The same benefits. What do I do? 20 people. Bye-bye. Nigeria can do this.
Whoever wants to talk, put a number to our budget and think about we fund it by 50 or 60%. Our budget is, I don't know, 20-something billion dollars.
Now small money now. It's a small money.
Calm down. Let Remy handle this. Remy, talk us through 20-something billion dollars for defense, education, healthcare, this, that, and we're supposed to have money. Please make it make sense, Joe.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. First and foremost, our budget comparing to our population is nothing to write home about. And the issue comes about Nigeria for over 4 decades. We have not been producing, and the little gain we have frittered them away. To me, it's like Nigeria is starting all afresh again. Unfortunately for that country, the monopolistic oil that we depend upon is very volatile. The price continues to go up and down, and we cannot really put our hand, even if we say, okay, at $73, that's what we are basing our budget on. Is it going to be sustainable for the rest of the year? We don't know. Now, what we should do, first and foremost, you have to look at the kind of democracy Nigeria really practice. And when you now just oppose it with our own people mindset, because when you people say leaders, you always remember that leadership comes from followership. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So, and when you say you want to cut costs, you have to factor in a lot of things. The labor unions are there. They don't want you to retrench anybody, because when you want to cut costs, that means some people have to let go. So that is one. And then you also say, okay, fine. And then Nigeria have to spend more money on insecurity. So let's be frank with ourselves. At present, Nigeria is extremely a poor country. We have wasted our resources, both income or whatever. So at us now, we are poor because we cannot service all our debt. You can see the 8 years of Buhari, we borrow money to service our debt. We even borrow money to pay salary. So this is the formative stage of the new government in which they have to find a way, remove subsidy, some of these states are getting more allocation now. So my major concern, what I want Nigerian people to do, or what I want the government to do, but I'm also afraid that maybe Nigerians will not accept it. I will use the Chinese model. It's like a carrot and stick. They force majority of their people to the farmland. They forced them and they restricted millions of them to travel outside of the country. It will be quite unfortunate, but they have to do something like that. They will call it barbaric because you have to also increase your productivity at home. And how do you do that? So for followership that have been extremely, how to say, for major, most of the youth that believe that they want to blow at once or at an instance. So we have to find a way to curb our population going outside. I don't know. But if we still want to continue to retain the whole democracy of America and the rest, it's not going to work that way. So we have to have a fusion of carrot and stick, make the people stay at home. The government will have to come into this, buying lots of the commodity board that Tinubu was talking about. I like it, but I want it to go more ahead about price fixing the price of agricultural products. But that also means that we have to improve our transportation mode. Luckily for us, there's some part of Nigeria that there's a train cargo, maybe from, even if it's locomotive, does not matter. So that one can reduce the price of agricultural product. So in a nutshell, what I'm just trying to say is very simple. First, everybody believe. If you don't believe today, you have to believe. It's a poor country. The budget of 27 trillion, which is just a budget of a small state.
That's budget of Georgia. Georgia
Yes.
is a state, $30 billion. Nigeria, what are you talking about?
And we are talking about almost about more than 150 million people, in which more than 70% of them are not productive. Everybody wants to make fast money, and those ones that are making not fast money, they want to cheat the system, both the rich and the poor. So there must be a new total orientation. And I think for that country to change, we need a very strong and strict leader. It's like, okay, I'm going to rule for 8 years and I don't care. I'm going to step on so many stones. And after this, maybe things will turn around. But if you are still continuing to say, let's practice the same American democracy, and also some of these things you guys have been talking about, some of them are useful in Nigeria. But you have to continue to factor the Nigerian.
No, Remy, we are actually not practicing American democracy. There's a difference between you model your system after American. Like Canada modeled their own after American, but we are not really practicing what America is practicing. So sometimes I disagree when they say
the reason why I said that is that I look at, we have 2 House of Assemblies, both the Rep and Senate. What are they doing? The current expenditure alone on that is a lot.
Those are not even the problem. Those are not even our problem. They are even job creation. I understand what you are saying. We can always call that.
I know that job creation is a problem. But for example, what they did in China was this, and I will just share a little bit with you quickly so that another person can talk. They look at cost advantage of each city or each region. For example, let's say the Northeast, you are known to produce red pepper, tomatoes, and the rest. The government just encouraged a lot of people to go to big time farming about tomatoes and red pepper. So everybody in that particular axis are known for small farmers and big farmers. And then they now establish a kind of government agency that will buy off everything from them. And if you are big enough, you also want to export your pepper or your tomato, you have to go through that government agency. They have to make sure that it's matched to the international standard and quality and whatever. They help you get all the necessary approval and licenses for if you want to export it out. So that way, their product outside still maintain that quality, also, especially to developed country. So that's what they do. So we are not using our cost advantage very well. For example, let's say like in the Southwest, if they are known to be producing maize, then if all this Shaki area and the rest, everybody just go to rice maize farming. So we must use that way, and with the government and the excess, like you said, the government will buy it off. But I learned something in Finland when I came here. They encourage a lot. Finland is about private entrepreneur. That's what they do. I saw a lot of warehouse all over in the outskirts of the city, and you can rent it as little as €100 per month, and you can put like 20 or 40 feet container of cargo inside. So
Remy, why
Their
haven't
government assist them.
wait, Triumph. So why haven't private entrepreneurs in Nigeria see, because that's an opportunity right there. So why haven't entrepreneurs see that as an opportunity, find a way to provide that service cheap and affordable, and fix a problem and make money while doing it?
Thank you. That's a very good, but we have to look at Nigerian mindset. Does an average Nigeria, does he want to plan for 3 or 4 or 5 years before he can talk about breaking even, and after breaking even making profit? An average Nigerian entrepreneur does not want to look at that way this way. He wants to invest in a month and get a profit in another month. So, and if you want to do this kind of business, you must have a very good business proposal. Like, okay, I want to go to warehouse setting up. In the next 1 or 2 years, if I can break even, that will be fine. And in the 3 or 4 years, I can start making my profit. Even if my profit is 10% from what I've invested. But most Nigerians, they don't think that way. Most Nigerians is about, oh, I'm putting my money here and I want to see the return immediately. In business, it's not done that way. So that is the mistake that a lot of us are doing in Nigeria. So there must be a kind of
Remy, even the clause that you just emphasized now, what you just emphasized now, I don't agree with that in totality.
Okay.
Because if it is that, we won't be seeing the like of Adenunga.
But these are big players.
We won't be seeing the like of $10. We won't even be seeing the like of Dangote even putting in structure. The question is this: we love excuses in some aspects. We love excuses. And I'm not saying government should not back up. Government is doing fertilizer subsidy up to tomorrow. It's
hold on. So the Pfizer, what's his name?
Rational Mind.
GlaxoSmithKline and PZ and all of it that left Labour Brothers that left Nigeria.
But Rational Mind, they left Kenya too. They left India too.
People like you just what about?
No, it's not what about. You have to understand. You have to be able to compartmentalize problems. Those companies are disinvesting. They're leaving Africa.
Kenya. How many of them exited Kenya?
GSK has just left Kenya.
Okay.
GSK just left Kenya and India.
Excuse me, can I quickly interject? You saw those
what about?
No. Look, Rational Man, calm down. All those multi-global corporations leaving Africa because they have started seeing the handwriting on the wall. In the next 10 years, if they are not kicked out, they will not be like relevant like before. Because
they are even leaving Canada too. They are even leaving Canada too. So what are you talking about?
New business is springing up. It's either they acquire them or they also change their mode of doing business. So and there's also competition here and there. So things are changing all over the world.
Remy, let me quickly say
something. Things are changing.
You are complaining about Nigeria now, and people are telling you they are leaving other African countries.
No, don't tell me they are leaving. I've never seen any other country that are losing investors like Nigeria. Nigerians are losing.
Because you don't
Nigeria can lose more.
What I don't know.
Calm down. Don't look at it.
Mr. Kulata.
How many companies are leaving Canada that you're talking about?
Let's be objective.
Can I say something?
What about?
Can I say something? One thing is that I'm in the association here in the Western world, registered, not business, registered. I'm in the association. We decide how the countries move and other Europeans should go. They come to my home here. But one thing is that I want you people to know, for Nigeria today, if they can lower the cost of governance, cut their so-called salary, I bet it with you, nobody will be there in that politics today. Nobody will be fighting to go there. Because of it, there's an easy place to extract, to loot the country. Everybody today.
The place will be purely for people who are ready to govern.
No, please. One thing is that Okay, Mr. Follow. Mercy. Thank you. One thing is that we know the problem in Nigeria and Nigeria are we Nigerians today. We have been talking for years. Let us start doing the work there for them. Start doing the work for them. We know them. They used to come to Europe now. Come. They used to come now with planes and everything. They come and live good lives. Yeah. One thing is that it is we in the diaspora. Not one man can save the country. Lie, it will not work. You have to come to a unity. You have to come together. You cut the cost, and also the government too can start regulating price for them. Like now, if be me that I increase my money for something like that, you see them knocking at my door. They will give me fine. They give me fine. Last 2 years they gave me 121,000 euro fine because of what I did to manipulate the price. I know I have to beg them through a lawyer. So one thing is that we know. I still have hope in the country. Just one thing is that we have to work on our moral. Our moral.
But triumph. Let me ask a fundamental problem. Sorry, I said fundamental problem. Fundamental question. Do you think Nigeria has more of a spending problem or more of a revenue problem?
Yes.
They have both. Both.
That's one thing.
Well, yes. Which one is
they
bigger?
They spend money that they spend things irrelevant, and they balloon the prices of things. I have friends that does it too now. Sometimes I say,
you think we have a spending problem? Rational mind, which one do you think?
Okay.
Can I come in?
Hold on. I think he asked a question. I think we have both. And the one that is more is the revenue problem. If Nigeria can, block those loopholes and get more revenue in form of taxes from people. I tell you, a lot of these big men, a lot of them, they have small businesses that they're not even paying taxes on. And this multiplication of taxes, federal government should come into some kind of agreement with each state. Tell them, look, streamline your taxes. Do not tax people driving downfall, and then we'll be asking them to pay VAT when they are doing transfer or when they're buying gas. They're buying petrol or they're doing this. Streamline. If you want to take one tax, let it be through one means. Allowing Alaye boys to be collecting money on the road. How do you account for those money? That money that are supposed to be going to the state treasury that are going to individuals.
Because they're using them now.
And they're using them. Yeah, that's why they have them there, so that they can continue making money for themselves and they can use them when they need them for ready. So I don't think we are serious as a nation. Hold on. That is my grounds. That is my grounds with Tinubu.
But Tinubu is already doing that. He's doing that. But let's hear from Remy after you, shall.
Yemi go sorrow. You're going to sorrow here. So that is my grounds with you. One of my grounds with Tinubu, because he knows what he was doing. That was why he had those guys there. He knows he needs them to continue, his dynasty within Lagos, so that he can continue using them to rig election and unleash mayhem and whatever. We all know that. So let me not bore all of us with that story. So, but how can you run a system like that when your taxes is being collected by non-state actors, all because you use them? So the point is that we're not serious as a nation to build a country. We're not really need to build a system, a governance system that really wants to bring about a change in the lives of the people. So when they stop this multiplication of taxes, that you heavily tax people, that ordinarily you should have taxed them one way, and you and I will live here. A lot of us is either we pay income tax or we pay sales tax, and the state regulates this. Every place you're going to buy stuff here in America, any place, any locality, if you're paying sales tax, they know how to send in their auditors, even right from the banking system. They've been collecting their own taxes from there. As you're buying from any store, even if it's a liquor store, you're going here, no matter how small, even though it's a mom and pop's liquor store, you're going, you are buying, if they have sales tax in that state or in that locality, you have to pay that sales tax, because invariably, as you're paying your money, they are billing everything together and they are collecting their costs from there. There's a way they set up the system. So Nigeria is not serious. All this talk that you're talking about, this guy, Minister of Trade or whatever that guy you're talking about, you need to bring everybody into a database. All the businesses, make sure you bring all of them into a databases. I mean, I know it might sound too far-fetched, but at least the ones you can bring them into a database, and then you can monitor their income from there. Make sure that everybody's being paid through some kind of system whereby if you are paying, which I think that was what Emefiele was trying to do. Because I know he overdid it. Maybe his own was another political angle to it. Bring people to the database so that you can monitor with that e-money they were trying to do that time. If they could use that one as well, it could be another channel, another avenue to monitor people's transaction, and you know what their income is coming to, what is coming into their account, and then you can collect some more stuff from there. Start taking out your taxes from there. That way, it's not going to some individual's place. If it's all these Agbero guys, okay.
Rational mind. I think
you are not
how many minutes?
Would you let me talk?
Wait now, Mr. Remy. Wait now. You spoke more than 5 minutes.
I don't even know what he's talking about. I heard him when he was talking here.
Mr. Remy, wait first. Wait.
If Afis is Afis a drive down for, okay, at least so. Afis, so you have to pay so amount of money for tax for a whole month. Go to GT Bank, pay your maybe 50,000 naira for one solid week that you're going to drive. This amount you're going to pay as tax, it goes into the treasury of the states or the local governments. So that some idiots will be standing on the road and collecting money, and you cannot account for it. So it is the issue of revenue, on one side. If we can get more money in form of tax, the government they will still steal it. They will still use it to furnish their lifestyle. We know that's what we're going to do at the end of the day, no matter what they get. So it is both for me. But I think that of revenue is more important, because if they can up that revenue that should be coming to the government, I know definitely they will have enough money to be able to spend. That is, they are really ready to spend the money for the taxpayers that are paying that money. If they don't send it to their own personal pockets. Now go on. Is it Remy?
Okay, thank you. First, I think Nigerian police is generating more revenue. First and foremost, most of the states in Nigeria have streamlined their workforce. I'm talking about the civil servant. They have laid a lot of people off and they have streamlined them. Some that have not really streamlined them, that's why they are still having problem with paying salaries or whatever. I know categorically that in your state, more than 30% of the workforce have been laid off over the years since Ajimobi era. That's why it's very easy for the present governor to be paying 13 months salary or paying the wages easily. So for most of the Southwest, I don't know about Osun, because Osun is predominantly 100%. But in general, Nigeria needs to generate more revenue. And recently, there's a tax committee formed by the federal government, and they have started implementing some of their program already, putting, finding a way so that they can harmonize the tax system so that people does not pay double or triple taxes.
Mr. Remy, without your database, your tax
hold on. When you
because I know many people, civil workers that are in abroad today, as I'm talking with you, and same time collecting salary back home in Nigeria, sharing it with their patron, with their boss.
Let me finish. When you talk about that one, you can say we don't have total 100%, but I think we have over 70% already. And how do we have it? I will tell you. Most Nigeria in the cities, at least we have each population in major cities of Nigeria, they have a bank account. And then maybe last year, they also forced them to have an NIN number, which is a good database to know how many people live in Nigeria. With your BVN alone, they can know that this account belongs to you. And if you are following the government very well, they have said before April this year, if you don't have a BVN number or NIN number, your bank account, you won't be able to access your bank account. That is also a very good way of getting a database of how many people in Nigeria. And then through the schools, through the higher institutions, primary school, secondary school, you can also get a database. We can improve on that. Just maybe everybody have a social security number, but at least they now have a parameter of what can they do and how many people can they even plan for at a particular moment. The problem we are having in Nigeria is that most of our problems reside in the states. The federal government, they are doing their little bit, but most of our state, which we, the citizen, supposed to handle or hold our government responsible, we are not doing the right thing. And rational mind is mentioning the Agberos or whatever or something like that. I think to me, that is the old system. Even in Lagos State now, things are being streamlined. All this cooperative society, they also have their own union. So, and if they have their own union, they also have a right to know how they spend money. And VAT is a kind of sales tax. So you cannot say they impose VAT on everybody. Even if I don't know what they call it in Nigeria, but I think one way or the other, you have to pay that kind of tax. Even where you stay, you also pay VAT. Here, the VAT here is so high, it's about 24%. So the Nigeria needs to generate more revenue. When we generate more revenue and close more gap, a close gap of where people can siphon the money, I think that we can use technology. And luckily for us,
How,
we have
Mr. Remy? How?
Thank you. Yeah, the telecommunication minister was talking about fashioning out a very good model of using the digital system, in which when you want to procure or you want to source for contract from the federal government, everybody go through the same pool, and every Nigerian can have access to this space. If they can go through this, that means even before they award contract to Mr. Rational Mind, everybody know that he is quite qualified. His company is quite qualified to get that contract. Everybody can.
Mr. Remy, no. Sorry to
No,
interject.
I'm just giving.
Let him land. Let him land.
I'm giving you examples what is in stock, what they are doing. If they can come up with it, it cannot. I'm not saying it's going to be 100% effective, but it's a right step in the right direction. So we start from that angle, and then we continue ahead with that. So for me, we have a problem of generating more revenue, close our gap, and at the same time, the spending habit also, we have to also check it. Because if we have more revenue, we can plan more on infrastructures and other aspects of our developmental goals for a country. So
Ajalegogo, are you there?
Yeah, it's there.
I know he's there, but I mean, I can see him, but I'm asking if he wants to say something, because we will not have him say anything much today. Ajalegogo, are you there, or you just wanting to hear us?
I think he's sleeping. Maybe he's sleeping.
Maybe he's yeah.
Okay,
so, you see the problem with Nigeria is like somebody was saying, was it Ola was saying the other time, was comparing us to Dangote and Otedela and Adenuga. You see, sometimes when we do this, what about it's so ridiculous sometimes. These people you're talking about, they have some upper leverage, above you and I. They have some leverage that you and I don't have. Can you go to CBN and say they want to give you money to go and build one business? But Dangote had money from CBN. They were giving him. It was round tripping.
So that was an illegal move. We know that is not right. But
they can land.
No,
my point is, can I land?
CBN has not been doing something like that before.
Hold on. Let me land. So when you talk about people having leverage, people having, you see, sometimes some of us just want to say certain things just for the sake of wanting to say it. Nigeria does not have a good environment for business to thrive. That is why a lot of people, they just do a lot of businesses when they start, they just fold. Only those people who are just, I don't just know how some people just make it in that environment with the way, I have so many friends who are, some of them that have been here on this platform.
They make it because they are businessmen and they are mentally ready.
Don't forget this year, they're businessmen. Okay, they are businessmen. You and I will run out of that country. We come here to come and establish.
Who told you I'm not struggling in this environment I am?
Rational mind.
Let's not do this.
Rational mind. Do you believe there's some businesses that are strategic to a country's interest?
Yeah, there are. Yeah.
So if you have a business, assuming Dangote's refinery is successful, you know that is drastically going to drop our use of dollars to import PMS.
Right? Mr. Colata, leave that one. Leave that one, please. Leave that one. One thing is just that
I'm asking questions, you know. Assuming
no,
okay, let's say
Yes, it will reduce us using foreign exchange. Yes.
Remy, you're trying to
Remy, you are not wanting this, that one thing that is there.
So,
let me say,
Mr.
Dangote today is
Mr.
just like a
Triumph
puppet.
in France,
Yes.
Mr. Triumph in France, you believe the French government picks winners and losers as far as business is concerned, meaning they will back companies that are strategic to their interests. For example, in the US, when we had that crash in 2009, when all of us were losing our jobs, they backed those banks. They did not let them fail. That's where too big to fail came from. So if Dangote has enough balls to create a strategic interest for the country, you do not blame that country for backing him up. Yes, you can say ethically, the government shouldn't pick winners and losers.
Wait, Colata, do you know that today?
I'm trying to tell you.
I agree with you on that.
If there is crisis today, sorry to cut you. If there is crisis today, your money in your bank, Mr. Folijo, Mr. Folijo, let me put something down. Like today now, do you know that they passed a law in 2010, 2009, 2010, that the next bank crisis, all your money in your account will be gone. Are you aware of it?
No, I'm not.
They have the right to collect your money. So you have to be aware of it now. You have to be aware of it now. Because they collect your money. Your money is no more your money.
Can you say again? What are you saying?
Now, with the new law that they passed in all the central banks in the world.
New law in where?
It is done. Even here, your money is no more your money, Mr. Remy. Don't say it.
You mean
as of settlement? Everywhere in the world now. Moment there's a new crisis, they take your money in your account.
Deposit insurance that we all have? What's the name of that?
Like now. Businesses in America today now. Every bank, the insurance only insure $250,000. Go and check it. If you have 10 million, 100 million, it is gone.
Yeah, you're right.
It is gone. It is gone. For private individuals like you and others in America, they decide for you guys. They can see 5,000 tomorrow. Do you know that the American economy today is they are not I don't want to put fears in you peoples. You understand? That's why many people are afraid. No. At least it's for them in America. It's for them in America because of let me talk about Nigeria. Nigeria is the one.
Can you break it down a little bit? So what you are trying to
say? Are you afraid, Mr. Remy? If your money, I
want clarity from your statement. I didn't get it. I want clarity. So I want you to break it down.
Your money, your account today is no more your money.
Why?
Yes, if there's bank crisis today, financial crisis, they will seize your money to use it to pay people, to use it to help the economy. That's the new law. They say bail-in, not bailout. So you must be aware of it today. If you don't know, you know today. That's why many people, many investors, many big guys.
It's not even good to bank your money. No interest.
Let him learn that topic. Many investors are doing what? Many
investors today, they are going to tangible things. You understand? Not everything digital.
Yes.
Not everything digital. So
buying gold. They are putting money in there. They're putting money in gold.
Because of inflation.
Not only gold and all things. Not everything. I cannot give out information on air like that now.
Like now, this is the place. Come on.
Like now, Mr. Ola today. I paid for all this. Mr. I paid for this. I pay for this. I pay for this. Like now, Mr. Ola. This is where Mr. Ola is. Like now, we need his help in Nigeria. If like now, I know that there will.
You sit down in Canada here and telling me that you can go.
No, rational mind. We also need you in Lagos. Go back to Lagos. At least you're also in
like now.
I stay with criminals like
let me land now. Let me land, please.
Mr. Trump, you've shifted from
criminals being my leaders, and I can't.
Mr. Trump, you've shifted from the original question, meaning will your I'm going to give you a specific example. Will your government in France back companies that they feel is strategic? And I'm going to just throw an example. Airbus.
They do it for
You know
everyone, man.
exactly.
They do it for
So why
everyone.
we? Okay then.
No, mostly no. They do it for the local ones here. Even at the extent of restaurant. Restaurant.
That's exactly my point. That is exactly my point. If Dangote can have
Dangote
can have the opportunity to
understand,
borrow $2
they don't
billion
privilege they don't privilege people
from
now like that.
government.
Now. Even just me I refuse because I have yes.
Triumph, let Foley comment,
Yes.
please. Foley, go on, please.
Yeah.
I never
If Dangote
land now.
can
You people
have,
don't let me to land
my
now.
God.
You people
I mean,
don't let me to
Triumph.
land now. Please now let me land. Let me just finish something. This
Okay,
is where
all
I
right.
want to.
Now, real quick, so that Foley can comment. Foley,
This year we want the expertise of Mr. Ola in Nigeria. If we can centralize the data, because I was speaking to one of my close pals, because of he's into exporting. He got a contact. They wanted to defraud him. I saved them from Nigeria. When I talked to them, where are you? Where are you from? What do you do? The person started saying that make a no spoil in market in broken. You can see the way that the people back home. Then I told the guy that for me not to put a bad name in my country, I said that the place is not centralized. They don't have centralized data, so there's no need putting this certain amount in Nigeria for now. When they have it, then you can start doing it. But the guy then said, "Thank you very much." So the something stopped. Then I called the guy back home. I said, "Oleniani is from Lagos. Oleniani, yeah, you people spoiling our names here in Africa, in Europe, because there are good people back home. Because of your selfish gain, they will think everybody is the same thing back home. If they can use the centralized data, I bet it with you, the corruption will reduce a bit. We don't have it, Mr. Kolata. We don't have it. We don't have it. I remember when I first of all came here in France, I wanted to open a business. The first year, they told me that they don't recognize me. I said, I have a passport. They say, no, you are not in our database.
Yes.
What I did first, after 3 years, I was in the database as a citizen. So that is it. It takes time. One thing does that Nigeria want quick micro. We call them microwave people. They want quick. They don't like oven. Oven takes time. Long term and short term. For the meantime, for the short term, Nigeria will start working with the world. People back home, those local investors, to start helping them. Not one person we collect money without paying people salary for years. We know everything that's going on, even though we are keeping quiet. And then there'll be, oh my God, let me leave this topic.
Fully comment.
ẹ jẹ́ kó gbé rational mind sínú oven kó máa cook kó wá jiná.
Rational mind doesn't get it.
Well, I just want to speak on what others have been saying. Okay.
So Foley, will you start with whether we have a spending problem or revenue problem? Which one?
We have both. We have both. We have spending problem and we have revenue problem. And to me, the major problem that we have is still corruption. The little mechanism that our government put in place to generate their own revenue, we are monitoring it very well. I think Nigeria will be fine with the money they will be generating. As I'm talking to you, there is no any money that above 10,000 naira that entering into your account that government is not taking 50 naira from. Multiply that by the number of 10,000 naira entering individuals' accounts in Nigeria. Every day, Nigeria government charge me nothing less than 2,800 on my stamp duty every day. Okay, if you had that in a month, you should know how much that one would look. How much that one would look like. Had it been all this money was
are you operating a current account and they have to charge you that amount on stamp duty?
No, I run both current and savings. And any accounts you put, any money you put into your account, any money you put into your account, they are charging you 10 naira, 15 naira on stamp duty as long as money is beyond 10,000 naira.
Into your savings account or into your current account?
Any account you hold.
Any account you are doing.
So I want clarity because when people talk, I want clarity. So you
Any
mean
account you run.
so you are trying to say if someone put like 1,000 naira into your savings account now, they will
1,000 naira is not. 1,000 naira is not. I said any 10,000 naira.
On each
you put
10,000
in
naira, right?
Yeah, on each 10,000 naira you put in your bank.
They will remove 50 naira.
50 naira.
Okay, I will clarify that. Continue.
I have the statement every
I
day.
transfer from here too. I mean, I see that they get money, they take 50 naira or whatever from it. I mean,
Also, all this money people are collecting. So all this money that people are collecting is enough for us to do something with it. But they are not actually making use of this money.
Fully, but it's in our budget now. It's part of our revenue. Stamp duty is part. So
you
it's
never hear when
it's not enough.
And the money they collected from stamp duty, you never see it from.
I'm just talking about one policy where they are getting money.
They share the money to the state from the stamp duty. I'm just trying to let you know if you don't know before. Now you know. On stamp duty every month, they share it to all the 36 states, including.
Fully, don't worry, they will increase it this month.
This is
50 naira.
This is a government. Either they send it to the state or they send it to local government. It's still our money that we're supposed to be using to develop this space. The way we are talking about this government, our government, most of us here, we have double standard of how this system should be run. We believe whatever we think it should is how it's supposed to look like, but without looking inward of what exactly is going on within the system. I can tell you, Nigerians were actually trying their best to make sure that things actually work for this country. We are praying, we are working towards it. But the problem we have here, we don't have people who actually represent our agitation in the governance.
Don't turn it to Showore, please. Don't go there. Let's just talk problem solving.
Not Showore things. We are talking about
let's not go revolution tonight.
The problem we have here, is still leadership. In every community that is not functioning, ask their leader. Every house that is not functioning, ask their leader. Leadership is the key to everything in any society. When the leaders are not ready to do what they need to do to face the problem, there is no way you will not allow anybody individual to come and be having a plan for a country who does not have a plan for themselves. Nigerians are trying to make sure that we get things right, but we are not seeing the verb from our leaders. Somebody is talking about China some minutes ago. When China were actually doing all those things, our leaders are not spending extravagantly. Leaders were showing by example. But our own leaders say, go and check their Fabio birthday that he had last week. The whole stadium was full. All of them traveled down to Fabio to the state to go and celebrate birthday. With our money.
In a Senate climb.
With our security.
Able to do that kind of a thing. A public servant.
And we'll be here talking about Nigeria, they don't have money.
I mean, it's just ridiculous.
That Nigeria does not have that money you guys are talking about. See, it's either we face the problem or we just want to deceive ourselves. Look at it very well if you are not getting it. Look at the huge investments in telecommunication. Look at how long it took Nitel and I could not give you telecommunication services. But when the private people decided to invest, wait, see, Jari, rational mind, you don't just when someone is talking against you, against what you want. That's not good.
Is that the telecommunication? Is that the only industry we have?
Maybe you will listen to me and get my analogy first. You don't just
it's an example.
Actually, it's still my time. It's still my time. I would love to make use of my time. Sorry, you have been saying something here. I'm not sure if I've ever interjected you.
Okay, all right, go on.
So when we're not talking about somebody is
investing money in Dangote business in order to solve the transferring of dollars into their system, to bring to stop moving of dollars into their system. Why can't we do the same thing in agriculture as well? Making sure that we invest money in people's business, people's farming that are planting rice, so that we can stop the importation of
that is the
into the system.
anchor borrowers and fertilizers subsidy. Isn't that
I'm just wondering, you know, as if this is
Oga, this Akon borrower that you are talking about, this Oga that said he collected money from Akon borrower, you will actually know what he passed through before he can get it, before he actually got the money. I have people.
Does that matter? You don't get money free of charge where we are there too.
When the corruption is ruling, in any sectors, it matters a lot. There is not any policy that can drive when corruption is ruling. In Akambora they are talking about, before you can even get there, you have to know people and touch people before you can even get it done. In a space where things were working, you don't need all those things to get it.
But some
just apply.
People try. You put effort and try to run your business. See, I understand what you are talking very well.
We are trying, but we are not moving. We are not growing. We are not growing the speed that we're supposed to grow with.
Wait. See, I got your point. But all we want in Nigeria is to get like this situation before we can move forward. It doesn't work that way. And I'm still telling you, it doesn't work that way. Do you think in this environment you are here, it is true, you apply online and they approve and they give you approval? I agree. But then, do you know the level of documentation you will go through even before that approval? They will do your credit check, background check. You will do credit rating, all those stuff before they give you. I know Nigeria may be different because
they will not ask you money before they do it for you. They will not ask you money before they do it for you. What you just need to do your own.
I agree with what you are talking about. That Nigeria they will see ask for a bribe. I do not disagree, but I'm saying it is not enough for us now to grant it. We keep telling the government that okay, you must improve. Give an example. I will give you an example here constantly. Immediately I talk now, Rational Mind will come at me now. In Lagos State, there was a time that I'm not saying the problem is solved now, but when you see the problem with the issue of what do we call it, a CFO in Lagos now, it's not what it used to be like 25, 30 years ago. Because already they have some kind of e-registry now that you can easily go through some things. So even when you see go to Ogun State, before that people will collect money from you, I think we still not come out. Today, you will still see all this corporate pay and this other one that e-transact or whatever. You just have different way that we pay, that everything you pay will reflect on that government. Nobody will be looking for, did this guy pay or not? We are not going to solve that problem overnight. Those problems you are talking about, the problem of bribery.
Do you know this
bribery in Nigeria is an opportunity for people even to solve.
But do you know all these things we are talking about? Is it supposed to take a whole years before we can get it done? If you have the mind of doing it.
Okay, there was a time I wanted to get my transcript from my school, and they would leave the transcript on the desk there. They will not do anything. You will pursue. Someone see opportunity in such kind of irregularity. When that guy saw the opportunity, what did he do? He started putting some framework in place that okay, we can help you get your transcript. He put an infrastructure in place that today, if I apply for transcript, the company will go to those places to be running after all those people for me to do their job. Immediately the school realized they are making money from this.
I would love to have the contacts as well because I need it.
I will give you the submitted
my. Yeah, please. I would love that.
Because if you submit to those people that
been on it for almost 6 months now. No, any school now.
The school cannot, but the school may be on that thing.
No, there are some organizations here, like myself too. I did some. I got some of my transcript from my school back in Nigeria too.
Exactly.
They will do that.
The school will frustrate.
But I don't know if they are local in Nigeria, but they are here in America and I think Canada. Yeah.
Yeah. So what I'm saying that even the school we are even the thing we are talking about, you understand, that corruption you are talking about is an opportunity if you are an entrepreneur to solve all those problems on your own. He said, okay, Aki will go to that place and fertilizer subsidy before. Some people will just carry that fertilizer just like they were doing in all this oil subsidy and our dollars. They will just grab everything. They will make money for themselves. But when Akinwumi got to that place, he did e-wallet. He did e-wallet. And what happened? All those problems just disappear. So it's so the corruption we are talking about, we emphasize it's an opportunity on its own. It's a business that people can look at, and you put a framework there, bam, you make money. Now, the one everybody is saying, what's in the alpha beta, we are talking about. People never even saw that as an opportunity. That Lagos State was not even making money. Immediately, someone just made it and started getting money. Even maybe that person is charging like his maintenance fee, or maybe 10 to 12%. All of a sudden, Lagos is supposed to be doing it. They're not supposed to be, because people are started looking at the volume. They are looking at 10%, 12% of billions, which is a very wrong way to look at it. The question you ask,
don't justify.
I'm not justifying, because I work for IT company, so don't tell me that I justify. If I put software for you, do you think I just say, okay, rational mind?
Do you not know the problem? The brain that you have now, you have taken it to another person's country. Can you see yourself?
But
instead of you to be here, developing your country. Now you run away.
They train me in that country too. Don't give that. Don't push that.
You better come and build Nigeria. Let's build Nigeria together.
Foley and all that. Let me throw something to you guys. Do you guys realize that the civil service in India is as equally corrupt? They take bribes as the one in Nigeria. But why is India progressing?
Story to come your story.
Oh my God, India every year, national mind.
Okay.
I mean, I'm telling you the truth. Okay. The civil service, to get land, if you hear the horror stories my Indian friends tell me, they are as corrupt as us. I mean, of course, they're also from the British people, but they're progressing because, I mean, I don't want to answer it, but I want maybe Ola to take it, because we keep saying, oh, is this, oh, is that. But a lot of what is the issue with us is us, Congo. We don't want to do anything. We want to give excuses. But anybody that knows about it, I can talk about it, but I'm biased, right? So let other people talk. Why is India as corrupt as their government is? The economy is overtaking UK's economy. Bangladesh, as corrupt as they are too, they have one of the fastest growing economy for the past 10 years. Can someone answer that to me? I'm trying to tell you that all these excuses we make is really just excuses. It's us.
The problem is Nigeria ni gbogbo wa náà ni gbogbo wa náà ni problem Nigeria. It is all of us the problem. It is all of us the problem. But one thing that we want somebody to start first. The person to start first is the president. If he starts, everybody will follow. That's just it. If he starts, everybody will follow. The heads matter, not with the body.
How can you start?
Joe,
you can't give what you don't have. That's I don't know, maybe any of us will realize that true reason. You cannot give what you don't have.
He
cannot give what you don't have.
He can do things, man. He can do things.
What do you expect? I don't
want to go into
somebody who thinks that the way to solve the problem in Nigeria is by going abroad and begging people. You are telling people that you need their assistance, and then you are spending money carrying all this entourage here and there, and you're a country that say you need money. How can you imagine you coming to me, or guy coming to you?
Cost of governance.
And then I wear one of the, I'm wearing Versace, or I'm wearing Gucci Cabani, or whatever. I bring all those.
When the investor doesn't even have a good road to even move their products, to move their goods, the investor you are winning, there is no good road for them to even move their things.
Do you know that in Belgium, rational mind, you know Belgium.
Put your house in order. Put your house.
You know Belgium.
You can go and ask for people.
You know Belgium.
To invest.
Okay.
You are buying things from the north here. For you to transport to the south,
let me give you something that will surprise you. Okay, let me give something that will surprise you. You know that it's not only Nigeria that have, but Mr. National, you know that Belgium don't have good roads. Belgium, they patch their road. You know that too now. When the moment you enter Belgium, you start to do.
You cannot compare it
to our own. I know now. It is one thing is that not every government has.
You can't compare
Don't
those
worry, you will
sides.
you will come one day now. You will come now. You will come and visit now. By the grace of God, you come and visit now.
You will see road. You will see road. You will see a trailer. You will see trailer inside
No, what
inside
like now,
on
like
the
now,
on
like now,
on the
like now,
federal
like
road.
now. I wasn't happy. I wasn't happy the way when I see some Benin guys open their mouth on the internet and talk. You understand? But when I see their government and their roads, I say that you people should not wait only on the government now. Why can't you people in the diaspora contribute money, do the road? We all
How?
in a every
Guys, at 11:30 I will shut down because I need to go to bed. It's
Oh, all right.
Okay.
I'm having an
I'm way past my own bedtime right
Yeah, I
now.
can even imagine you in Georgia already. That's about 3 hours ahead of me here. So
Yeah, it's 2
Okay.
a.m. here.
Oh my
Okay.
goodness.
Okay. One thing.
You need to go to bed. Yeah.
Here is we are already in the morning. Here is 8:03. Like now,
This is not
like now.
right.
There's this like now. Even in my local government, in my where from my origin in Nigeria, I'm planning just to help them to do their road. I'm not in the politics now because at least if I do not do it, my car will get spoiled now. Anytime I want to run from that same road now. And there are people collecting the money. What do they do with the money? They buy houses. And there I see people celebrating that same houses for them. At least they use politics. When you're in the politics, it looks like now your own done better. Let me use it that phrase.
Isn't that ridiculous? You see the way they bastardize about the psyche of our people, their mental
they fight for that post now. One thing that because there's no
that idiot in the Senate in place of a Senate president. He's doing celebrating. I mean, I don't know what is wrong with
How do you know? How do you know he used government money? How do you know he used government money for his
Either it's government money, no government money.
Mr. Kolata, you that you are saying, Mr. Kolata. Let me ask Mr. Kolata one little question. I was a government worker. I was a government worker for almost 10 years in France. Yeah. I was spending the money. They gave me end of the year money, pocket money every December, almost 10K. Understand? That was then just for me to do my Christmas, things like that. But the moment I left, I became my own money investor. There's no bombing way say I won't spend 10K for one day now. I can do it today, but then I cannot try it because I have to think about it. Money that is not work for.
Yeah, but
it's not your money.
But you know, for politicians, people may spend for him because they owe him. I mean, maybe they owe him.
That is a modest. That is a modest. That is why when you have a modest leaders, see, boy,
modesty doesn't mean anything now.
Mr. Kota, do you know that? Let me tell you something that happened in Italy a few years ago. Do you know that?
Listen.
Before I forget, please. In the internet, they arrested.
Rational mind. Why are you acting like we're electing angels?
No.
What cares about modesty? Your effectiveness.
They were spraying money.
Oh, Sherry.
Mr. Kolata, they arrested Nigerians for spraying money.
Demolished by this.
Spraying money in Italy. Then they started going through their data. Mr. Kolata, they went to get data, and there's one that is still in the prison today. 4 of them. They see where did they got the money.
Okay, Mr. Triumph, let me ask you a question. Let's say you do party now, right? And you have all these vendors, people, maybe I don't know, maybe you sell a product and you have people that want to maybe you buy products. Let's just say you run a company on behalf of France or something. And you have some preferred vendors. And when you throw your party, they said, let me throw party for Triumph. So all of them donate to your party because of course they want to keep your business. And then you go and enjoy your party. Is there anything wrong
No, no. They don't do it here now. They don't. If not, you go to prison now. There's something they hide and do.
I'm just okay. Assuming it's not government. Assuming you were a buyer for Hermes. Let's say you're a buyer for Hermes, right? And you have all these people this one supplies you alligator skin, that one supplies you cowhide, I know. But they want to maintain your big business, and they're throwing party for you. What's the big deal?
Let me tell you, if it is for the business, there's no problem. If it's for personally, you can't do it now. Yeah, what it is that even there's something that there is a lady in Nigeria. traveling around the country. Traveling around the country. You understand? Traveling around the country. When she was there, when she was going, she even filmed the police guys asking for something. You cannot. Oyibo don't give money now. They can't give you money like that now. They can't give you money like that. They can't.
But in
They
Nigeria,
will justify it now. People like Lata will just justify that.
no, I'm not
they're
sure. It's the
dangerous.
behavior. If rational mind is head of a parastatal in Nigeria, and
It doesn't
Christmas
work
comes,
that way. Or
wait,
leave that Nigerian mentality.
let me. It's Nigeria. Why will I be thinking France when it's Nigeria? Why will I be thinking America when it's Nigeria? So if national mind is head of a parastatal, and Christmas comes, there will be many people that will buy rational mind bags of rice, cow, and all these things. And rational mind will take it and
They give it to association, they delegate now. It doesn't work that way. Kulapa, don't go around the bush. It doesn't
in
work that
America,
way.
in Nigeria, they do like that birthday celebration.
Okay, they do it in Nigeria.
He could not have spent it. He could not have possibly not have spent a dime, and it will be his voice that funded the
Rational mind. Rational mind. I will go to the frontier, the border of Belgium today. I will film the road for you. This person, one thing that I'm saying, and j'habite dans la frontière entre la France et la Belgique. I will tell you, moment you come, moment you go out, I will film it so you see bad roads too. It's not only in Nigeria. I will film it and I send it to Rational Mind to show it on
I gotta go to bed now. I'm way past my bed.
Understand?
Yeah,
you
agree
understand?
with you. I mean, no, let me not say I agree with you on Belgium, but I can say that most, if you go into Belgium, it may be different. Maybe the border part might not be. I can tell you, like if you, the border town between Austria and Slovakia.
You will feel it now.
I mean, on the Austrian side is very good. It's a very
good, smooth. You don't feel it at all.
When you cross over to Slovakia, is it Slovenia? Slovakia. When you cross into Slovakia, and when you go into Bratislava, it's not really good. The roads are not really good. It's all just those Soviet era kind of roads. That's what they still have. But on the Austrian side, it's very, 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 very good. So I won't put it past it. But I don't know. I've not been to Belgium yet. In my next trip, I hope to be there.
I will film it and send it to woman.
But then you cannot use. What I'm trying to say is this. You cannot use the border part of it to represent the whole of Belgium. Because I know most border parts are not usually.
There's some places now. There's some places better, but the road moment you drive in some.
Belgium is very, very well developed. Belgium is very well developed. I've never crossed into Belgium.
Not all that.
Not
all that.
So you just bring us videos and we'll play it here.
I'll bring the video. I'll send it to woman. I'll put it there. Send it to woman so you play it. So at least Mr. Ose will see it too. At least before people start saying that I like proofs. Without proof, facts. They say facts in English. Facts. At least people will see it too. So it's not as bad as Nigerian roads, but due to our standard today, we know when we see some things. You understand? So that's it.
But I just believe that you cannot compare France to Belgium. Belgium is way very developed. I mean, that I know of that, but I've not stepped my foot into Belgium. But I know I've had friends who tell me about Belgium. Not even France can even compete. It's a very small country, but they're very well developed. And
there's one thing that I like. I respect France. I respect France for one thing. Their road that is good, just a little bump, they will erase the whole road and start it all over again. That's what they do. I saw it now. And I say, what is the problem in this road? They say that no, because insurance, as they insure their stuff already. When that year, after that certain year have arrived, they do it. They do this year, 13 kilometers. The following year, they do the other part also. That's it.
All right, let me end this session here. I mean, it's nice talking to you guys. I just need to go to bed. I don't think I want. I said you all guys.
Okay. Let me tell you why they don't do. Let me tell you why. L'autoroute, the freeway. L'autoroute is a freeway, expressway. Let me use Nigeria, expressway. You pay private investors. They do it. They repay it. In Belgium, why they don't repair their roads like that? Because of what? It is free. It's not the same thing. You understand? That's why, Mr. Ozi Seriki, you have to know now. In France, you roll in our road, you pay. You pay everything. You pay. You pay. You pay. That's it. L'autoroute ici, tu sais que l'autoroute ici, qu'on paye chaque fois, you pay directly. You pay. Everything is computerized. So before people start talking, I like showing proofs. Everything is here. Everything here in France now you pay. Nothing is free. Nothing is free. Like here in France today, they invest in their even up to restaurant. Government assist. Government assist. Mr. Osi, if you are from Belgium, the border between France and Belgium, check the road. Check the road. Many accidents too happens there every year now. Check the road. Just check the road. Check the road. Check the road.
All right. Let me end this session. OC, everybody. Thank you.
Okay.
Boaz,
thank you very much. I enjoyed my day with you guys too.
And everybody, everybody, and Mr. Triumph, Kulata, Ajali Koko. It's nice having you guys tonight. And any other person, our friend from Nigeria, Foldy B, Remy, and Papa T, and everybody that came on. Sorry if I can't remember your name because right now I'm way past my bedtime. I should be going to bed now, so I can't think straight. Yeah, it's nice having everybody. And like one man will always say, click the like button and share. I mean, maybe it's too late to share, but you can still rewatch it. It's going to be posted immediately after I end this session. Hopefully, we'll all be here again back in a few hours. I think some people are already in Sunday, like people like Mr. Triumph. And I have some few minutes before I enter Sunday. So, so hope to see you guys in the next session. And I would say, as they will say, the Jewish people will say shalom.